Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Oh,
God, that was awkward. How y'all doing this morning?
very
Are we all
excited.
nervous? Are we excited?
Half
I
asleep,
had
yet excited is like the vibe for me today.
whoever decided to do something on a Saturday morning.
Yeah,
We
who
always
decided
decide to do
this?
something on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
I mean, this is number
Anyway,
4 of Camp YA. Like,
5 years, 4 festivals. How did we get here? I don't know.
how are we still alive?
Good question. Good question. But we're happy to be here,
We're absolutely happy to be
and
here.
it is absolutely excited to be back. And I would say with one of the best days of events we've ever put together. There are so many fun things coming up. Many fun things. Stephen, what is your favorite panel? Tell me.
Oh, I mean, I'm obviously biased. I'm going to say my panel because A, biased, but B, just really interesting chat. And I wish we hadn't stopped at the hour mark because I could have gone on for like another 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, I know. I
Maybe for
know.
another campfire chat.
Yeah,
I want a
we'll
whole
get
day
some
of just
people back.
Some
yeah,
of you had
it
to
was
be
great.
cut.
Yes. But also for all the ones who don't know the schedule by heart, Stephen, what is your panel called?
We are Queerstory, which is just a great panel talking to different queer authors about their experiences, their books, just setting them in the wider context of the world that we're in and bringing some joy, hopefully, to the world. Also, I loved all those book recommendations that you guys put on Instagram. For one of our authors, it was so good.
Megan H. Owen.
It just
Morgan.
proves what we do for the
Yeah.
chats just is the tip of the iceberg. Like, there's so much more to these conversations, so it was really lovely. And I'm excited to. I'm not going to watch myself because that sounds really weird. But it was a good panel.
Danny, I have the feeling I know which workshop you're the most excited of. Generally, I think like the workshops are your favorite ones on the schedule right now.
I like workshops though, because I like the interactiveness of them. So, and yes, tarot, obviously, and also dice, right? Because
Yeah.
D&D
Yeah.
and tarot, like
Yeah.
obviously, totally my jam. So I'm looking forward to seeing those. Although, I mean, there's also a neurodivergent panel or panel.
S'mores and Just Stories is
Yeah,
mine. I'm so looking
that's
forward
because
to
you
it.
like s'mores.
I mean, I do like s'mores. There has been like, quite, I think every single year I've tried to do a recipe with s'mores. Unfortunately, this time we don't have recipes, but what we do have is a bunch of fireside reads with a lot of authors that we wanted to show you. So that has precedence.
That's fair. And there's some really, really cool reads. There's some reads of books that aren't out yet. There's some reads of books that just like were our favorites and we really want to share with you. And some of these authors have gotten really creative when they filmed them. One of the ones we shared yesterday was filmed in a tent with an actual fire.
I mean, props to
It is
Poppy T.
amazing.
Perry. Like, props.
All the love, all the damn love.
It just
I
shows
would
what's
say
in our
I'm most
space.
excited. I'm most excited for the Romantasy panel, but purely because I'm in love with Ceren and the fact that there's a Romantasy set in Istanbul. As a half Turkish person, I am very excited about this in all the shapes and forms. So I'm very interested to see what she has to say, and also obviously everyone else is on it. The panel's called Romantasy Ever After. Karen, what's your favorite?
Oh, sorry. I was just doing my Camp IA Cup challenge because I'm catching up today. Team Beaver. Like here, like hiding my phone. No, I'm really excited about the Camp IA Cup though, because the last kind of editions I didn't really have the chance to participate. So this year I have some catching up to do. So you can go to the website, all of the challenges are there. There's some big points to like be won. Make sure that you join your team. You can just pick a color. Just join us on the Discord server And then, yeah, you do have to post in the Discord server to get your points. So make sure that you remember to do that. If you share on like Instagram or any other social platform, that you do that. You will find me there with my camp outfit for today. Just put your camp outfit. That's like a really easy 3 points. And also say hello in the Discord. That's also 3 points as well. So those are like really easy ways, because Team Beaver needs another Camp YA Cup win. Stephen,
Hello. I need Team Ren points.
No.
Listen, I would quabble with you guys, but at the moment Team Trout is in the lead. So
I know, this is why I'm like, guys, we need to catch up.
I even did crafts. I have made some like trout, and I've made a wren, and I need to make a beaver. So that's my like challenge for today. I'm gonna make a beaver.
Wow.
All right,
How do you
beavers need
feel,
to
Melissa?
catch up. Obviously, they don't love us as
Team
much as the
Ren
others. Let's go.
lost the quiz
But
yesterday.
hang on. But well, you know, just doing those tasks is not the only thing, because when you do those tasks and you win points, there is also some challenges where you can actually win books and prizes.
yes, generally there are so many giveaways on our Instagram and in those challenges. So keep an eye on all of our socials, because there's so many books to give away. So chances are really high, if you're entering a lot of them, that you will win something. So,
and who doesn't like
the thing?
book? You know.
Honestly, who doesn't like a free book? While you talked about crafts, very quickly, for those of you who aren't crafty or just really want to support the crafts, like the physical crafts, we have a market square and we have so many cool shops. Honestly, this year the list is better than ever, and I'm not exaggerating. The list is better than ever, because we all put our like favorite shops into a list, and then Karen and I emailed all of them and been like, would you please be part of this? There's some really, really amazing people. Literary Emporium is back, and they have been with us since the beginning, but also Lit Pins & Co. and Hattie's Creations, and so many other people. You can buy shirts, you can buy bookmarks, you can buy book sleeves. There's so many things that like all the bookish nerds really need in their life. And I keep on telling people, do your Christmas shopping early, because we have exclusive discounts that are only valid this weekend, some of them only today. So if you want to buy something, check out our market square on our website, look at the discount codes, use them, buy yourself a little treat, but also get ready for upcoming birthdays, Christmas, holiday season. Everything's happening.
Army stuff.
Support a small business and also get a cheeky little discount. Full disclosure, we're not making any money with this. I'm telling you this
No, we're spending money.
because
They're doing it
we
for us.
also got to spend some money. But yes, so these are not affiliate links. We don't make any money with this. This is really just because we like these shops. We want to support these shops and share them with all of you. So if you want to do some cheeky little shopping, all of the money you're spending is going to those shops. None of them is coming to us. So
About shopping.
Also, talking
Maybe
about
not,
shops,
like
we also are working with our resident bookshop, Pickled Pepper Books again, and they have a specific page on their website that has practically all of the books from the program. A couple of the indies were a bit tricky, but you should just purchase those books directly from the author, because that benefits them the most. But yeah, they've been fantastic. The link is on the website as well as on our socials, I'm pretty sure. I'm like looking at Melissa to double check, but they've
The
been
links
so
are
lovely.
everywhere.
Amazing. And you know, they've been so lovely, and they've been with us, you know, for a couple of years now. And so yeah, you can basically grab every single campfire you read there. So if you go to a panel and you go, I really want to have that book, you can purchase it really, really easily and support an indie bookshop, which is what we're all about.
Yes, and also actually all of the links will be in the description for our YouTube live.
they've been alive, and we'll be spending most of the day in the chat next to the YouTube live, sharing them. If anyone needs anything, just message on there, message on Discord. We'll be there, jumping on it and letting you know where you can buy your books, buy your merch, buy whatever you want. Find more information, do the quiz. So many things you could do.
Talk to me. I'll be
Talk to
here.
Danny. So, Danny will be hosting our stream all day. So if you see a voice
If there's a
of
glitch,
God,
it's
That's-
me.
yes. If you hear someone speaking from the off, it's most likely Danny giving instructions, because she will be chained to her desk for the rest of the day.
So fun.
And we love her for it. It's really lovely to have her here. So yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else we haven't mentioned that we really need to shout at you guys, but I think that's the main thing. Check out the Market
Support
Square, do
Turmeric.
campway cap challenges, enter the giveaways, enjoy yourself.
And give a lot of love to our authors.
Yes.
Honestly, yes.
Like
if you like a book, tell them.
I just need
Some
to
of
say
them,
because I've had to edit
yeah.
all of these Fireside reads and stuff, so I have a very long TBR because these books are so
Yes.
cool. So
But yeah, a lot of these authors are debuts. Some of them have never been part of a festival before. Some of them are from all over the world and therefore not really easily accessible for people in the UK or in the US or vice versa. So use the chance that you can interact with them and that you can listen to them talk and
yeah,
just have a really fun day.
I got some of them right here.
Yeah.
but they're so tiny that we can't see.
Can I really?
Guys,
We
it
haven't
is
talked about New Horizons.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yes.
Nice.
Like, yes.
We don't play favorites, guys, remember?
No, it's just the first one I could grab. I can also do this.
Oh, how the seriously?
Anyway.
Let's get a goodie bag with all of these things since y'all got some. It's fine.
But yes, amazing. I think we're about to switch over to our first panel, Daddy. Are we ready?
I don't know. Are you ready? Okay, if you say so. Okay, we are heading over now to A Murder by Any Other Name. Bye, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Have fun.
Hello, my name's McCaw, and I'm delighted to be back at Camp YA chairing the A Murder by Any Other Name panel. I'm the author of the Mina and the Undead trilogy and the Dracula retelling Day and the Night, and I'm so excited to be joined by some of my favourite authors to talk about one of our favourite. Hello, my name's McCaw, and I'm delighted to be back at Camp YA chairing the A Murder by Any Other Name panel. I'm the author of the Mina and the Undead trilogy and the Dracula retelling Day and the Night. And I'm so excited to be joined by some of my favourite authors to talk about one of our favourite subjects, writing and reading thrillers. So let's go around. I don't know what order we're going to be in, so I'll just say your names when I want you to answer a question. I'll do it in all different orders. So Scarlett, do you want to start off by introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your books?
Yeah, so my name's Scarlett Dunmore. I wrote How to Survive a Horror Movie, which came out last year, and the sequel is coming out this year. So How to Survive a Horror sequel. So it's a tongue-in-cheek horror comedy about a girl who is film obsessed, much like me, who is trying to solve murders in both the books, with a whole cast of funny characters joining her along the way.
It's very good. And like you said, funny and scary and slashery all at the same time. Amazing. And
Yes.
Felicity, yours is the most recent book I've read out of them. And it's been the August Waterstones Book of the Month, hasn't it? Which is really exciting.
Yeah, I've been thrilled. It's called Grave Inheritance. And yeah, it published July 31st. And then August 1st, it was announced as like Waterstones Book of the Month for August. So it's been a bit of a whirlwind for me. It's a gothic murder mystery. So my main character, Dolores, inherits her house. Her family have all died, her parents, her sister. So there's a little bit of a ghost story wrapped up in the murder mystery. So essentially, she doesn't know a lot of the time what is murder mystery clues or what is a ghost sort of toying with her sanity, essentially. So yeah, it's kind of combined two of my favourite things, sort of gothic literature and murder mysteries, because I've always loved both. So yeah, I stuck them together.
It's way to write books, isn't it? To mash all of our favourite things into one. And like Scarlett has some ghostly action too. So we're obviously all into the same things. Emily, is it okay for you to tell us a little bit about your latest book, Family of Liars?
Sure. Well, Family of Liars is a prequel to my novel, We Were Liars, which is currently a TV show on Prime Video. And
Very
it's
exciting.
also a novel, as some people might not know. So both of those books are set on a windswept private island off the coast of Massachusetts in the US. and the island is owned by one particular family. And Family of Liars is a prequel in the sense that it's the story of what the moms in the first book were up to back when they were teenagers. So it's set in the 80s, and these three sisters in this white, old money, democratic family are spending yet another summer on their private island when their lives are upended by the arrival of literally a boatload of cute boys and one girl. So this may not sound murdery, but it goes pretty darn dark after that. And I'm really proud of it. I had a wonderful time writing it, and I have a follow-up book in the same world that's coming out November 4th called We Fell Apart.
Which I'm in the process of reading, and it's excellent, by the way. I love the way you set the books in this world that I know nothing about, this kind of sense of privilege and people who have their own islands and stuff like that. It's just so kind of alluring and toxic and deadly, all of it. I just love it. Thank you for sharing that. So, Ava, do you want to tell us a little bit about your latest book, Exit Stage Death, which I've also read? Luckily, I'd already read all these books. It was brilliant. I was like, oh, look at my panelists. I've read them all. But could you tell us a bit more about it, please?
Of course I can. So my first book, The Boy Band Murder Mystery, came out in 2021. And like Felicity, I love mashing together the things I love. So in that case, it was boy bands and murder. And in this case, with Exit Stage Death, it's musical theatre and murder. So Exit Stage Death is the story of Livy Campbell, who is in her last summer at Camp Chance before her parents have said she has to choose a sensible subject to study at uni. She wants to use this time to prove to them that performing is a viable career choice by getting the lead in the summer showcase and proving that she can do this. And then on the third day, a fellow camper turns up dead, so everyone's priorities shift a bit, to say the least. That's Exit Stage Death.
Amazing, thank you. It's so interesting to listen and hear how much variety there is in thriller writing. I don't think people realize how broad it can be. So I wanted to ask you next, what actually drew you to writing thrillers? And Felicity, I think you're probably the newest thriller writer out of us. So do you want to start off? What was it that made you, I know that you've got lots of genre elements in there, but what made you want to include the thriller element of it?
I think for me, I always find thrillers really cozy. Like they're kind of the ultimate cozy read for me. It's like that kind of feeling of like, I don't know, having like a hot chocolate and sitting on the sofa with a blanket and reading something really spooky or thrilling or scary. So I think that's always what I've been drawn to. At university, I studied like true crime and like 18th century, but obviously true crime I find quite like problematic because there's that sense of it's kind of glorifying real cases. Whereas I think in fiction, you can kind of indulge that kind of maybe ghoulish nature without kind of like having the guilt attached to it. It's almost like the ultimate escapism for me, because it's kind of like being able to just enjoy all those bits that maybe you shouldn't enjoy in your day-to-day life, which I think is quite exciting. I think that's what I kind of like teasing out of, like, especially like the gothic genre, things that are like murder or blood curdling and spooky houses. So it's just sort of combining all of that and then finding it really cozy and indulgent and something you can kind of just like lavish in quite decadently, which I really enjoy. That's kind of what it does for me in terms of thrillers. Yeah.
Awesome. I get that. Fictional murder as comfort food. Got it. How about you, Ava? Is there anything you want to add to that? What drew you to writing thrillers? Because yours are quite different from Felicity's, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think for me, it was the juxtaposition between the other things that I'm writing about in the books. So I think both the boy band thing and the musical theatre thing, and sort of the next thing I'm writing as well, which I'm sure we'll get onto later, are sort of quite wholesome, earnest topics, really. And I love reading thrillers. So I thought, how can I inject a little bit of that into these subjects which feel so completely at the other end of the spectrum? Let's just try. Maybe it'll be fun. And it was, and it seems to sort of be working. So that's what I'm going to carry on as long as it is.
Please do. I interviewed Ava in real life recently, and we came to the conclusion that Ava's books are really joyful because you always pour all the things that you love into them. And I think that that's really evident for readers as well. Thank you. How about you, Emily? What drew you to writing thrillers, particularly for the YA audience?
Well, I came up in comedy. I was writing a lot of comedies in my early part of my career, and it really, We Were Liars was my first thriller, and I just wanted to stretch. I wanted to try something that I hadn't done before. But I also think the thriller genre, it encompasses a lot, right? We can see on this panel, right, that there's supernatural thrillers, and there's, sort of cheeky, tongue-in-cheek, upbeat or funny thrillers. There's thrillers that mash up with other genres. There's medical thrillers, legal thrillers, action thrillers, spy thrillers, etc. And I would say that the books that I'm writing are psychological thrillers. So it's, kind of a a thriller story. There's, there's a gothic house. Some bad things are happening in there. There's mysteries that are happening, but it's fundamentally about the inside of one young person's head, and the way that she is piecing together the mysteries, and also just the sort of big questions about her family and the other people on this island, and whether she can trust her own judgment.
Yeah, I think what strikes me reading your books is it's that believable teen experience and teen voice, and sort of seeing the thriller through those eyes, to me, makes it really fun, because it's a person figuring out the world and their own identity and relationships and all those things that teenagers are feeling. And then there's murder on top of it. And I think that's something that we all do in differing degrees. Scarlett, do you want to round us off on this one? What drew you to writing thrillers? Because I think yours kind of a horror comedy thrillers. So what is it about the thriller part of that drew you in?
Yeah, I think I like the structure of thrillers. Like, I like when authors leave a sort of red herring. So as a reader, you're being purposefully misguided or misdirected, and you think it's going to go one way, or you think it's this person that's murdered everyone, or you think maybe the story is caused by this, so you think the consequences. So yeah, I love that about thrillers. I really like the structure of it. So for me, it's kind of thinking about what would be the red herrings, what little breadcrumbs do I want to leave for the reader? How am I going to completely shock them at the end? So I love the structure and the pacing, and thrillers really allow you to do that. It's fun as a writer.
You brought us beautifully onto what I want to talk about next, Scarlett. Thank you. I thought, having Lockhart with us, we have to talk about plot twists, because I know that that's something you're known for, reveals, and that's something that I think all of us aspire to, including a plot twist that doesn't seem to come completely from the blue, that readers go, oh yeah, I should have seen that all along. And yeah, it's not so obvious that they see it from page one. So do you want to start us off, Emily? How do you include a plot twist that treads that line between not completely obvious and not completely out of left field? How do we do this?
I mean, honestly, I just revised the book like 100 times, right? For me, it's, you can lay out what's going to happen and you can plan the plot twist, but the question is how do you make it very clear on a reread, but not at all clear on the first read. Right. And I think that what you want to do is earn that trust, right? So that if your book can be read a second time and still feel legitimate and truthful from that teenage point of view, right? That character is not lying to you or misdirecting you intentionally. You are instead genuinely on that road with that character, and yet when you reread a second time, you can see what that character could not see themselves, right? You want it to work the second time around. So that takes a lot of rewriting for me. It does not come out well the first time or the fourth time or the 20th.
It's very reassuring. I like hearing that experienced authors still have these problems, because I'm 5 books in now, and I don't think that gets any easier. You definitely did it, by the way, because when I read We Were Liars, the first thing I did was turn back to the beginning and read it again. And I don't think I've ever done that before with a book, before that one. It's interesting, isn't it? You kind of raise the point of, we want the reader to trust us as an author, and it's the character that needs to be maybe the slightly unreliable one, and they're not knowingly leading a reader down a path. That's really useful advice. Thank you. Scarlett, do you want to jump in next? How do you, because I know some of your reveals have kind of had me gasping as well and saying, what? Why? Them? No. So yeah, how do you do that? How do you make me surprised, but also not so shocked that I feel cheated?
I think I just turn to the movies much like my character Charlie. So I write down like all the great like plot twists, like the scream reveal, and yeah, which if you've read the first book, I borrow quite heavily from, and thankfully I say it. But so yes, I turn to all the best movies and think, how was the villain revealed? And it's very often someone that you didn't expect, someone that's kind of there helping the main character, helping them solve what's going on, as shocked as they are when dead bodies are showing up. So I try and think about what would be the most shocking reveal. But again, it's reassuring to know that you have to do so many rewrites and edits to make sure that you've not made it too obvious. You know who it is right from the beginning, but builds too much in the first pages and left too big a clue. So a lot of it is just rewriting, but I tend to kind of follow like a movie structure. So yes, the reveal is very much borrowed from lots of movie watching, which is probably a good way to do research.
Yeah, I think so. And that's, you feel like you're doing work, but you're also having fun and rewatching stuff. Yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you. Definitely gleaning stuff from things that we enjoy. How about you, Ava? How do you plan your reveals and twists to make sure that they hit the right mark?
So I think what you just said about the character being the unreliable one rather than the author is exactly it. And I mean this with so much love towards teenage girls, but they make it easy because these are people who are inherently discovering who they are, then change it again, then change it again. And I think being able to sort of plant the plot twist within those reinventions makes it a little bit easier than it was if you were writing an adult character, perhaps. I don't know. I've never written an adult murder mystery. But I think, yeah, it has to come from the characters for me and feel truthful to them. Yeah, that's how, I guess.
Yeah, that's good advice. And because Tina, and I remember that feeling of questioning whether you could trust somebody, that said an innocent comment. So just take it up an extra level to could they be a murderer or not? And yeah, that's kind of a natural progression. How about you, Felicity? Do you want to finish us off on this one? How do you plan for your reveals, twists, surprises in the plot?
Yeah, I think I do kind of do that same thing of placing it in the character's head, because essentially I kind of think not what is going to shock the reader, but what's going to shock my main character. Because I kind of think that if she's shocked and her whole world has been upended and she's experiencing something that just completely shocked her, then that inherently will shock the reader, I think, because follow character. I saw that it's true to the world that I've created up until that moment, which does then come in the revision for me. I think I do put a lot of thought into where are my little red herrings going to go? Where are my clues going to go? And how am I going to sort of piece that puzzle together? Whereas when I do that sort of messy first draft, I'm just like, plot twist, this is great, this is fun. And I just kind of throw it in there. And then I go backtrack and think, how am I going to build up to this? So yes, it's a mix of thinking, how am I going to shock my main character? And how am I going to revise this so it's believable to then the reader? So yeah, character first, reader second.
That's such an interesting point, because the thing I'm writing at the moment, one of the big sort of twists was revealed on literally the first page, the first draft, and now it's at least 2/3 of the book in, because I realised exactly that. It wasn't earned. You have to build on that. Yeah, it's
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and I think the first draft is telling the story to yourself, isn't it? So you were telling yourself that plot twist where you needed it to be at that moment, but then the readers need it later for that promise. That again leads in nicely to what I was saying, and picking up on what Scarlett mentioned earlier. One is that you writing pacey books. So I wondered, how do you do that? Because that's part of the reason I love a thriller, that I can read it in a couple of hours. I remember reading We Were Liars, and it was just like nobody talked to me. I've got to finish this book. And how do you do that? That's what I want to know from all of you, really. How do we get readers turning the pages really fast, keep that pace? Do you want to start off, Scarlett, since you brought it up? How do we write pacey books?
Oh, that's a question I ask myself. I want to know everyone else's answers for. But I remember getting some advice when I took a writing class, and they had said to use like this Hollywood like movie structure, which actually worked quite well when I was writing How to Survive a Horror Movie, because that's what I wanted it to resemble. It was a tribute to horror movies that I absolutely loved, that I grew up watching when I was far too young to be watching them. So I wanted to kind of do a tribute to it. So it made sense for me to adopt more of a movie structure, and that helped with the pacing side of things. So knowing there's going to be a natural dip as a reader when it gets to like halfway through a book, my attention does start to kind of fade a little bit. So I was thinking like, well, that halfway point, or when you get to that first act, I'm going to have to maybe throw in a dead body or throw in a misdirection or a red herring of some kind, or a clue or something that she can discover, or like a character that kind of pops up. And I suppose for me, it's a ghost would be a great way to do it. So it's just figuring out where would be a natural dip for a reader and for a movie or a viewer, and where can I pick that? We're going to pick up the pace. And then
Well, that's good advice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Oops.
Thanks, Scarlett. Felicity, you were nodding emphatically there, and I know that throwing a ghost with your device as well. So do you want to talk to us? How do you keep the pace going in your book? Especially they being historical, that I think is sometimes known for a kind of a slower pace, but yours definitely isn't that. So how did you do it?
I think the nice thing about murder mystery is that you do have those clues to kind of string you along. I think it's kind of like you've got that structure, so you're able to lean into it. You know that once they discover a clue, there's the investigation of the clue, there's the discovery of where does that lead them next. So you've constantly got those little markers of it's going to push them in the next direction. And you've got those throughout this story almost to kind of like act as the skeleton along the way. And I think especially once you're getting into it, you know that people are going to be driven to find out what the answer is. So you've already got that kind of pace built in a little bit. I think with it being historical, I was aware that it's like I want to make it feel still like the characters are quite like current and that they still have the same problems as what like modern teenagers would do. So I think I do kind of have their friendship and their bond as essentially that's going to carry them through the book to make you want to see how they're going to deal with each clue. So their reaction is as important as those little twists throughout. And yes, I always throw in a ghost. If I need a ghost, that ghost is going to be there.
Yeah, and I think what you mentioned about the characters like Dolores, she just struck me so relatable and real and could be from any time at some points. Like she's at the beginning suffering from, you're not sure if it's hypochondria or a genuine illness. And I was just smiling, thinking, I've been there. I've walked into the chemist sometimes not knowing if I'm just stressed and need to go to sleep. Yeah, I really liked that about the book. That was one of my favourite things, Dolores' character.
Thank you.
How about you, Ava? How do you keep the pace going in your books? Because that's something you do very well, like all of the authors on screen.
So for Exit Stage Death specifically, it's similar to Scarlet in that one of the first lines in the book is musical theatre and murder investigations are actually pretty similar. And, you know, it's a flippant line, but it is true. And I spent a really long time writing theatre. So knowing that structure and being able to sort of transpose it onto a murder mystery really helped with this one, because it is that sort of end of Act 1 moment. You're on a high and then you come back into Act 2 and something's gone wrong. It's sort of knowing how to write theatre did it for me with this one to an extent. And with Boy Band, I would say I don't know if it does keep the pace, sort of on purpose.
Yeah, I felt that I read it fast. I always think a book is pacey in different ways if I read it fast, and I did. But maybe as an author, you feel it different. Like sometimes if you're writing a scene and it seems really long and drawn out and you look back and it was actually 50 words, you know, it's just our perception, isn't it, of our own work?
Yeah, and I think with Boy Band, it's so sort of focused on the emotions of this part of Harry's life,
yeah,
that it feels sort of endless to her. But you're right, the pace of what actually happens is quite quick. So yeah, that's really interesting. It is just perception.
Yeah, possibly. Emily, how about you? Because I think your books are also known for pace as well as for the twist. How do you accomplish that?
Well, the biggest thing I do is I just cut, right? I write a draft and then I cut. And another tool that I use is to seed. I mean, I think all of us or any thriller writer will seed, you know, throughout things that the main character is wondering about, right? They discover a clue, they start to wonder about the clue, right? Somebody acts sketchy, they start to wonder about why that person is sketchy. But it's also really useful to layer in things that your character is not wondering about, but your reader is. So, for example, in Family of Liars, there's a scene where the main character, Carrie, has taken a sleeping pill. She doesn't think much about the sleeping pill, but we, the audience, are worried about her taking all these sleeping pills that she's taking. So number 2, the boy she likes sneaks up to her room and wants to like mess around, right? And she's taking this pill, so she wants him to leave because she's too out of it. She can't consent. She can't stay awake. And he doesn't want to go. And it takes some convincing, but eventually he does go. And she doesn't think any more about it. She goes to sleep. But my readers are thinking about his behavior, right? So in that scene, which ostensibly is just a sort of short little kissing scene where she wants one thing, he wants another, and then she wins, is seeding 2 worries in my readers that my main character does not feel.
That is really good advice. I remember when my husband first read my first Mina and the Undead book, he said, Mina figures everything out too fast. And I was like, what do you mean? And every time I realized something as the author, I'd had Mina realize it. And he was like, no, in the moment, she wouldn't figure that out. That clue, some of the clues are for the reader and some of the clues are for the character to pick up on. So exactly what you said, Emily, it took me, a non-reader and non-author figuring it out. He just noticed that was something that my characters did. They were too smart and too attuned to mystery, which I don't think a lot of teenagers would be thinking about in that moment. So yeah, thank you, everyone. That's all really, really good advice. So we've talked a little bit about our characters, and I've talked about yours, Felicity, how much I like them. So I want to delve into that a bit more. How important are characters? Because I think people think of thrillers as being plot and pace and twists. But I think the characters are the most important thing because we've got to care about the people going through those things. So since I mentioned yours, Felicity, do you want to start us off? How do you write characters that seem so real? And because when I read Dolores, I was just grinning so much, like she is a real person to me, right off the bat, that she's wondering what she should do about all these illnesses that she possibly doesn't have as a result. So how did you do that? How did you create even the minor characters, make them feel really believable?
I think in many ways, like Dolores has so much of my personality in there because I was very anxious as a teenager. Like I had anxiety, I had panic attacks. So I was able to kind of take that and put that into Dolores and it kind of be her teenage experience. And then I was able to kind of explore other angles of that through the other characters. So whilst Dolores is terrified of ghosts, she does not want to be investigating. Her best friend Ada loves ghosts and is so enthusiastic and is like the spookier the better kind of thing. So it's almost able to have your characters play off each other. So you've got inherently their strengths and weaknesses and how they kind of buoy each other up, which I think is so important in friendship circles. And I think, you get a group of girls all together, they're all going to have their elements that they're good at and their things where they're able to kind of help build each other's confidence. So I think as much as the murder mystery is the plot, and there is that sense that they're trying to investigate something, they're really trying to discover their self-confidence throughout the book in all different ways, whether it's sort of my main character or her 2 friends. And so I think that was as important to me as having that through as part of my plot line. So yeah, I really do kind of see almost like the dual avenues to my characters. And obviously it's kind of characters that make you want to return to a murder mystery. So yeah.
Yes, it is definitely. And like I said, you've done that really well. So how about you, Avery? I know that characters are really important to you too. Maybe the most important thing? I'm not sure. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I would say they are the most important thing for me because the things I'm writing are sort of character-led thrillers, I'd say. And the situations that my main characters are in are because it's a thing that they love. So the setting as well becomes what it is because Harry loves boy bands and Livy loves musical theatre. There's no reason for them to be in those situations without those facets of their personalities. So the entire thing starts with character for me. And I think, Amy, I've definitely said this to you before, but for me, writing thrillers about specifically young women and girls, I think is really important because they're being put into situations which we all really hope will never happen in real life. And being able to explore the way that they cope with those in fiction, for me as a reader, I've found really helpful throughout my life. So that as well so character is completely lost my thread there, but you know
No, we totally followed your thread. Character is everything, and it's the responsibility we have as authors, particularly female authors writing about the teenage girls that we were, keeping that in mind as we're putting them through their paces.
Yeah, and as well, the relationships. My most important relationships when I was a teenager were not romantic. And therefore, the most important relationships in my book are always friendship. In my books are always friendships, because that was the reality of my teenage experience. And I think so often we focus on the way that a teenage experience is supposed to look. And for so many people, that doesn't happen. It's not like that. So when I started writing for young adults, I wanted characters that sort of reflected my experience to get their moment in the spotlight, really.
Yes, I get that completely. And I think the friendships are so, it's obviously that's really important to you because it really comes across. And I think your books too, Emily, friendship is a really, really big part. Somebody started doing something really noisy outside my window. I don't know whether you can hear it. Sorry, it just threw me out slightly. So what do you think, Emily, about the importance of character and teenage friendships in your books? I think that really comes through as well.
Well, I think that for a reader to connect to the character, the stakes need to be high. And in a thriller, we usually think about the stakes as like, a serial killer is going to hunt you down, right? Or your new boyfriend is going to turn out to be evil or whatever, right? Life and death stakes. And those are important, but I also think that in order to have a really, really compelling story, you need to have emotional stakes. So, in Family of Liars, for example, Carrie, the main character, she's falling in love. She's lost her sister. Her younger sister has died. She's had a surgery recently, like a jaw realignment that has essentially given her a new face. And she's uncovered some weird secret-y things in a drawer of her mother's that suggest that there's some lies going on in her family. So the mystery elements are always touching on fundamental elements of family and identity. So the stakes are not just what are the secrets in this house and why are people lying to me. The elements are, what is my relationship with my mother, and what is my relationship to my own self now that I have this different face, and why did I have to get this new face? Why did my parents pressure me so hard to do that? And what fundamental who you are and who you are in relationship to the most important people in your life.
Yeah, really nicely said. I hadn't thought about it that way, about almost like layers of stakes for teenagers and the things that I would agonize over for days as a teenager. That all kind of features in your books, doesn't it? Like the stuff that really matters. I mean, the shape of my face would probably upset me now, so I totally get that. It's really relatable. A lot of characters, isn't it? Scarlett, I think what struck me when I read both of your books is the fact that friendships and characters are the things that really drive the plot, and the ghosts, particularly in the first book, that kind of start as antagonists, some of them, and become friends, was a really interesting element. So how did you do that? How did you kind of play with expectations? Some characters change their role through the book. Some of them completely took us by surprise. Was that something you were trying to do consciously?
No, I don't think so. I think just thinking about what Ava was saying as well, like kind of pulling from reality and pulling from my own high school experience, and all of that was underpinned, but like massively led by female friendships. So I wanted to create a character, Charlie, that has this backstory. So first, I'll create the backstory for her, and again, thinking about emotional stakes, and reason that's not just a case of what happens, the Halloween killer comes and gets her, but it's thinking of like what happens if this boarding school doesn't work out for her. Is she's letting herself down? What's she going to do next? She's letting her mother down. And then this notion of like female friendships, it's something that she's always struggled with. and we're giving her a whole cast of characters to try and navigate around. And it's not something she's used to. She has one friend, kind of one best friend. And I think back to my own experiences in high school, like I still don't do well in big groups. So I think we've essentially given Charlie a really big group, but kind of comical in the sense we've given them very stereotypical roles, like a horror movie, thinking of the cheerleader and the prom queen and things like that. But then sort of putting a spin on it and just thinking, what if there is something she can relate to with the prom queen, the popular girl? There's the other girl, the musical theatre girl, I suppose is something Eva might enjoy. But just thinking about someone that doesn't like theatre, but how will they relate? And you can always relate to someone. Is that the wonderful thing about female friendships? Is there's always neutral ground somewhere. And you might not enjoy the same things or enjoy the same music or wear the same clothes or even have the same friend groups. But the good thing about female friendship, there's always something to tie you together.
There is definitely. So it's high school stereotypes, but make them dead to give them an extra. I like that. Yeah, it was really fun. So we've only got about 8 minutes left to talk, so it might be a good time now to recommend some other people's thrillers that we've watched. I know, Scarlett, you've dipped into this a little bit. So what thrillers have made an impact on you in terms of things that you've watched, things that you've read, listened to? Do you want to start us off, Scarlett, since I think that is a big, big part of your books?
Yeah, so I've been hugely influenced by lots. I suppose the movies, yes, all the classic movies. Scream is a really big influence for the first book. The second book is kind of a sort of fun mashup between Hocus Pocus and The Craft and The Babysitter as well. And the new book that I'm writing is going to be a mashup between Fright Night and 30 Days of Night. So
yeah, Fright Night, you say?
Yes, I know. I was like, I can't touch Buffy because that's yours. But
Buffy is everybody's. Buffy
I love Buffy as well. You did such a great job with that. In the Mina books, I couldn't go there. So yes, I went for 30 Days of Night, so I've gone a bit dark. But yeah, so the movies are a really big influence. And then also I grew up reading all the point horror books. I loved that. So a lot
of right behind me.
Yeah, all of those wonderful books, and they're so well plotted. And Freeze Tag, Lifeguard. There's too many to name. So for me, it has to be those points.
Yeah, and talking about pace, some of those are 120 pages long and they pack so much in. You can read them in an hour and a half and they're just, a wild ride. How about you, Emily? Yeah. Is there anything that you've read or watched that's really inspired you?
Well, I spent a lot of time studying 19th century British novel. Felicity, you said you studied 18th century novels, right? So, the manor house, right, as a trope shows up in the 18th century in the first Gothic literature, where there's literally haunted manor houses. But it goes on through the 19th century, which is the stuff that I studied. And, you're thinking about Bleak House and Jane Eyre and these houses that, contain not only secrets and mysteries, but also, kind of legacies and the weight of family expectations and all kinds of complicated money stuff. And so I think a lot of times I am writing with some kind of inspiration from those 19th century stories and also from Western fairy tales and the kind of horrors that are perpetuated almost without comment in those fairy tales, right? Once upon a time, there was a woman who did some mean stuff to her stepchild, and then they, heated up these shoes in a fire and they strapped them on and forced her to dance at the wedding, and everybody lived happily ever after. That sort of thing interests me a lot. And so very often, like kind of underneath the thriller plot of one of my books is, a sort of layer of 19th century influences and a layer of fairy tale influences that kind of poke their heads up through the main narrative here and there.
Yeah, that actually makes so much sense. Now I'm nodding along as you're saying it, thinking, I see that now. That's so interesting, isn't it? That we as modern readers and writers can comment on the things that were, as you said, unremarked upon back in the time that they were written. Would you like to jump in there, Felicity? Because I feel like you may have some overlap in your answer and then maybe some areas that you might surprise us too. Is there anything that's really inspired you as a reader and as a writer?
I think as well is that I do sort of draw on all those sort of classic novels, because I think they do deal with all the issues that you just love in like a murder mystery, like the inheritance, the sort of the heiress kind of thing. And the idea that kind of the house and the setting is as much part of the personality as the characters, kind of like Wuthering Heights or even like The Haunting of Hill House. It's like the house and the setting is as much a part of what makes the murder happen as the characters and the villain. You really get this sense of like the setting almost takes over, and I really enjoy that. Like with movies, I love like Knives Out, because I think like the setting of the house is so key to it. So I think I do sort of draw on those kind of elements almost to like, create that world and have it be something that has all those elements kind of built in and then structure it around that. So very much. I love the 19th century, all the manor houses. I could just live in that world myself. So.
I love it that your influences go from 18th century to Knives Out and everything in between. Nice. Amazing. That is a range. How about you? What are your inspirations?
In terms of the books that sort of made me start writing thrillers, I think it was definitely the year that I read The Lovely Bones and The Secret History in the same summer, when I was far too young to read that. The Lovely Bones, my mum actually forbade me from reading, but left it somewhere and went out. And obviously the minute you say you can't read that, I'm taking it straight away. So that was a massive influence. But I'm also going to be very uncool now and say that We Were Liars is definitely why I write YA3. Thank you very much for that.
Nothing uncool about that. I think it's true. I think We Were Liars has left an imprint on everybody who's read it. That's a nice way to end. I don't think we can top that really. So we have a couple of minutes just to shout out about what we are working on now and what we've got coming next. Do you want to start off, Emily? Because I know you mentioned your upcoming book is coming out in November. So I think by the time this airs, that will be fairly soon. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Sure. So We Fell Apart is the new book and comes out November 4. And it is set in the same world as We Were Liars, and Family of Liars. But whereas those books take place on this private island, this new book has a new cast of characters, and they're in like a beachy Gothic mansion just across the water, a short boat ride away from that other island. And the time frames overlap. So there are all kinds of Sinclair family secrets. The Sinclairs are the family in We Were Liars and Family of Liars. There are Sinclair family secrets revealed, but it's a new story about a young woman who basically is at loose ends a little bit. Her mom has like moved away with a boyfriend, gone to Mexico City, and she's a little bit lost the summer before she goes to college. And she gets a letter from her father, who she's never known. She's never even known his name. And he's basically turns out to be an incredibly famous artist. And he invites her to his beachside property. And she goes to visit and meet him for the first time. And he's not even there. And instead, living in this sort of decaying but magical property are 3 super hot teenage boys. After that, one of them is her half brother. One of them is a sort of recovering child star / addict named Brock, who's there to kind of find himself and recuperate. And the other is a moody, broody, difficult boy who's been adopted by the family, whose name is Tatum. And they're basically trying to get Matilda to leave this house. And she is trying to stay and uncover the sort of mysteries about the family that she never knew she had.
Amazing. Lots more family secrets and lies. That sounds awesome. Can you tell us anything, Felicity, about what you're writing next? Or is this one of those secret things you're not allowed to say?
I know I can give a bit away. It's obviously book 2 of the same series. And my sort of series is The Society of Free Spirits. So obviously book 1 is going to be a follow-on from Dolores' story, but following her best friend Ada instead. So it's very much kind of the contrast in their personalities. Obviously Dolores, her world is very claustrophobic. She's grieving. It all takes place essentially in her house. So it's a very insular world, whereas then Ada, her friend, is very confident. She's part of Victorian high society. She loves sort of spiritualism and seances and the occult. So it's kind of going into Ada's side of the world of wanting to kind of be out in society and how then that intersects with ghosts and a murder in a way which is different from Dolores's experience. So I've already written it. I'm in the editing process, which I think is where I really do enjoy because I just get to tease everything out. So yeah, that's me at the moment.
Very exciting. I love Ada. Starlight, you mentioned a little bit about vampires, I think, based on the Fright Night. So is that where we're going with book 3 of How to Survive a Horror Movie?
Yeah, so book 3 is going to be a standalone one. So book 3 will be, so book 2, How to Survive a Horror sequel, has Charlie on the run from the Halloween killer who she's convinced is still alive, and she ends up in a wee Scottish town, kind of based on a real town, not far from where I am. So she ends up there, that's sort of nicknamed the Devil's Punch Bowl just because of its dark history with witchcraft. And we see bodies and ghosts start popping back up again. Same, yeah, what we love about a good film sequel. So she is kind of now torn between the traumatic past that she's running from and then this new series of ritualistic murders. So we've got a whole new crew that are going to be helping her as well, and maybe the odd cameo coming up. But it was kind of sort of loosely based on, again, Scream 2, but also like Hocus Pocus and The Craft. So that's the sequel to that one. And then the third book that I'm writing just now that I'm getting to watch lots of fun movies for the research will be sort of a mashup between Fright Night and 30 Days of Night. So kind of that notion, the comedy behind having a vampire next door.
Very cool. I'm excited about that. And Ava, do you want to finish us off by saying what you are working on, if you can say anything?
I can say a little bit, yeah. So I'm drafting an adult book at the moment about women in theatre and the breakdown of a creative relationship, which is the most fun I've ever had writing anything. I'm having such a good time. And I'm about to start drafting my third YA, which is what I'm calling a Row mystery. I'm hoping that's going to overtake Romantasy as the next big thing.
Fingers crossed.
A girl auditioning for music school, and something happens at the audition that means she has 23 days to find a guy she met at the audition to clear her name for a crime, essentially. And that's a girl a very short version.
Amazing. Well, that's perfect because we are literally just out of time. Thank you so much. I could have talked to you for another hour or two, everyone, about thriller writing. But it was great to talk about the range of things you have written. I do genuinely love all of them. I'm not just saying that. So that was a real pleasure for me. Thank you very much. So that's it from us for the A Murder by Any Other Name panel. I hope people at home have enjoyed watching it as much as we've enjoyed doing it. Bye, everyone.
Okay, folks, don't forget, we have so many amazing shops in our Market Square. So make sure to go check that out, check out the discounts. And next, we've got a little treat for you from AJ Clark. So enjoy.
Hello, I'm AJ Clark and I'm the author of Lie or Die and Lie or Die Blood Moon. Now, I haven't got a copy of Lie or Die Blood Moon to show you yet because, as we speak, it's at the printers and will be published on the 2nd of October. Lie or Die is a YA reality TV murder mystery thriller which is based on the game Mafia, and Lie or Die Blood Moon is the sequel. So, like with all good sequels, this time the locations are bigger, the games are deadlier, and the contestants face even more dangers than they did in the first show. So, former Lie or Die survivor Cass is still reeling from the first game and the fact that she escaped with her life. Spoiler! She is blackmailed into competing in the reality TV sequel Blood Moon. She's lured to a mysterious castle in the middle of South Wales, and there she discovers that the contestants on this game will go to even more extreme lengths for fame and fortune and revenge, and that far from being on the run, the Lie or Die killer has planned a really deadly comeback. Cass has the 3 nights of the Blood Moon to identify the werewolves that are hidden amongst the peasants and save her friends. So Lie or Die was just a rehearsal. Reality TV just got darker. So I'd love to read you the opening of my sequel, Lie or Die, Blood Moon, which I don't know if I've mentioned is out on the 2nd of October, and I hope you enjoy it. Lewis. My knees grind into solid ground, the weight of the world sitting heavily on my shoulders. My fingers claw at the icy soil, splitting nails, as nature beneath my palms fights back. I want to bury myself in the earth, but its frozen surface refuses to let me in, as cold and as heartless as the castle that spat me out, but devoured my friends in one gigantic gulp. My eyes squeeze shut. You don't get to feel bad, you just get to breathe. 1, 2, 3. My heart's pounding so fast it's going to break my chest. 4, 5. Footsteps hurry towards me. A thick blanket covers my shaking shoulders. Hands under elbows pull me vertical in one easy move that makes me cry out in anguish and tremble with fright. Can you tell us your name? Police surround me, as hungry as the blood moon wolves. My words stick in my throat as I struggle to speak. I need to tell them. They need to know what I did. I chose life, and my choice will forever kill me. Dragging my eyes away from the castle, I focus on the first face I see. My name... I force myself on, stumbling quickly through my confession. My name is Lewis Ellis, and I killed Cass Kennedy.
Hello, my name is Tia Fisher, and I am incredibly proud to be showing you this, which is my new YA verse novel, Not Going to Plan. It's a very, very important book to me. It's got a lot of me in it. It's a two-hander, it's a duologue between Marnie and Zed, these two 16-year-olds who are very, very different types. Marnie is this impulsive, creative, very emotional girl. She's very poor. She's on a scholarship to an all-girls independent boarding school, which she hates. And she gets bullied there. She rebels. She does all kinds of stuff like piercing her ear with a compass and drinking and vaping and painting rude pictures in art. And generally speaking, doing a lot of the things that I did when I went to boarding school. But her final act of rebellion, which is planting some crocus bulbs, gets into trouble when they flower in the shape of this huge swear word. So she gets expelled, just like I did. And then she gets sent to the local comprehensive. And in the local comprehensive, there are boys. Oh my God, boys. This is the poem from the moment when she walks in. First discovery. All schools stink. Doesn't matter what class you're in. Downham smells of disinfectant and dinner and rubbers and armpits and feet. Close my eyes and I could be back in Wimford. But for a brand new odour. Boys. When I step into the glass-topped entrance atrium, its welcome screen spattered by spitballs, I'm battered by the bass note bouncing off the paint-peeling walls. Boys. I plaster what you looking at look on my face, but no one so much as glances my way, not even the boys. Along with free school meals, I get a new, old uniform, gifted by the PTA. The skirt's too long, so I've rolled the waistband up, and there's a big gob of gum stuck to the blue blazer, but at least it covers up my see-through thin supermarket shirt. I'm in Ms., not Miss, Rahman's class. I hunt for level 3, room 5, but by the time I find it, I'm late. And then there is Zed. I put my headphones on for Zed. Teenage life forms bump against me as I spin the Fibonacci sequence to crack open my locker. 4.5 years of being digested in this ecosystem, trapped inside the noisy, smelly gut of Downham High, pushed along by the intestinal tract of education, by the peristalsis of the syllabi. I'm nearly through. Only a term and a half to go before the colonic squeeze of GCSEs pushes me out like a shit. Omar Jones slams his hand into a locker. I didn't do my physics. Miss Rahman's going to steam me for sure. No doubt about it, I agree. There are 1,063 students at Downham High, which is just above the national average, unlike our results. The 23 students in 11R sit 2 to a desk, every desk full except for one empty seat beside me. So that's said, he's the only child of another single mum, except for he's donor conceived, and he's a socially anxious, physics-obsessed nerd. And this is the moment when they meet. Marnie. My class tutor smiles from the frame of her hijab and she waves me to the only empty seat, right at the back. It's all about first impressions. I have to set the tone. Don't let them smell my fear. Here goes. Hips forward and I style it down the catwalk between the tables. Each upturned face has eyes on me like I'm some kind of monster. So I glare right back. Z. The stranger has a nest of snaky plaits and a stare to set stone. She strides towards me, whispering, rustles like leaves in her wake. I remove my headphones in alarm. This is Marnie Stadler, Zed, says Miss Rahman. The new girl I said would be joining us. Please, make her feel welcome. But the new girl's arrival is news to me, although I may just possibly not have been listening. Marnie. Some scholarship girl I am. I should have been smart enough to realise there'd be kids here from my old primary. Psst. Even 5 years on, I'd know the smile of little Luca Moreno, sitting 3rd row back. He winks a familiar dark eye at me and mouths, Marnie? I turn my head and, oh my God, Jessica Bates. Jessica Bates. Bad news. It probably was me who gave her head lice in year 5, but the way she carried on, you'd think it was the plague. She proper nit-shamed me, gave me full-on PTSD in return. By the time I reach the only vacant spot, my nose is so high in the air, I nearly miss my seat. I plonk myself next to a boy with a white face and glasses. He looks horrified. So that's how Zed and Marnie meet. And they have a lot of fun together. I really enjoyed writing the two of them. The way that they rub against each other, it's brilliant. But the fun stops when Marnie goes to a party and she gets drunk and she sleeps with the boyfriend of Jessica Bates, who lies about using a condom. Now, you might know that that's called stealthing, but you might not know that that is actually legally rape. And despite using the morning after pill, right before her GCSEs, Marnie finds out that she's pregnant. And then to make matters even worse, Jessica Bates finds out and lies to the whole school that it's Zed's baby. This book covers a lot of themes which touch on the everyday lives of young people, like misogyny and homophobia and bullying, and the way that social media is in your face all the time, and how you're supposed to kind of find this identity label and then stick it to yourself with super glue. And all that stuff about exam pressure and GCSEs and the life beyond GCSEs, how you're supposed to choose a career, all of that stuff and more, I've put it into the book, which makes it sound incredibly serious, but it isn't. There's so much fun within it as well. And one of the bits of fun that I had, if you have read my first book, Crossing the Line, you'll know that I like making shapes out of my poems, and this is one of my very favourite shapes here. There you go. And I'm very proud of my publishers for being brave enough to publish that and brave enough to put it in a bookmark. So, yeah, get yourself a copy of Not Going to Plan. Write to me, let me know what you thought of it. I've got a website, and I really hope that you enjoy it.
Hi, Kamfwaye. My name is Kenichi Dobu, and I am YA sci-fi author of Augmented, which is a book that came out this year, and it is set in a future London where plant life is it's so hot now, and the plant life has depleted, and we pretty much can't grow anything outside. Our protagonist, Akeguro, has the ability to grow plants quickly with her voice, so she gets targeted by people at high up to weaponize this ability, or a part of her ability that we get made aware of in the story. I'm actually sitting in Regent's Park, so you could probably hear the wind and the bustling because I am inspired by parks and green spaces, particularly Regent's Park. I'm going to flip so you can see a moment in a little corner of the park. And the reason I show you this type of space is my inspiration for writing the story. And I hope that readers and future writers will take this as a prompt to write what inspires you, and in spaces that inspire you. Even though I didn't write in Regent's Park, it's a space that inspired me, and it actually features in the book. And so I think if you ever look for inspiration, just look to things around you that actually would seem normal and simple to you, but actually can hold really strong potential for prompts for what you need to, or what you want to put down. I'm going to do a quick reading now, and so let's start. I always felt a twinge of sadness whenever I walked past places which used to be parks. The common hadn't been included in the spaces to save under the biodome creation scheme decades ago. The only survivors were a handful of bare ancient trees, which somehow still withstood frozen winters, oversaturated springs, and scorching summers. I sometimes imagine what spaces like this would be like if I could help rejuvenate them. If the ability everyone believed I had would be able to provide more enclosed, green leisure spaces for people to enjoy. But there was no time to think about that today. Rosita was making her way down a narrow street with boarded up brick houses now. There was no one else heading in that direction, so I stayed as far back as I could. 10 minutes later, I was convinced she must be wearing a grey suit. There was no other explanation for her quick pace when I had started to flag minutes earlier. Where the hell was she going amongst the never-ending rows of abandoned buildings? I looked up when the first drop of water hit my visor. Damn, I had forgotten about the thunderstorm. But the darkening skies hadn't, suddenly letting loose a steady stream of rain. There were no flashes of light or rumbling sounds, which was good, at least. Shutting my eyes for a second, I welcomed the coolness the moisture brought to things. They flew open when the first rock slammed against my helmet. Hailstones? And not just any hail. Fist-sized clumps of ice hit the ground around me. I had to get inside fast, but I looked ahead first. Rosita was gone. The hailstones were coming down hard now. Great, I was probably going to get crushed to death, and it had all been for nothing. I glanced around for signs of an open door and found none, and then someone grabbed the back of my suit, pulling me down with such force that I smacked my head against the wet pavement, and everything went dark. Done.
Okay, and we are going straight into our first workshop, which I have been looking forward to because it is all based on tarot, and that's one of my special interests. So enjoy.
Hello, my loves. Thank you for joining. My name is Sam Prentice-Jones. I am the author and illustrator of Arcana, The Lost Heirs, my graphic novel, my debut graphic novel. Very exciting. It's my witchy, queer mystery with a healthy dose of cozy found family vibes. I'm here to talk to you all about tarot, and we are going to have a crack at designing our own tarot card in a workshop that we are calling Wheel of Fortune. So you may be asking yourself, what does this homosexual know about tarot? And the answer is not very much. I know a lot of people who are far more versed in tarot than I am. I only do readings like once in a blue moon, but tarot is very important to me because it played a key role in the inception of my book. Allow me to set the scene. Back in the spring of 2021, I was very much giving jobless. And I also didn't have any freelance projects on the go, so I decided to set myself a little personal project, as I am wont to do. It was something I'd always wanted to do. I wanted to design my own tarot deck. Now, I had had a half-hearted attempt at doing a tarot deck back when I was at uni, but I ran out of steam with it and I only got like 7 cards in and then I got bored. But this time it was different. I was going to commit to it, and I, before you know it, within a week had done the whole of the major arcana. I was really pleased with myself, but I was still, say it with me, jobless. So I decided that I was going to just take the plunge and I was going to design the full tarot deck. Now, for those of you who don't know, the major arcana is only 21 cards. A full tarot deck is 78 cards, so that's quite a big jump in work. But I committed to it and it took me a while, but I got it all done and I was so proud of it and so pleased with it. And once it was done, I wanted to do something with it. Obviously, I wanted to get it printed and made into a physical deck, but that didn't feel like enough. Also, by this point, I was so steeped in the imagery and themes of all these tarot cards. I had a thought, wouldn't it be cool to write a narrative where each chapter was headed by a tarot card and the content of that chapter was influenced by the themes of that tarot card, and that's how the narrative moved. Now, I always love a prompt. I actually think that like restriction is sometimes the best key to true creativity. And so I began. Card 0, the Fool. It symbolizes innocence and naivete and new beginnings. And so I had Eli, my main character, stumble across this new world of witchcraft, and then they meet James. Card 1, the Magician, symbolizing skill and manifestation and desire, and their lives and hearts become irreversibly linked, and the story just snowballed from there. So today what I thought we would do is I would talk you through a few tarot cards and their meanings and the symbolism and the imagery that's important. We're going to have a look at a few different beautifully designed decks to get a real range of how this imagery can be interpreted. And then we're going to have a little draw along and I'm going to have a crack at redesigning a card from the major arcana, the Wheel of Fortune. So I won't be covering all the tarot cards because that would be insane and take ages, but I will be giving you divas a little breakdown with like key images and themes for each of the cards in the major arcana. So you can pick your own, pick one that speaks to you, and then you can crack on and have a go at redesigning it. So we are going to start with my lucky number 9, the Hermit. The Hermit is definitely one of the most famous cards from the major arcana. It has really iconic imagery and really simple imagery, and it's pretty self-explanatory. In the original Pamela Coleman Smith deck, we can see a solitary hooded man draped in a cloak with a lantern and a staff, and he's looking away, and he appears to be on some kind of mountain range. The presence of these mountains is significant because they represent achievement found in solitude. This card speaks to introspection and spiritual enlightenment, but now it holds a lantern as a beacon to those who also want to follow that path and reach that same level of enlightenment. When I created my deck, I used the Coleman Smith deck as reference heavily, and I stayed pretty faithful to the imagery, as you can see. The hooded figure looking away, there's a lantern, there's a staff, there's mountains. But let's have a look at some of these other decks' interpretations, shall we? The incredible Queer Tarot deck designed by Ash and Chess uses real life models, which is great, in all of its figurative cards, and it has chosen to use a black woman to depict the Hermit, which I believe in itself is a really intentional and powerful choice, as often black women and women of colour in general are often the most enlightened member of any movement, especially the queer rights movement. So to have this dark-skinned woman carrying this lantern and this beacon at the top of this mountain feels quite powerful, and I love it. Taking a very different approach, this next deck is the Departures Tarot deck by Nicholas Jacobs. This has a very stark and brutalist approach to its design, being heavily influenced by the new objectivity movement from the 1920s. We've got some slight variations on the imagery here, but most of the important stuff is still there. We've got the cloaked figure with a shrouded face who's looking down or away. They're carrying the lantern, but here we do see another figure seeming to follow our hermit, which I believe is to be the aforementioned, like, following the hermit's path idea. But of course, this is all tarot is, it's all imagery and it's all up to your interpretation. The Gentle Thrills tarot deck takes a much more simplistic, stylized approach, but even so, we've still got the key ideas there. We've got the hooded figure and we've got the lantern, so we're all good. And then this really fun deck, this is the Carnival at the End of the World deck by Khan and Selesny. This veers much more into like the abstract and surreal versions of what these ideas and themes can be. With this deck, it kind of imagines all of these cards as costumed carnival goers. And so here we can see we've got the staff, the hooded figure looking off into the distance, and kind of an even more abstract idea of this like conquering of this tiny mountain range that is levitating above. But I love this card, it's so silly. So we've got our key themes. We've got solitude, conquering of personal goals, and being a beacon for others. And then the key imagery, we've got the lantern, we've got the hooded figure, and we've got the mountain range. So if you were to choose the hermit as the piece you were going to redesign, those are the ideas that you need to keep in your noggin when you're drawing. Next, we've got the chariot. The chariot is depicted as this like powerful figure, often a royal figure, being pulled in a carriage by two beasts, one dark and one light. The figure is in control of them, and is beneath a canopy of stars. How lovely. This card represents focus and self-control and like the mastery of two opposing extremes who want to head in different directions, but you've got to wrangle them together. But there's also like a slight celestial influence because obviously we've got the stars above us, hence the stars. The Coleman Smith design shows the figure head on and depicts the creatures as sphinxes. This is fairly common. And then this redesign by Sonia Lazo is a pretty faithful recreation of the Coleman Smith design, but obviously it's got a much more modern color palette and has a slightly more cutesy twist. When I came to design my own version of the chariot, I chose to have the figure in profile and in silhouette because I felt like it was more dramatic, and I thought it helped the focus to be on the pointed finger, which is directing the two horses that are looking back to get their direction from their master. The Departures deck also depicts the beasts as a black and white horse, just like I did, with the figure seeming to ride them both at the same time. Obviously this is a more abstract piece, so it is what it is. But we can also see those abstract star shapes that are hanging above our figure. The Queer Tarot deck uses once again a life model, and it's made the fab choice to use a wheelchair user to represent the chariot, and rather sweetly they used two dogs as the beasts. Here we can also see that the stars have been featured but as a pattern on the figure's top. And then this design by Laius Guarazamini takes a more comic book style approach and is definitely more dynamic. You can really feel like the energy and the chaos of the two beasts wanting to be heading in opposite directions and being wrangled by the rider in the chariot. So the key themes for this card, we've got mastery of opposing forces and a celestial presence. And the key imagery we've got is the chariot and its rider, and then two creatures, one light and one dark, and the stars. The third and final card that we will be having a quick look at is the moon. This card is all about intuition and animalistic natures. This is like the tarot equivalent of the inside you there are two wolves meme. We see a dog, we see a wolf, and we see a lobster emerging from a body of water being compelled forward by the moon, which is representing an unseen force that moves when we are unconscious. This card tells us to walk the path between our civilized and our feral selves. And I think that we are the lobster in this scenario, but dunno, love that for us if we are. This path is often depicted between two towers. Again, it's all about finding the middle way and the balance, similar to the chariot. Whereas this time we are focusing more on our intuition. As dogs and wolves are hard to distinguish from each other, sometimes you've got to be careful who you choose to align yourself with, because it might not be the right choice. You gotta trust your gut. The Queer Tarot deck recreates the Coleman Smith design pretty faithfully. Obviously, we've upped the saturation and we've used life models of these lovely sweet dogs. And then this historic deck from the 18th century from Elle, who was a French occultist who actually popularized tarot divination for the general public, so love that for them. We see a real focus on the creatures and their nature. We've got the domesticated dog who's like sleeping, and we've got the wolf standing attention on the lookout, and then the moon is almost barely a feature of this design, which is also an interesting choice. This Pagan Otherworlds deck from Linnea Gitz and Peter Dunham also takes a pretty traditional approach, but it omits the lobster, allowing the viewer to visualize themselves walking the path instead of the lobster. I prefer to be the lobster. When I designed my moon card, I chose to keep it simple and focus on the creatures and their attention on the moon. It's one of my favorites I designed. I love the little white highlights on the edge of the dogs. I just think it's really sweet, and I think it's one of the nicest ones from my deck. But if you want to get really wacky, we can have another look at the Carnival at the End of the World deck. You can see here that they've depicted the moon as a woman in a fun costume with a lovely headdress. But despite the grand abstraction of it all, we've still got the lobster and the dog. So like the key pieces of imagery are all still there and can be extrapolated as you wish. So for the moon card, the key themes are nature's intuition, unseen forces and compulsions, and choosing between civil and feral. And the key imagery is the moon, duh, the lobster, the wolf, and the dog. So I hope that this has helped you get a little taste for the way that you can depict the same themes with the same imagery in a bunch of different ways. The sky is the limit. It's like they always say, no story is original. What makes it original is the way you tell it. So let's put all this into practice and have a crack at redesigning our own tarot card. Let's go. We're back. I've changed outfits. The lighting is different, but it is definitely still the same day. So the Wheel of Fortune is all about cycles and like taking the good with the bad, and like nothing lasts forever. That's the kind of main thing. And I was thinking I might draw something kind of like a hamster wheel almost. You know, like that bit in Pirates of the Caribbean, they're running inside and also on top of a wheel. So maybe have like a figure up here running in one direction, and then have a figure in here running the other direction, or maybe a figure on the outside upside down. The symmetry of that might be a bit nicer. We'll leave that, and then we'll give that's what I do. Okay, so that's an idea. Would it be kind of fun to have like two faces maybe? That's kind of cool. And if I did them like one dark, one light, then that's kind of captures the idea of like good and evil. I think I'm, ooh, I'll add a hand. I'll add a hand because I need to have some sort of representation of fate. So if I have, yeah, have a hand coming down from above, like, yeah, okay, I kind of like that. I think I need to have a different hand, but yeah, that feels a bit more balanced. Okay, I'm feeling good with this as an idea. So we'll have, yeah, I'm gonna erase these faces. So I'm gonna have one face be like happy and one face be sad. That's so silly. Yeah, but then they're kind of like the, you know, like the theatre masks as an idea. Okay, right, I'm gonna take that and reduce the opacity a bit. I'm gonna, just for the sake of symmetry, I'm gonna just copy and paste that and move that over. I might add a tear here because that's a bit more illustrative. Maybe I'll add like a star to this one because that feels. Draw this wheel. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a perfect circle and then I'm going to trace it a minute. Okay, we have a sort of good circle. So now we're going to do some lovely straight lines, which are much easier to do because I can just hold shift. Let's copy all these symbols. Lovely. Lovely in a circle. I actually might make that a little smaller and have it in a bit more. Cool. Maybe I need to actually extend these to the end until it looks like an actual wheel. Okay, yeah, I feel better about that. That looks a bit more like an actual wheel. Oh, what is next on my sketch? I guess we'll do our little people. I always like drawing my people a little chunky. And I always like putting these tarot people in sort of relatively like traditional looking garb, just because I think it looks better in like the context of tarot. This person a little tunic. I'll copy paste that, and then I'll put them at the bottom. Okay, another hand. I feel like I really inherited the way I draw hands from anime. Like I can't seem to draw a hand without doing the two middle fingers like touching each other, just because that's the way that they always draw hands in animes, and I just adopted it and I've never been able to shake it as a habit. This wrist is a little skinny. Let me fix that. Fate doesn't have lovely dainty wrists. Okay, so we've got us like line work there. I'm not like thrilled with the people. I think that they're a little haphazard. I'm gonna give them another go over. Maybe I'll give them a hood instead. That feels better. Oh yeah, that's cute. We'll do that. And actually, what I quite like doing sometimes, if I want something to be symmetrical, but I don't want it to, I still want it to feel a bit organic, what I will do is I will copy and paste it in the sketch, but then when I go over it, I will do it, I'll like do it again instead of copy and pasting it, because I think it helps it to feel like there is still some variation, even though they're like the same thing. 180, there we go, cool. Let's fix that. Give ourselves another guy in a hood. Right. Okay, let's add some color to this. I think, what color palette do I want to go for this? It's the Wheel of Fortune. I did purple last time. I like, maybe I'll do like a red and blue. That'd be fun. Like if I do like a really orangey red, like kind of this color, and then like a tealy blue. Don't love that. Maybe a less tealy blue. I like those together. That's fun. Okay, we'll work with that. So let's make the background is like dark blue color. Oh, I just realized I did all the line work in brown. What an idiot. And then we'll do that. Okay, cool. That's better. Now we've got the line work in black. Okay, so maybe let's make our good face the red one, because that's like a more joyful color. yeah, like I said earlier, my favorite thing is to work. I love working to a prompt. I also love picking a limited palette. I think it really, I don't know, like I said, like restriction I find to be the best way to achieve like proper creativity. Like it's the whole like necessity is the mother of invention idea, and just means that you make slightly more like creative decisions because you're not living in the land of reality. So then let's have, it might be quite cool to do a sort of half and half thing with the wheel, perhaps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill all of this wheel in with one colour. I'm going to like select it so I don't stray outside of the boundary. And I'm going to do another layer, and I'm going to take that red colour and we're going to fill in the other half. But then what we're going to do is we're going to do my favourite thing, is we're going to turn the layer to a dissolve layer and smudge it out, and that's how you get this really nice like textured grained look that I have in a lot of my work. I think I like that. Or do I like that? I'm not sure I like that. Uh-oh. Make this peachy colour. I think what I'm struggling with is the fact that that is not standing out enough. And then we can have our hand be blue. Do you know what? I've just had a thought. Maybe this would be really vibey with a completely black background so that the line work kind of disappears into it. I'll colour in some other people and then I will see how I feel about that. So let's have our top guy be red. A little red hood. Maybe a little dark face inside of the hood. And he's going to have matching gloves. Maybe the fun thing is having it be a bit of a combination. Let's give him a tan coloured smock, but then let's give him blue tights. Because then it sort of like reinforces the idea that everything is a mix of good and bad. Okay, that's cute. I like that. I want this to be darker, so let's change that. That's nice. Okay, I like that. So then we'll take this guy, make him blue hood, blue glove, and darker blue on the face, which we can barely see against the background, but we're thinking of changing that to black, so we will come back to that. Tunic. And we'll pick nice orangey colour for the tights. He feels like he's got a lot less contrast than my top blue guy, so let's make his hood and gloves a bit darker and then make his boots even darker. Okay, that contrast is a bit better. Let's add some clouds. I'll just do some random blobbing. Yeah, the way I draw clouds usually just looks like weird, like cow print that's been squashed a bit. And then we're gonna try with a black background, because I do love a black background. Oh, see, that makes all the difference. Now I like it. I wasn't convinced for a minute. Oh yeah, I'm into this now. Okay, I'm gonna actually get rid of that cloud. I think it's encroaching too much and I have to write there still. Sometimes you just need to have a black background and let the colours speak for themselves. Add some texture to these, to everything basically, by adding little blobs of like a darker colour, and then like earlier I'm going to take it to a dissolve layer and then I'm going to smudge it out, and it gives it this nice grainy texture, which I always really like. Let's do it on the other side with this blue. Are we happy with the blue hand? I think we're happy with the blue hand. Maybe I'll make it a bit darker. That's better. That's like a nice middle ground. Okay, we'll have that. And then maybe this might look crazy, but have red highlight instead, as it's like an otherworldly thing, but unfortunately sometimes if you add red over blue as a grain it just looks brown. But I hate that? No, I actually don't hate that. And actually that could be kind of cool. We could play with the idea as it being like a celestial hand. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do some detail of some proper little stars. Okay, I think I got it. Oh yeah, that's a vibe. And then let's add a tiny bit more detail to this, and I think we might be done. And now all I have to do is add some writing at the bottom. I just need to add the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so not done it quite big enough, but that's fine. I can make it bigger. Okay! I'm chuffed with that. We did it! I've redesigned the Wheel of Fortune card. I'm really happy with it. I had a lot of fun doing that. Have a look through all of the resources and pick whatever card speaks to you. I've written out little bios about the key ideas and themes for each of them. So if there is something that you're going through at the moment and there's one of those cards that just really speaks to you, then that's a sign, hun. Go draw that one. What you can take from this is that inspiration can be found anywhere. And working to a prompt and working to given themes and ideas is a really compelling way to get your writing kickstarted. And even if it works for a starting point and then you sort of go off the rails and it starts snowballing into something else, that's amazing because you've got the idea started. So I hope you've enjoyed. Thank you to Camp YA for having me. Please, if you are in the UK, pre-order Arcana the Lost Heirs. And if you are in the US, you can get it already. So please go get it. I'm very proud of this book and I'm very happy to have been here. Thank you so much for having me. Bye, gang.
Okay, that was bloody amazing. I'm blown away by how good um, that was and how quickly he was able to do that. That is insane. Okay, next up we have another Fireside read with E.
Hi, Camp YA. I'm E. Lockhart. I'm the author of We Were Liars, Family of Liars, and most recently, We Fell Apart, which is set in that same universe. We Were Liars is a TV show on Prime Video. You can watch it now. I have a writing tip for you. And the tip is that you can write the beginning of your book halfway through writing your book, after you've written your entire book. You do not have to start with the perfect beginning because the beginning is very likely the thing you will rewrite most. I'm going to read you the beginning of We Fell Apart. I wrote it very late in the writing process, after I really knew what my story was about. So just to let you know, We Fell Apart is like a beachy, gothic thriller of a book set on a beautiful, decrepit property on Massachusetts off the coast. And it connects with the world of We Were Liars, but it has a new cast. It's also my most romantic novel, so I'm really excited to share it with you. All right, this is the beginning. It was a bad place to fall in love. On the property called Hidden Beach, a wooden castle stood on a monstrous cliff. It was a place of barbecues, sunblock, acoustic guitars and midnight swims, oil paint, intrusive briars, hungry dogs, drawing us on skin, terrible lies, and long afternoons at the edge of the sea. The three boys who lived in the castle followed strange rules, fended for themselves, and became the whole world to each other, keeping their secrets locked in a tower. They were prisoners in an endless idyll. There was something rotten there, like a bowl of beautiful berries gone putrid in the heat. I was 18, a cold cup of tea, unwanted. I had an arsenal of weapons. I was the bringer of madness.
Okay, folks, we have our next panel. This time it is We Are Queer Story. Oh my word. I've been infected by the Stephen disease. And I think that this is going to be fantastic. So enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Camp YA. I am so very excited to be chairing this We Are Queerstory panel. Every day at the moment, it feels like it is a challenge for a lot of people, so I'm really glad that we can come here and spread some really good, positive joy. So over the next 45 minutes, we're going to be chatting about journeys, experiences, activism, and just putting some really good, positive energy back into the world, because I think we can all do with some of that. So let's start off with an amazing panel. Can you all introduce yourselves, your latest works? We will go from there. So go first. Abdi, I can see.
Me? Sure. My name is Abdi Nazemian. I am an author and a screenwriter and a producer. I'm in the US. My latest work in the UK is Like a Love Story, though the book actually came out 6 years ago in the United States. So it's had a long journey to the UK, but it's very exciting that it's coming out in the UK right now because it's being banned all over the US. So it can find new readers in a country where it's not banned.
Hi, I'm Morgan H. Owen. The book I'm mostly going to be talking about is Gladiator Goddess, which is not out until October 9th, which is a sapphic ancient romantasy about a young woman gladiator and an emperor's daughter. I have written some books before with Scholastic, The Girl with No Soul and The Boy with a Haunted Heart. And yeah, I'm an author, cat person, Birmingham, liver, general person. General. I'm really bad at these. So.
That's fine. Anna?
General. Yeah, I'll finish that one. My name is Shanna. I am a Dutch author. I call both the United Kingdom and the Netherlands home. Currently residing in the Netherlands. My first full-length novel came out earlier this year. Quick one on that. It's a sapphic contemporary novel, YA, about two girls who meet on the road, decide to go storm chasing together. One of them is a pro, one of them really not. Fall in love on the road, and at a certain point, basically need to risk their lives in order to save their families when there is a massive tornado outbreak. General.
So we're going to start by going back some years. I don't say how many years because that's not kind to any of us. And I feel like as queer people, we all find ourselves, especially kind of growing up and finding out the world in different escapisms. So we have different fandoms, whether it be books, film, TV, games. I'd love to hear about the experiences you guys had kind of growing up, what kind of like pop culture spaces you were in, like all the stuff you kind of explored and how that kind of like helped you get to where you are. Let's start in the same order again, I think. We'll go for Abdi first and then we'll go on.
Same order. So, well, Like a Love Story is kind of an emotionally autobiographical novel about my childhood and I moved to New York when I was 10 in 1986. These characters are in high school in 1989 and 1990. And I will have you know it is described as a historical fiction novel, which is really hilarious when that's about your childhood. But you know, the title, it's about a group of teenagers coming of age in New York during the worst years of the AIDS crisis in that city. The city was being devastated. The queer community was being devastated. The government was doing nothing to help. And it's about the activists and the artists and the community that did something about it. But the title, Like a Love Story, is very much an homage to Madonna, who, of course, released 2 albums in the 80s called Like a Virgin and Like a Prayer, and who was a very crucial part of my childhood. I always say she practically was a member of our family. I made my parents take me to the Virgin tour when I was 8 and to the Blonde Ambition tour when I was 13. And, we were a culturally conservative Iranian family. And so because I loved her so much, she was like embedded into our life. And then when she started to be more overt about her inclusion of the queer community in her work, that's really how I learned about queer life. And, I learned about safe sex from her. I learned about pride from her. So it goes far beyond music. I think it's about a figure who really became a part of my life and my upbringing. But that was the biggest fandom. And then, in the book as well, I put a lot of my loves into my books, but in the book, there's a mentor figure who's one of the teenagers' uncles, Uncle Stephen, who's a gay man living with HIV. And he has these movie nights for the 3 teens. And he also writes them note cards about queer culture and history. And so within those movie nights and note cards, there's, references to all the things I love most, from old Hollywood movies to James Baldwin and Audre Lorde. And, anyone who I love is in the book, because when I'm writing for young people, I hope that they will look up all the references, and some of them do. And that's a very exciting thing.
I do love a reference. Do you, and this may be a difficult question, have a favorite Madonna song?
It's so hard. I want to list 100. If I had to pick one, I might pick Live to Tell, which, I think the 90s was her best decade overall. I will stand by that. But I always thought Live to Tell was about the loss from the AIDS pandemic and all her. She was so personally affected by it. She never has spoken about what the song is about. But on her last tour, which I got to take my children to, who are now 13, they're twins. So just like my parents took me to my first big concert, I took them, and I don't know if you saw it, but she floated across the stage singing Live to Tell as images of all those lost from AIDS were projected all over the stadium. She collaborated with the AIDS Memorial, and it started with her friends like Martin. Became thousands of images, and it was so beautiful. And so that song holds a very special place in my heart.
That's amazing. Wow. Like the level of impact that woman's had is unpronounced. Morgan, how about you?
So obviously this is a book that's set in ancient Roman times. So it's not like a direct reflection of my experiences, but I grew up under Section 28 in the UK. And so for me, finding queer books was actually a bit of a challenge. It wasn't easy. They weren't like readily available on the shelves where I'd buy other kinds of books. And so basically I had the internet at a really early age, which is a very corrupting influence, but it was how I learned about everything queer. And I did not fit this stereotype back then of the few references I had of gay media. So I found, mirror images and people that I could relate to online, and actually had a pen pal from Wisconsin. And she sent me a mixtape with Riot Girl music on, like Bikini Kill and Slater Kinney and stuff like that. And also a copy, and also a copy of a book called Annie on My Mind by Nancy Garden, which is about 2 girls in New York falling in love. And it was a really simple story, and I had never experienced anything like that. And I think that was really fundamental for me in wanting to write gay stories. And throughout my life, like those themes keep coming back. Like I got married to a woman in 2007. She was here on a visa as a New Yorker, and we at that time could not live in America together. It was not federal law then. It was only state law. And so that shaped we're not together anymore, but that shaped our life as well. And I learned so much from her about queer culture on the other side of the ocean. We went to Pride and riot girl music, a bit of real life clubbing scene and so on. All of those things were culturally relevant and shaped the works that I produce and who I am.
Now, if you're going to make a mixtape for someone now, what one song would you put on it? If you...
I said Slater Kinney, and they have a song called One More Hour, which is like this song about yearning and like maybe sleeping with someone who's not fully committed to you, and maybe it's secret. There's a lot of angst in that song. And just for me, I played that on repeat, and it just spoke to me about a deeply romantic, passionate love that women could have. And in a time when there weren't that many references to that, or there were queer stories, but they ended in tragedy. So there was something, you know, about that music that was like angry and raw, and there's something proud in that music.
Everyone needs a really good angsty song, I think, like Girls Sleep in the Shower or something.
Yeah.
How about you, Chang?
It's so interesting to hear your stories. I feel like it's so different to mine. I grew up in the east of the Netherlands, which is, you know, it's pretty rural. I'm 10 minutes from Germany. It is mostly, you know, like white, middle class, we have like, there's a Turkish community, a Moroccan community, but it's very different from what I experienced once I moved to the UK in 2014, you know, living close to Birmingham, a lot more different kind of like backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, which is something I've always really enjoyed actually connecting with, because I think it's so interesting to hear different experiences. But, you know, growing up, like being gay was a thing, even though it, you know, we didn't know that many people. But I think there's a lot more queer identities that I didn't really grow up with. One of them is being ace, which is actually something that I identify with. And it actually took me quite a long time to figure it out. I was like, you know, maybe bisexual, maybe something else. It never really fully clicked until like maybe 10 years ago or so. I was actually already in the UK at that point, learning about all these different identities just by living somewhere else and just being exposed to it and living closer to bigger cities. And that's kind of when I discovered that, hey, asexual is a thing. And guess what? I'm not bi, which I kind of knew at that point, but I'm just gay, which is great. It's fine. But I'm also asexual. And it's something that just really took me a long time to discover that. You know, going back to what Morgan said, growing up, there was the library, but I don't really recall, unless, you know, I have very selective memory, which granted I can have sometimes. But I don't really think I read books about being queer. So when I initially started writing, or actually, well, not just started writing, but actually wrote the first draft of this story, which it's been quite a few years. It was actually 2016. I just really wanted to combine one of my passions, which, you know, is storm chasing. I do it as a hobby. You know, it's a little wacky. And I just really, you know, storm chasing is something that I do here in Netherlands. I've done in the UK. I go to Belgium, I go to Germany, but I've also chased in the States. And to my experience, it is, unless it's really changed in the past, you know, 10 years since I actually did that in the States, is a predominantly white male kind of activity almost. And I really wanted to change that with this book by, you know, having these two girls, these two teens, one of them coming from a storm chasing background, having grown up with it, and the other one just kind of thrown in at that. I wouldn't say it's not quite a meet cute, because they really don't get along, and one of them doesn't really remember it after much. But without getting into too much details, I just really wanted to have these queer girls, both from very different backgrounds, meet and explore storm chasing together. So that's really what drove me to write that, and use a part of, you know, something that I'm fascinated by, and add kind of queerness to it.
So what would be the best song or the perfect song to storm chase to? Like, what are you putting on in the car when you're, I assume it's just like a linear, like you just chase the storm, but
I wish it was that easy. It's actually, you know, it's more often a bust than that I hit a jackpot. But it's actually funny because one of the girls in this book, Flower, she's a Swiftie, and the other one is a country singer, but she's hiding it due to reasons. People will have to read the book as to why. But funnily enough, so I would say I would go country music, but I think just in terms of like empowerment, I'm also a massive Kelly Clarkson song fan. I have been since
Miss Independent came out, and I've been lucky enough to see her live a few times. I can see you like that answer as well, Stephen. So I'm going to go with actually one of the songs that I think it never really made it to an album, but it was kind of like a leaked kind of demo. It's called People Like Us, which is really about like sticking together and like keeping your head up. So I'm going to go with that one.
I feel like I know exactly what that song is. Yeah, no, I definitely recognize that song. I feel like I've heard it on an album. It's like deep cut down.
I feel like it's an anthem.
It's great. I think I tell people I was raised on like Will and Grace because that was what I had access to. It was one of the few times we could see like people on TV just being completely themselves. Like I could never tell if I was Jack, Will, or Karen. I'm probably Grace, to be fair, so it's fine. But I think role models are super important for us to have, whether it be in person or on TV or in film. Was there anyone in your lives and your experiences that kind of like you connected with and like helped you kind of like develop growing up?
Yeah, I mean, do you mean that like in terms of like finding out like who you are as a queer person, or like in general?
I think for me, when I was thinking about it, it was someone that would kind of just let you be. They saw who you were and they kind of encouraged you to be the person you were. Whether it was like they saw queerness in you or they just saw you being a kind of interesting person, but they saw something, they were like, I'm going to push this person to be like, help them. My school librarians, and they were just like the best people.
Yeah, I was going to say that because I'm going to go with the librarians, and I don't even remember their names right now, but I was a very, very avid reader at a very young age. And the limit at the library was like 7 books, and you would have to like 2 or 3 weeks to read that. And, you know, I just kept coming back so fast. At a certain point, they were just like, you know what, you can take 10. And that kind of escalated to them then setting aside new books that they thought I would enjoy. And then because I came in so often, it'd just be like, oh yeah, the file's over there. Just go, you know, pick what you like and just we'll put the rest on the shelves. So that's definitely something that really encouraged me, obviously, to continue my love for reading, and that ultimately shaped me. And then think, you know, years ago, like reading a lot of YA and like queer authors and queer stories really like being available. I think that's also just, but that's like more in general, like having that, you know, it did help me, I think, not necessarily become more comfortable about it, but more, I think because you just learn more as you read different stories, and it just definitely piqued my interest. Like there's more here that I haven't discovered yet, so that's definitely helped as well. But yeah, shout out to my librarians when I was very young. Yeah, definitely.
I love my librarians so much. Anne and Mary, if you're watching, I love you. Morgan, how about you?
Well, I mentioned before about how the internet was really formative for me. So a lot of those random people I met online, it was a very different internet to what it's like today. And it was quite, you know, unregulated and wild. But I did meet some people who became my pen pals. I actually met one of them in San Francisco. And like I remember kind of exploring some of those early feelings in my handwritten letters that we used to send each other. And some of us used to like zines, you know, like the old photocopy cut. That was such a queer scene. And my friend actually sent me her own handmade zine. And I made one back, and it was called Scully, named after Dana Scully, who was like such a lesbian icon, even though her character wasn't at all in the X-Files. But for some reason, that was the code. And so I would then meet people and be like, the X-Files, like Dana Scully. It was kind of how we recognized each other sometimes. So like the internet was this encouraging kind of force in my life. And to be fair, like my parents, once they got their head around it, they were from a different world, but they were like early adapters of the supportive gay child kind of parent scene. And so they actually bought some of these books for me or gave me the money that I used to buy these books, and there was never anything forbidden like that. So them in a way, even though it wasn't something that they had any understanding of or you know, experience in, they didn't have the right words always, but they did encourage me to learn in any way that I could and took me to interesting places. So them as well. Yeah.
Proper moment. We start bringing zines back in like fuller force, I think. Like we definitely do.
I feel that so much. Yeah.
Let's just start it. Let's just do it. It's just gonna happen now. Camp YZ and whoever's listening on the
I like it. I like
You can pass it around the camp and be like secret files and codes. I'm getting carried away now. Abdi, how about you?
I also love zines. Zine culture, so cool, and the club scene of the 1990s, because I was like that last pre-internet generation, and it was so fun. But I have to go back to educators as well. I went to boarding school, and boarding school was something my dad went to boarding school in London actually, and it was very much part of our culture. At the boarding school he sent me to in New England was far more liberal than the way I was being raised. And so in a way I was exposed to adults who were so much more progressive than any adult I'd been exposed to. And my English teacher, who I took multiple classes with across my 4 years in high school, he wasn't queer, but he just saw me the way I wanted to be seen. I think he saw that I was creative, that I was funny, that I wanted to write. And he really was an important mentor to me. And he was the first person I came out to in an English paper. And I often tell people, it took me about a decade from when I came out to my English teacher to come out to my parents. It took that long, the road. And so, in the US right now, and I'm not sure if this is happening in the UK, but in the US, there's a big push for educators to have to inform parents if their child is coming out as queer, gay, bi, trans, ace, whatever part of the identity. I'm so horrified by that because, if my teacher had to report to my parents that I had come out to him, it would probably have changed my whole life for the worse because I needed that decade to gain that strength. And as a parent, I really feel strongly. And I also had, my school had queer educators, which was very rare in the early 1990s. And one of them would, because it was a boarding school, we all lived in one community, and he would often have film screenings in his home, which is, I told you about the movie nights and Like a Love Story. That's probably where that comes from. But he showed us films like Morris, which is still one of my favorite movies, and The Life and Times of Harvey Milk and Paris is Burning, kind of queer classics that back then I had never heard of. They just weren't being marketed to young teenagers. So, I think the power of educators is such an incredible thing in a young person's life. Just any adult figure that is not your parents. It's so important to have different adults that show you there are different paths that might match what you want to grow into better.
I hope so much. And you kind of touched on this a little bit. You previously referenced like the diverse authenticity of YA. I think YA is such a beautiful catalyst to be able to tell so many different kinds of stories. So I'd love to hear whether it be about this work in progress or something else, like where you guys draw inspirations from, like, and how you pull that into your stories.
Where did I draw my inspiration from? I mean, I think I've probably already answered it a little bit. Obviously, the storm chasing is like a big thing for me, and then how I wanted to have like the queerness within something where you may not see it as much. Another big thing in this book is like found family, which I really find very, very important. It's something that I think really happened to me like when I moved to the UK specifically. Like I want to shout out to Susan Bennett here, and the Witchlanders, which is one of the fandoms that I became part of the street team. Steven is game again. Yeah, so that was 2015. It's been a decade, and like Susan and I have become quite good friends, still in touch and texting regularly. And even through the street team, I've met so many other amazing people, part of the book world, it's that's been a really, really big thing. So like found family, I think is super important. So I think that's definitely been an inspiration and something that I've included in this book. And I think just the friendship that comes from that is that sometimes you don't have to speak and people will just know just because they know you. And I think that's so important. And I'm hoping I've done that in this book. There's a secondary character called Josh, who's really on one of the main characters' backs. She's called April. She's actually a storm chaser. And she's been going through a rough time, having lost her family the year prior in a tornado, which is not a good thing, of course. And she's kind of pushing the only relative that she has left away, which is her aunt. And Josh, she kind of assumes a different identity, even though the storm chasing world knows her, but they just did give her a break. They're nice about it. And Josh is her found family. And he's like, he will just be there, rock up in his car and be like, look, whenever you want to talk, I'm still going to be here. And she pushes him away and he will not go. So that's definitely, that's inspiration, I think, that I found from like, obviously the experience that I've been through, and people will just have your back no matter what. And that's something that I then included in this book.
So I mentioned a little bit, this is a book set in an ancient world that I never lived in. And so my influences are more that I, for a long time, wanted to write a book that had that epic fantasy and was sapphic as well. So that was like the framework. But actually, when I was a teenager, I read a lot of cult fiction and I read quite a lot of adult literature. And so I was like really inspired by, Virginia Woolf and Jeanette Winterson, like the queer authors. So my influences are more that it's a timeless story, I guess, is that I found so many universal things about life back then, thousands of years ago, and life now. And some of those things were like sexism, patriarchal culture, and there's a very weird kind of vacuum here where there was a framework for homosexuality on the male side in the Roman world, and it was part of this conquest culture power, dominion. And the same thing didn't really exist for women. It was almost like an insult that a woman would not want a man. And so it was this hidden history that I didn't have so many references for. There were just these fragments, like some Pompeii graffiti that refers to two women in love, and a painting on the wall of a bathhouse which depicts two women together. So I took those little tiny pieces and tried to weave them into this big epic fantasy cinematic story that has all of the grandeur of like your traditional kind of romantasy that's male female, but is a sapphic story, not just a sapphic story, but a feminist story, a story about taking power from men. And so I found so many familiarities in it, even though this was a world that was like a woman gladiator. That's not a life that I've lived. But some of the prejudice that she experiences, and some of the confusion and this, where's my place in society? Why am I not reflected here? Those were all things that were drawn from so many different inspirations from TV, film, everywhere. It's all a big soup up there rather than any one major thing.
I think for me, it always has to begin from something personal, which is so much of why I write books, especially because I also work in film and TV as a writer, where I get to tell other kinds of stories. For me, with the books, I always wait until there's some piece of my life I want to express. So my books tend to be, like with Like a Love Story, it was years of AIDS crisis. I've written a book called Only This Beautiful Moment. It's an intergenerational story of three men in the same Iranian family. And that one is very much about the immigrant story of me kind of understanding that my parents' history is in a different land and trying to bridge those gaps. I've written one called Desert Echoes. It's inspired by the loss of my first boyfriend, who died very young to addiction. And now with all the book banning, I've written my latest book in the US is called Exquisite Things. And it's a big sweeping love story about two boys who can never age. But the thing that makes them immortal is the burning of Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray. And it begins in London in 1895. Because as I've been dealing with the book banning and trying to internalize, well, how do I want to express myself about this? One thing I've started to think a lot about is this has been pattern that's repeated for so long. Oscar Wilde was banned as well, and he was put on trial for gross indecency, and they wanted to get rid of his books. And look at where we are now. His books are canon, and we're teaching his books. And so there's a piece of me that almost wanted to write something that's like, the more you try to burn our books, the more powerful we'll become. That's a little bit of where that idea came from. And so, but it always does start with some core, very personal. I'm a big journaler. I love to journal. I love to excavate the things that are unresolved inside me and then try and write a book about that.
As a bounce back off that, I think this applies to all of your works in the sense that they contain personal aspects and elements. When you're crafting a book like that, how much do you choose to put in, or if you found someone's story, someone that's inspired you, how much of that do you really choose to put in, and like how do you, on what you give to a book, and how you then layer that in without kind of giving everything and then being like, what's left of me? How's that process like for you?
For me, I mean, for me, it's very organic. I don't plot out my books. I just write. So I tend to start from some core and then I just see where it goes. And I tend not to edit where it goes much as I'm writing. So, for example, with this book about the two immortal boys, there's a story about Harvard University in 1920 I've been obsessed with for a long time. And I've tried to get it made as a film, as a podcast, as all these different things. But, the short version is that Harvard put a bunch of gay students on trial in 1920 and it was all kept secret for decades. Expelled most of them. 3 died by suicide in the course of all this. And it's all been this buried history. So because I haven't been able to get it made in another medium, as I was writing this book that started in 1895 and was going to travel through time, I was like, I want to put so a huge chunk of it takes place in Boston in 1920 with that as a backdrop. So oftentimes I get surprised, like, this is where this book is going. And then I just follow it.
That is slightly unhinged to me, but I really appreciate you can do that. Morgan, how about you?
So I feel like in a way the fantasy settings, it's like layers, and the real life experiences are better hidden. They're not as naked really when you don't write kind of contemporary. And that maybe there's a part of me that would love to write something that was stripped back like that and that was so, directly from my experiences. But instead, I think what I do is hide them within fantasy and dress them up and take those like universal experiences, the universal queer experiences in this case, and add all this pizzazz to them, because I love world building and I love imagining alternate histories. I love to imagine how the world could be different if something had happened and this time didn't. So yeah, I feel like it's only when you have an emotional moment come through and I have to do something really unpleasant that I don't want to do. I have to tap into that really dark writer place that we all have. And I think some of the stuff that comes out there can be surprising and you're not always expecting it. Childhood trauma, all of it. I think most writers are writing through that and with that as a tool, even when they're writing fantasy and middle grade authors. It's all the same to me. I think it's all born out of that. It's just dressed up in different ways. And some of that dressing is kind of important because it makes it more palatable maybe, or it appeals to a different kind of reader. So I think that's the thing that protects me from giving away like too much of myself and my experiences. They're still hidden away there.
Yeah, you might not like this answer, but I'm with Abdi here. I'm also quite an intuitive writer, so, which is actually something I've been like rediscovering recently, because I felt like when I was drafting initially, like signed with my agent, we have parted ways since. So this book's actually published indie, but I used to just like Abby, I would just write it, and then inevitably, I think some parts of myself would end up in the story or end up with a character. And it's always like, as soon as I recognize something, I'm like, oh, that is a little bit of me. I will at some point, not saying the first draft, but at some point I will kind of like do like a mental check and be like, okay, so how much of me is in this character? Because I don't want them to be me. So that's definitely something like I do a little bit of a check. I'm like, okay, so April really loves storm chase. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But then she needs to have other things to kind of round out her character that are not me, because I don't want my entire self on the page. So yeah, and then it's just really about like checking that and seeing like what is in here. And sometimes it takes me longer. Like right now I'm drafting a sapphic adult contemporary fantasy, unless all of this is going to change, which, intuitive writer, I'm not quite sure yet. But at the moment, that's what it looks like. And I'm still discovering what that character has in common with me, aside from probably her love for books. And maybe that's enough. Like maybe that's what connects me to her, right? So yeah, little bits and pieces, and then I decide in the revision process, like if that's enough or maybe too much.
It's just my mind needs to know where a story is. I mean, to be fair, I understand. So I've done it for a while. I just on the back of that, then when you're writing, so obviously we need plot is the one word to use here now. Books need to have balance and like dark and grey and light and negative space. How do you navigate more difficult elements of books or difficult conversations? A lot of books tackle really like sensitive subjects. How do you approach those sort of things that maybe aren't completely known to you or quite difficult to process when you're writing? Let's start. Who has read the most emotional books? Probably Abdi. Let's start with Abdi. He does with a lot of emotions.
You know, I mean, I'm very big on research. I do a lot of research. So if I am going to write, if I know I'm going to write, for example, with like a love story, before I sat down, I didn't know what the plot would be, but I spent a lot of time reading every account I could find about ACT UP because I knew they were going to be a big part of the book, and they're an activist organization. For anyone who doesn't know, reading accounts of what was happening at that time. So sometimes I let the research guide what's going to come, what's going to bubble. I tend to believe that if you do a lot of research, you're going to remember the things you need to remember. You know, they'll come into the book. But I also pull a lot just from, again, my own personal life. So I feel like if I'm being true to my emotions, then hopefully others will feel that there's some emotional honesty in it. I also tend to be someone who one of the reasons I love writing YA is young readers are very honest. And I don't think every work of art has to be for everyone. I think this is a very strange thing I found where people think that like all a writer wants to hear is that everyone loves their book. I love when people bump up against some piece of the book or like, wait, why does this character do this? This makes no sense. And I'm like, well, it made sense to me because of this, because the whole point of art is to engage the readers in discussions about how people are different or how people might have experienced something 40 years ago or, you know, all those things. So, you know, I try to be as emotionally honest as I can and do as much research as I can. And then I'm very open to others telling me that they think I got it wrong. And that's very fun for me.
Honesty is important. Don't want to hear it, but it's important. If you do a lot of research, and did you have like a favorite moment or fact or something you found out that you couldn't put in the book, but that you love telling people about?
Oh, God. I mean, with that, God, Like a Love Story I wrote so long ago. So that's a very hard one to try and think of. I mean, there were so many, you know, when the book is built around 3 big ACT UP actions. It's kind of told in 3 acts, and each one is around one of their kind of huge, they were known for these really just loud acts of civil disobedience that would get so much media attention. And for me, what was hard was picking the ones because ACT UP did so much and had so many amazing moments that it was like, how do I narrow this down to the ones I'm going to focus on? But there were so many other ones. I mean, I could have gone on and on and on about what they did.
Yeah, I love a deep dive too. Like, I love getting really hyper fixated on a subject and just making it my whole thing and needing to know as much as possible. And because I like the world building aspect, you know, I put a lot of time into that and to try and make it as vivid as possible and realistic as possible and as balanced as possible. I feel like I try to be really careful when I'm writing outside of my experience. I think there are certain stories that are for me, and not all of those stories should be told by me within reason. So I always try to create like the most balanced kind of perspective that I can. But within that framework of that, I think that writing is quite political, especially queer stories, even when they're not overtly political in the synopsis on the cover. It can be a romance, it can be a comedy, but it's political because queer people's lives are political. You know, you were talking about America, Abdi, and it's very present. It's here as well, not as immediate, but the same kind of attacks on the queer community, the splitting of the queer community. We know all of this and we see it coming. So it's easier for me to write in that lane because that comes from something really there's an anger inside me. This book's kind of about angry women. And there's an anger inside me at seeing history going backwards and seeing society going backwards. And so, yeah, all of that I feel comfortable writing about. And everything else, I always listen to other perspectives. I'll listen to the perspective of the person who I'm trying to represent in the most authentic, most sensitive way possible. But yeah, research is super fun. So most writers love that stage as well.
Do you have a favorite female figure from Roman mythology that you could share with us?
The book features the Roman goddesses, and because the Roman goddesses were kind of copies of the Greek goddesses that were then Romanized and rebranded, there was a kind of flexibility in that. There was a freedom for me to interpret them in certain ways, and so Diana the Huntress, who is Artemis in the Greek, she was really interesting to write. But there was also a specifically Roman goddess who's Fortuna, who is like the goddess of destiny and good, bad. And again, that was really interesting to write. But more than mythology, I think it was actually the real lives of people in Pompeii that fascinated me and that drew me into that story, especially the graffiti. Some of it is so hilariously rude. It is just as if it was written today. There is no different, nothing. We are human beings and we are as we were then and now on some level. So there's a lot of quite wild stuff in the Roman era, and especially the abuse of power and the crazy leaders who make bad decisions and have very few limitations on their power. But yeah, the humanity there was very present in all of that research that I did, and that was great. Learning that people shaved their legs at the baths, and there was a library at some of the baths. Just some like more stories were exchanged, just stuff like that. That's really timeless. I love anything like that.
Amazing. Shanna?
Yeah, I think I can only echo what Abdi Morgan has said. It's really about like, whatever is your own experience that you can use, and then anything, so long as there's a decent way to tell that story. Like Morgan said, not all stories are ours to tell. I think that's what I use. A lot of research goes into that as well. So I think they've probably said everything that I was going to say about it too. So thanks. Also, Morgan, super interesting to hear about all that background. And I'm sorry, my cat, she's not seen me all day, so she's not going to go anywhere. We decided to keep her. She is going somewhere. All right. But yeah, that was actually super interesting to hear. I don't know a lot about that. So thank you for sharing.
Oh, thank you. It's such a privilege to be here and to get to talk about any of this. So it's all my pleasure to yap at you about this specific thing that has become my hyperfixation lately. So yeah.
You also said something really interesting previously. That is, let me quote you, Blay. Your soul is something that you assemble throughout your life, but I think it's a really beautiful way of looking at how we continue to develop, as people, but as community. Who are the people that are still inspiring you today? Who do you look to for inspiration today? Because I think the world has changed so much, and there's so many more vocal people, which is amazing. Who do you kind of draw inspiration from?
Yeah. I might need to think about it a little bit, to be honest. All the writers that I know, and all the people I know who get up every day, go to work, feed their families, do what they have to do to survive, and also have the time and energy for activism, any kind of activism. That inspires me. That's the thing that makes me want to continue to know that there's still hope and there's still people who have that energy, I guess. I don't know if that was quite what you were going for, if you were a specific person. I don't know. My brain tends to not work that way. It's just I see little things that inspire me on a daily basis. And people's continued persistence in the face of adversity.
Yeah, no, I think that's just very much it. I was while Morgan was trying to answer this and actually, again, echoing my thoughts there, I was thinking about it. It's I don't think it's one person, but it's the little things, every single time I open social media, depending on the platform, I spend a bit more time on Threads these days, and it's just like the continuous messages that people put out there about not giving up, about keep fighting for whatever it is that they believe in. I think just those are the little things. And the other thing I think that I want to mention here is that, my day job, I work in digital marketing, and we have a DEI team. And there's someone there who's continuously, I think, pulling all of that and activism, and whether that's in the DEI team or in the Priders chat that we have. And I think that's just really wonderful to see as well. Like, it's not just in the book world that, where that this is a thing, but like there's a place for it at work. And I'm lucky enough to have a job where that's supported, and DI has actually a decent focus there as well, which is something I'm really, really happy about, of course. And yeah, I think that's just great to see. Like, there's a group of people who are always just pulling this, like whether it's outside of work or in the workspace, it's there. And I think that's just inspirational too.
Yeah, I mean, there's inspiration to be found in so many places. I think for me, the thing that's most inspiring is young people. I really do believe that the world belongs to young people, and we should be thinking more about them. And I think my generation and those above have really left them with a pretty difficult world to navigate. But I spend so much time. I have two 13-year-olds, and I visit schools and write for young people. And when I spend time with them, I feel so inspired, because despite all the challenges of the world they're facing, and I really do think this is a pretty cataclysmic moment between climate change and the rise of authoritarianism and wars, and I could keep listing things, but they're so hopeful, they're so smart. I mean, just yesterday I met a young man who graduated college recently. He's very young, and he spent so much time in the Amazon studying wildlife biology and I'm like, the world is so full of people who are trying to do active things. And I always feel very inspired when I meet a young person who is trying to figure out how to be an active member of society in a way that goes beyond social media. Because I do think that one thing social media has done to us, and because so many of my books focus on activism, I tend to talk to young people about it. And I don't have the soul of like act up activist. My activism is through writing. I don't have that kind of so I often tell them, like, you have to find what your activism is. Like, what's your gift? What do you bring to the world to make it better? And when I meet a young person who's doing that, who's like, I'm going to find my thing, like, what can I offer? Because we can't all be the same person. We can't all approach problems the same way. That is very inspiring to me. And I really do think this generation rising up is so special. They're so curious. They are really smart. And, if anything, all these books that we're writing and this openness to queer books, I mean, it came because young people demanded it. I know in the United States, like, books are a business. Nobody would publish these books if young people weren't saying, we want queer books by queer authors. We want books about histories that haven't been told. I mean, that's their doing. So I'm very grateful to them for changing my life too.
100%. I think there's such a drive. And while still we can keep talking about this for hours, we're literally touching the tip of the iceberg here. And there's so much more we could talk about. But unfortunately, we are running out of time, which is very sad. But I would love for us to uplift somebody else. So I'd love for everyone to share, whether it be a book or a film or some music or something queer that they could recommend to people that they're inspired by, that they enjoy. Yeah. Who wants to go first? Let's start with Shan. I'll put you on the spot.
Gosh. Did not give me much here. I'm just gonna go with a TV show that I really loved about queer. Well, part of it's queer, of course. I think you probably all know it. I'm gonna go with Schitt's Creek. Guilty pleasure. I just love it, so I'm just gonna go with that. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't care.
It's Only Ever. An amazing show.
I know, I loved it so much. I think I'm due a rewatch, so I may just do that.
But it's so hard. One person who I do find very inspiring on social media, though she does things beyond social media, is a woman named Ms. Rachel, who's like an educator, and she does children's programming, and she's really been using her platform to advocate for children in Gaza, and as well as many children all over the world, and disabled children. And children everywhere, but she has been able to speak to this political moment in a way that feels like it is going directly to the humanity. Trying not, there's been so much division, and I go on social media and I just see people trying to speak to what's happening, and they end up in these fights. And I'm like, here's this woman who's just going right to the core, which is these are children who are suffering, and these are all our children. We have to do something different to make this stop, And so I find her deeply inspiring in her ability to just get to the core of what makes us all human.
I actually bought notes of like all these queer authors, like I want to name drop them all, right? I came prepared, but actually ended up just talking like as a person, just about my life. I don't know. Friends, Finn Longman has a really cool book coming out, which is about a medieval king and his werewolf lover. Which it sounds amazing, so I'm going to shout out Finn. They're a trans writer in the community that I know and have met, and my friend Hux, like Lizzie Huxley Jones, also a non-binary author, wrote one of my favorite sapphic rom-coms in recent years, like classic Hallmark romance cinema vibes. So I'm just going to shout out two people I know who are queer, and they've got great books. They're talented writers, and there's loads more. But as you can see, I'll end it there.
I love how big that list of that is. Amazing. It just shows there's such a depth of the one, and like there are so many queer stories out there and queer people writing, which is amazing. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for watching. Make sure you go and check out all of the stuff we've spoken about today. Check out all these amazing books, and keep watching for the rest of the program. But for now, for me, thank you all so much and goodbye. Well, I'm good.
Bye.
Thank you to our amazing panelists. That was so much fun. And yep, I am team footnotes. I think all of these authors should put more stuff into their footnotes. But now we are moving on to our next Fireside read with Courtney Milikum. So enjoy that.
My name is Courtney Milikum. I am the
No one saw me moving stuff. It's fine.
Charlie forced himself to move quicker, to climb higher. Only when he was sure he was hidden from view, perched on a thick tree branch near the top, did he stop. He'd only...
Guys, this is all my fault. I'm going to start that again.
My name is Courtney Milikum. I am the author of The Never Heir, a 1920s Peter Pan retelling, and I hope you enjoy this preview. Chapter 1. Even as the only home Charlie had ever known burned to the ground, he couldn't bring himself to regret it. His plan had worked, and that's what mattered. At least that's what Charlie told himself as he climbed higher into the ancient oak tree bordering the forest glen. He'd done his fair share of climbing rocks and trees while in the Neverland, but it had never been like this. Rushed, jerky movements that were spurred on by the pounding of his heart in his ears and thoughts of Pan finding out what he'd done before help could arrive. It wasn't long before the tips of Charlie's fingers ached. The rough tree bark scraped his palms hard enough to draw blood, but Charlie forced himself to move quicker, to climb higher. Only when he was sure he was hidden from view, perched on a thick tree branch near the top, did he stop. He'd only just caught his breath when Pan burst through the clearing with several Neverboys trailing behind him. The knot that had been twisting in Charlie's stomach since he'd set his plan in motion tightened. Pan held out a hand to stop the other boys from moving, and Charlie held his breath. Now that he was no longer under Pan's enchantment, he couldn't believe he'd ever mistaken the boy below him as a friend. Pan's ideas weren't clever, they were cunning. His lips didn't smile, they sneered. And his island wasn't a playground, it was a prison. Pan scanned the clearing. Thankfully, his eyes didn't drift upward. "She's not here," said Lo, one of the Never boys. His homespun shirt was 2 sizes too big, making him appear smaller than his 13 years. Even Charlie, who was only 12, was a head taller than him, a fact that Charlie had teased Lo about only once. In return, Lo had cut off the bottom of Charlie's trousers. They had looked ridiculous on his long legs. You can find out what happens to Charlie and the rest of the Never boys in the Never Air, which is available everywhere books are sold. Pan snatched Lo's ear, pulling him close. "Don't you think I can see that?" Spittle flew from Pan's lips onto Lo's tattered shirt. "Go search the beaches again." Lo's face paled to the same shade of his sun-bleached hair. "But the fire! That whole side of the island is in flames." Pan's eyes narrowed. He released Lo and reached into the leather satchel strapped at his side. No doubt he was looking for his flute or one of the other items he used to control the boys, the ones Charlie had stolen and given to Wendy. Charlie ground his teeth together, hating that Lo was going to take the wrath for Charlie's actions. It had to be this way, he reminded himself. There was nothing he could do if he wanted his plan to work. That didn't make it any easier to watch, though. Pan dropped the satchel, surging forward to shove Lo to the ground. "What's going on?" he bellowed. He spun to address the other Never boys. "Wendy's gone. My flute is gone. Where are my things?" No one said anything. Pan paced back and forth, mumbling to himself. Charlie saw the unease ripple its way through some of the boys. The fire currently eating away at the island was also eating away at Pan's careful control. While Pan pondered his next move, Charlie focused his attention on the Never boys, his brothers, the ones he'd failed to protect. For the first time, he noticed how their sallow skin hung on lean frames. Discolored gums and teeth rotted in their mouths. Their fingertips had turned an unnatural shade of gray. They were proof that souls weren't meant to linger in the Neverland. Their time had run out, and if help didn't come soon, so would Charlie's. His fingers brushed aside the sword strapped to his hip in order to reach inside a trouser pocket. He rubbed what was left of Tink's pixie dust between his thumb and forefinger. Please, please, please let the message he'd sent to the Emerald Queen be heard. Pan pulled at his hair and growled at the boys. "Where's Toodles? I need him." Charlie's stomach soured at the mention of the nickname Pan had given him upon his arrival to the island. All the boys had one. "He and Nibs went to search for Wendy in the Blue Mountains," Lo said. He gulped, perhaps wondering if his answer would bring Pan's anger down on him again. Charlie's lips ticked up in a bitter smile. He, of course, wasn't in the Blue Mountains, but Edmund was.
Hi everyone, I am Shanna. I am a Dutch author of Under the Dark Clouds, as you can see here, also behind me. And it's a book about storm chasing, and it's where 2 girls meet on the road, kind of fall in love, and as they chase tornadoes, also need to figure out what they are willing to risk in order to save their families. So I'm gonna read a little bit for you, and I hope you enjoy. All right, this is chapter 1, and it's from April's point of view. The wailing of the tornado siren pierced the air, its high pitch raising goosebumps on April's skin. The sound would never stop being eerie, no matter how many times a season she heard it. Pushing the gas pedal a little further, she kept the Chevy just above the speed limit as she flew through the town of Rush Springs, Oklahoma, her eyes focused on the road and the sky. To her left, ominous, dark, green-tinged clouds twisted and turned, hanging so low she couldn't tell the difference between the tree line and the storm. She recognized the wall cloud, a lowering in the supercell. If she had any hope of finding a tornado, this was where she would see it. "Come on, baby," she whispered, an excited glimmer in her eyes. "You can do it." Despite a promising forecast, the past week hadn't produced a single tornado, and her body was itching for some action, like a craving she couldn't get under control. An addiction. Her heart fluttered like a million butterflies as she glanced into the darkling sky again. The radio beeped, and a metallic sounding voice brought the update April had been waiting for. A tornado warning has been issued until 5:50 p.m. CDT for Rush Springs, Oklahoma. At 5:25 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 2 miles southwest of Rush Springs, Oklahoma, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Game on, she murmured, risking a quick peek at the laptop set up in the middle of the dashboard. Radar indicated strong low-level rotation, a sign a tornado was imminent. But the trees obscured her vision and made it impossible to confirm a tornado on the ground. Narrowing her eyes, she alternated her focus between the road and the sky. When the trees finally gave way, she saw it, a small funnel touching down in the field. My gut is never wrong. Yes! She pumped her fist in the air. Yes, yes, yes! April bounced up and down in her seat. We have a tornado. I repeat, tornado on the ground, small but steady for now. Parking the car on the side of the road, she quickly checked the radar to see if her escape route was still clear. There's no such thing as being too careful. She'd always stuck to her parents' #1 rule, no chasing if there's no way out. But the exit was clear, so she grabbed her digital camera from the passenger seat and stepped out of the car. The wind had picked up, the storm's inflow strong enough to make her hair whip around her head. April snapped a test picture, then checked the settings for light before feverishly clicking away, capturing the natural phenomenon in front of her. Such a beauty, she murmured. She'd seen a lot of tornadoes in her days already, but this one was a sight to behold, easily top 10, maybe even a top 5. Still outside of the town, the menacing gray funnel tore its way through a golden wheat field against the backdrop of the dirty green clouds. As April stood there, captivated by the power of nature, a fresh crop of goosebumps formed on her skin. What the? She frowned. The tornado hadn't moved to her right as she had expected it to. Instead, it grew larger and hungrier. Her eyes widened as the realization hit her. Her storm had changed directions and was now coming straight for her and the town. She needed to get out of here. As if she had latched onto a pair of live wires, a jolt ran through her body, a heavy dose of excitement mixed with fear. Turning on her heels, April hurried back to the car, revved up the engine, and squealed the tires as she drove away, praying the town had heeded a wailing tornado siren and everyone safely tucked in their shelters. As much as she loved storm chasing, watching a tornado tear through a town still made her sick to her stomach every single time. April kept the tornado in her rearview mirror as she raced through the town. With her whole heart, she prayed the storm would dissipate before reaching the city limits. But as each minute ticked by, that hope dwindled. The more the funnel devoured, the bigger it grew. Even though she knew things could change in the blink of an eye, the twister didn't appear to be losing steam as it ate its way toward the populated area. She didn't see a single soul on the streets. She sped past a deserted gas station and turned right. April let out a sigh of relief. Maybe everyone had taken shelter. Except for the girl standing on the side of the road, swaying on her feet. And that's my book. I hope you like it.
Okay, and we are about to start our next workshop, this time with Ren James on weaving environmental themes into writing, which is very fitting given that we just heard a reading from a book about storms. So, without further ado, I'm going to hopefully press the right buttons this time and bring in Ren.
Hello everyone, I'm so excited to be here today at Camp YA. I'm going to be doing a bit of a longer workshop. This is a kind of a taster session all about the work I do in climate fiction writing, as I know a lot of you are aspiring authors. So as you can see from my PowerPoint, I have written lots of books previously under the name Lauren James. I tend to write science fiction fantasy stuff. I've also, for the last few years, been working in the writer's room for Netflix's Heartstopper. And a big part of my job is working on incorporating more science into storytelling. So I'm going to tell you a bit about some of my work, and then we're going to have a go at developing some of our own ideas about climate change in fiction. So I actually got started as a scientist before I became a writer. I did a degree in chemistry and physics at the University of Nottingham. Here's me in my lab for my master's degree. As you can see, I looked a bit different then. And it became really important to me to try to include science in stories, because I really felt like nervous about going to study science, because it feels like it's such an intimidating thing when all of the characters who you see who are scientists are kind of geniuses who know every fact in the world. And I didn't feel like that. And I wanted to represent science the way I felt about it, which is that it's kind of imaginative and fun and gives you more ideas about the world and what the future might be like. And it kind of gets me really excited. So I wanted to write books for teenagers that help them feel that way about science as well. One of my books, The Loneliest Girl in the Universe, is actually based on a maths equation. This is the algebra problem that inspired the book about spaceships traveling through space at different speeds, which I did when I was on a physics symposium in year 12, and had that idea in my head of spaceships for many years until I started writing the book when I was 23. This book, The Loneliest Girl in the Universe, is actually now being turned into a movie with Amazon Prime, which is very exciting but also a bit scary, because I don't know if I got it all right and I got all the science right, but fingers crossed I did. But one of the things I mainly work on now is how to talk about climate change in books, because when I started writing, I knew I wanted to write about climate change at some point, because it's such an important topic. But my books are quite fun and romantic and silly, and I didn't want to write a depressing dystopia that would make me feel really bad. So I found it struggled to find a way into the topic of climate change for a long time. And eventually I hit upon an idea that made me feel a lot more hopeful and excited about the future. But based on like solutions that we have in real life for what we need to do about the climate crisis. And since then, I've been kind of developing these ideas around how we talk about climate change and what methods we have that can actually inspire people to go out and make real changes in their life. And through that, I have made this book, the Climate Conscious Writer's Handbook, which is aimed specifically at writers of novels, and it's full of activities and worksheets to help you develop your storytelling. It's this beautiful hardback book, and it has kind of all sorts of information from the work I've done. Some of the things I'm going to talk about and activities we're going to do in this session are in this book. So if you're interested, you can go and get it. And it's also just got loads of activities and knowledge from people I've worked with over the last few years as I work as a climate consultant, helping other storytellers develop their ideas as well. So to start off, I want you to think for a minute about anything you can think of that talks about climate change, whether that is a book, a movie, a video game. I know when I do this workshop in schools, the students all mention Roblox. There's like apparently a game about growing flowers in Roblox that they're all obsessed with. But yeah, anything you can think of, and write it down in the comments and we'll see what people have got. I'll give you about 1 minute because I know we haven't got long to work on this. But I just want you to think what immediately comes to mind for you when thinking about the climate crisis. Okay, so hopefully we've had a few come in. I wanted to share some big examples that I think of when I think about climate change. The big one that people always think of is The Day After Tomorrow, which is a survival movie set in a world where kind of climate crisis has reached a tipping point and we're just struggling to survive this apocalypse. A similar one is Snowpiercer, set in a future full of ice where humans are stuck on a train going around the equator that stays warm. The opposite version of that, Mad Max, set in a world that is got no water, is completely gone towards a drought, desert-like environment. Similarly, Dune, again, set on a desert planet where water is really highly conserved. But then you also have things like The Last of Us, which you might not know is a zombie apocalypse story that is actually about climate change. It's about this fungi that exists in real life that goes into the brains of ants and controls them. And the idea is that as the temperature rises on Earth, this fungi has to adapt to living at higher and higher temperatures, and eventually it reaches the temperature of the human body and goes inside our brains and starts controlling us like zombies. And then, of course, you have the zombie action movie that we all know. But some other examples, we've got WALL-E, which is obviously set in a future when we have completely destroyed Earth and humans have evacuated into space, and these robots are left cleaning up the planet. Don't Look Up, which is a bit of an allegory movie about a meteorite that is hitting coming towards Earth, and we kind of realize there's really valuable metals on it, so we don't want to detract its course away to avoid Earth. We want to let it come closer so we can harvest the metals. And people argue back and forth about whether we should stop this meteorite so much that it destroys Earth and kills us all. And it's a metaphor for what we're doing at the minute with climate change. Well, we know it is destroying us, but we also make quite a lot of money from it. So we don't do anything about it. And then Ragnarok, a TV series about a boy who inherits the powers of the Icelandic gods like Thor and Loki, and he uses them to protect Iceland from all the pollution that is happening from the fracking around the area. Blue Planet, obviously a nature documentary that focuses on all of the different animal habitats and how they are being changed by climate change. And a very recent one, The Wild Robot, which is about a robot that lands on an island that is only inhabited by animals and ends up having to learn to communicate with them, while all the humans are living very distantly separated from wildlife in high-tech cities. So lots of different examples there that maybe didn't spring to mind when I asked you to think about climate change, because they're sometimes woven into the stories or the documentaries quite deeply. But I wanted for you to think for a minute about what themes you might notice in these stories, because there are quite a lot of similar kinds of stories there. We tend to see a lot of survival stories that are about people struggling to get through this nuclear apocalypse or this kind of ice age or this desert environment, and it's about their daily life struggle. They tend to be sci-fi or fantasy or set in the far future, and a lot of them tend to be really sad. They're kind of showing this world where people are in a lot of peril. And if there is anything positive, it's usually about a connection with nature, about connecting with wildlife or ducklings or greenery, and feeling like some kind of connection to Earth from that. So this is a problem we see not just on TV, we see this in books as well. If people write about climate change, they tend to be writing about a doomed future where there's no hope. And it will be overwhelmingly dystopian. And if there is any message about why this has happened, if any, it will usually be telling the characters it's their fault for being selfish and greedy and emitting too much and not recycling or doing too much pollution or flying too much. There's no real message about, on an industrial level or a political level, why this has happened. We're told and we're raised with this message that it's our fault, that we need to be responsible for our carbon footprint. But actually, the term carbon footprint is a term invented by BP, the oil company, to make, in an ad campaign, to make individuals feel bad for their waste and not focus on what they're doing or what, for example, the US military is doing. The American military alone makes more pollution than whole countries like Morocco. Everyone in Morocco makes less pollution collectively than the American military. And so anything we can do on an individual level is nothing compared to the scale of what's been happening in the industry. And we can't really control where our food packaging comes from or where our fuel in our house comes from. It's not within our control, but the people doing stuff about it, we don't really talk about them and we don't hold them accountable. So this is kind of one of the key problems at the minute with how fiction talks about climate change. We don't really know why it's happening. We just are made to feel bad about it. We are reinforced by that connection and that love to need to do something because we love nature, but we don't know what to do next. Another big part of this is that we mainly have characters who are in the UK, America, Australia. A lot of the activists who are really making real changes around the world are in places that are already being affected by climate change around the equator. We're not really seeing them in any kind of media, whether that's news reports or fiction or video. So we get the sense that there's nothing really being done about this. And finally, it's all very binary. We have good characters who recycle and look after the planet and volunteer, and evil characters who want to destroy the world and don't care about the damage they're doing to get their oil. That's not really the case. There's a lot more nuance there within that of people who are working on the side of the fossil fuel industry have reasons to do what they're doing. They see themselves as people building communities, getting electricity to hospitals, helping develop the world. And so if you have that message of, if you do this, you are evil, there's no forward path there to discussing that further. You're just shutting them down and saying what you're doing is wrong, and they're not going to engage with you. You need a lot more nuance there, so you can start a discussion and get those people to change the way they work by showing that you can understand and empathize with where they are currently. And the biggest issue is that these books don't show any solutions. We know all about the bad parts that are happening around the world to do with climate change, but we don't know what's being done to fix it. And so we think that there is nothing being done and the world is just being left to be destroyed, which is very much not the case. So I wanted to show you some stories, some case studies of what I think does better at this. The first example, if you've seen it, is Ted Lasso, which is a show about an American coming over to coach an English football team. It's a bit of a comedy, but there's one specific episode, I think it's season 2, episode 3, focusing on a character called Sam, who is one of the players who came from Nigeria to play for this football team. And he realizes that Dubai Air, the name on the back of his shirt, is actually owned by an oil company, Cerithium Oil. And that oil company have spilt oil in Nigeria and refused to clean it up. So they're destroying his native country. And so he goes to the football managers and says, I don't want to play with their name on my back. He tapes up the sponsor's name. Everyone on his team actually does the same. And the managers say, you're right, we'll get a different sponsor. And so it's a really joyful, uplifting episode that focuses on him gaining confidence, feeling like he's at home in the team, and also showing all of these links between what is actually happening around the world with greenwashing, where you have oil companies running ad campaigns, trying to preserve their image by doing things like supporting football teams that everyone loves, and showing that we can take the most action about climate change with our finances, with making sure we are not giving money to people who are using that to frack oil. And for an individual, that's obviously not going to be a sponsor for a football team, but you can do that yourself by changing to a bank or a pension scheme that doesn't invest your money in fossil fuels. So this is a modern, contemporary story with issues that people can relate to and something they can do in their real life. It's got a call to action about what you can do to make a difference. Another example is Falling in Love, which is a romance movie on Netflix about a woman who inherits an inn. She starts to renovate it and adds in lots of solar panels and heat pumps and stuff, and it's a romance with the builder. So again, it shows you what you can do in your real life to make a difference. And again, importantly, it's set in the present day, not in the far future, in what we can do in our real lives. And finally, a fiction one that I love, A Psalm for the Wild Built by Becky Chambers, which is a novella set in a future world where half of the planet has been given back to nature. And it shows this world where all of the cities are very eco-friendly. There's a quote here that says, "The city was beautiful, a towering architectural celebration of curves and polish and coloured light, laced with the connective threads of elevated rail lines and smooth footpaths, flocked with leaves that spilled lushly from every balcony and centre divider, each inhaled breath perfumed with cooking spice, fresh nectar, laundry drying in the pristine air. The city was a healthy place, a thriving place, a never-ending harmony of making, doing, growing, trying, laughing, running, living. Sibling Dex was so tired of it." So the plot is about this character, Dex, who goes off on their adventure and actually meets a robot, becomes friends with a robot who has gone back into nature as well. But the world that it all happens in shows how we could be living in real life in more harmonious cities that connect with nature. So my example of this that I ended up writing is called Green Rising. It is a book about teenagers growing plants with their hands, and they use these plants to rewild the planet. They run a heist where they take control of the International Space Station, and from space they grow rainforests. They make nets out of seaweed to pull all of the rubbish out of the oceans. They get in a lot of trouble along the way, but they make a big difference, and they kind of say, this is it. This is what we need to do. And all of the things in the story were inspired by real climate solutions that we can do in real life. Some of that is to do with plants. I did a lot of research into fungi networks in plant root systems and how seaweed and kelp works and what the UK would have looked like back when it was rainforests. But I wanted it to be realistic and show real climate solutions in action. So I'm going to skip ahead a bit because I'm very aware we have running close on time. But as I said, a lot of the stuff I'm talking about here is in my book, The Climate Conscious Writer's Handbook, if you're interested. The reason this is important, when we can see the world we want to live in, we can start to ask for it. And we have examples of this happening in the 20s and 30s. People wrote loads of books about humans getting into space, landing on the moon. And this led to the space race, where governments put money into this because they wanted to make it happen in real life. They could envision it from those stories and work towards it. Another example is in the early 1900s, a lot of people worked together to get stories and articles being written about the fight for the women's right to vote. And they founded something called the Women Writers' Suffrage League to try and get writers to write stories about this. And it led to this explosion of fiction, which then did eventually, after the First World War, lead to women getting the vote, because it was in the public conversation and people could picture what it would be like if that happened. If we can't picture what we want, we can't ask for it. So what are we asking for? This is an activity that I would love for you to do later on. If you are interested in this, I want you to imagine you've been given $50 billion and you can spend it on whatever you want around the world to try and help the planet. What can you think of that you would do with that money? So you might be able to think of solar panels and wind turbines and nuclear facilities, but what else are you going to do with that 50 billion? That's only going to spend a fraction of the money, even if we do that everywhere on Earth. So go away and think about that, see what you can come up with. It's a very useful activity to get your brain working. But in the meantime, here are some things that I think are going to be most useful. So this is kind of the stuff that we need to do the most. You can see we've got wind turbines, tropical forests, so growing back rainforests, turning to a plant-rich diet, moving away from meat, reducing the amount of food waste through apps like Too Good To Go, where people are buying up the things before they go off. A big one is refrigeration, changing the way that we look after food and the way that our chemical makeup of our fridges. A big one that you might be surprised by is actually educating girls and family planning. And that's because a lot of the farms around the world are being run by women in small holdings. And so when we have developments in how we want them to change their farming to be more good for the environment, so reducing the amount of fertilizer use by changing to methods like tree intercropping and conservation agriculture and all of the other things that you can see on the left-hand side there to do with rice cultivation. When we come up with those techniques, we need to tell those small holding farm owners how they can make those changes. But usually those girls have left education so young that they can't read or write. So we have no way of really training them in that information. But keeping women in education around the world is actually one of the best things we can do for the planet, because we can then help them develop stronger ways of running farms. So there's a lot of surprising things here that maybe you hadn't thought of. A big thing is that we need to reinvent the way we see cities and farms. We need farms that look more like this picture on the left, where you've got rows of trees in between the crops. You've got free roaming livestock. So the animals are pooing, the trees are shedding leaves, all of which is bringing fertilizer onto the soil without having to use chemicals. It's providing shade when there's no rain. You're giving the crops a chance to actually dig their roots in very deep so they can survive and be more hardy in rain-free conditions. Cities, we need to have food being built in the cities where people are living rather than shipping it in from outside farmland. And we need to have things like rentable cars and bikes, free services, so that public transport is easier and cheaper to use than having your own car. Lots of different things to imagine the way we live in a way that is better for the environment. So I'm going to end it there. I have so much more I wanted to say. I'm so sorry. This is a very short version of my talk that I normally give. Like I said, most of the stuff that I've talked about today is based on my book, The Climate Conscious Writer's Handbook. All of the activities I've talked about are in this page, the pages here, along with things about character development to make characters who have that nuance between good and bad, space billionaires versus eco activists, that kind of stuff. So please check this out. You can enter a giveaway until 6 p.m. today to win a copy of this. And you can follow me on Ren James Writer if you would like more information about this or any of my own fiction books outside of my work as a climate activist. Thank you so much, Camp YA, for hosting me on my very short, brief excursion into the world of climate fiction, which is my obsession. I could talk about this for another hour, but hopefully this gives you a little taste and shows you that anyone can include climate fiction in their stories. It doesn't have to be science fiction writers writing books set in the future. If you're writing any kind of story, there's a way to make climate change relevant to it, because climate change is relevant to everything we do every day in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ren. That was amazing, and I know someone I'm going to buy that book for as well. It would make an excellent Christmas present for them. And they're probably listening to me right now, so I should stop talking. Okay, and we're going to move on. So thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Hi, Camp YA. I'm Bruna De Luca, and this Fireside read comes to you from Italy, which is the setting of my debut YA novel, Livia in Rome. It follows the story of a Scottish-Italian teenager and draws on my own experience of growing up with these two cultures. It's a romance, but the last thing Livia wants when she goes to Rome one summer to help her nonna, so her grandmother, run her coffee bar, is to fall in love and be with typical foreign girl. And she does not want to fall in love with smug local boy Giulio, who she's forced to work alongside. So while you can probably tell where this is going, half the fun is in the getting there. So I'm going to read the beginning of Livia's story for you. If there was a law against treating your own daughter like a foreigner, Ma would have been arrested the minute we landed in Rome. First off, she apologises to the border control officer for my British passport, as if I'm a pineapple pizza she's smuggled into Italy. Then, the second we're out of the airport, she turns the hour-long journey to the hospital into one big guided tour, complete with a history lecture on the bus, a trivia marathon on the metro, and now, as we walk the last stretch, she's still going. Look, Livia! Ma stops for the millionth time, flinging her arms open at an enormous grassy field dotted with rocks and rubble. Il Circo Massimo, chariot races, gladiator battles, religious parades. This was where it all happened. Her eyes go dreamy and nostalgic, as if she witnessed the events in person. Wow, Ma, I know you're old, but I didn't think you were ancient, I joke. She tweaks my waist, making me jump. Don't be cheeky, signorina. I laugh and push her hand away. Well, get moving and stop treating me like a tourist. We're only a short walk from the hospital now and the tiny river island in the middle of the Tiber, where it's been squatting for over 4 centuries. Or so Ma tells me. I grab my wheelie case and step onto a faded zebra crossing, only to lurch back as a horn blasts in my ear and a whoosh of hot, smoggy air whips my hair across my face. Trembling, I peel the strands from my sweaty skin, just in time to see one of my flip-flops bounce into the other lane, and a man on a Vespa yelling "Turista" at me, as if tourist is a swear word. Ma clamps her hand around my elbow and ushers me across the road as if I'm 6 instead of 16. How about I stop treating you like a tourist when you stop behaving like one? This isn't Scotland, Lydia. Traffic moves differently here. You can't just assume people will stop. You have to make eye contact first. A sharp-suited man with a manicured beard is waiting for us on the pavement opposite, having cheated death to rescue my flip-flop. I hop-limp towards him, and he holds it out to me with the very tips of his fingers. A chevron tire stripe right down the middle of it. You're true, miss, he says in heavily accented English, clearly deciding I'm a straniera, a foreigner, and not one of the chic locals who, I realise now, probably wouldn't be caught dead in flip-flops, even if it is the middle of July. I accept it, burning with embarrassment, inside and out. Ma thanks him, her smile verging on a leer the minute he walks away. He is molto carino, no? Perhaps he has a son who's just as cute. She cranes her neck to keep him in her line of sight. Would you like me to ask? Oh, mio Dio, Ma, stop, will you? Ma can be so inappropriate, probably because she has little to no human interaction outside of time. Sometimes I think she set up Katerina's cat casa because even she knows she's better suited to animals than people. Pa was too tied up with his wedding shoots to come here with us, which is probably a blessing in disguise. You'd think being older than most of my friends' parents would make them stuffy and old-fashioned, but it's like they tried to make up for it by going too far in the other direction. Way too far. Ever since Ma and I booked our flights, she and Pa have been teasing me about all the bellissimi Italian boys I'll meet this summer, insisting I'll fall in love and never want to come home, like all the other foreign girls, because that's how they see me, their own flesh and blood, foreign. Well, this is my chance to prove them wrong on both counts. I was a little kid the last time I was in Rome, but this city is in my DNA. I know it in the bone deep way birds know migration routes, and salmon swim back to the stream they were born in. And okay, because I have Google Maps. But mostly, I know it because our house in Edinburgh is a little piece of Italy. The food, the music, the TV channels, the bidet in the bathroom, and occasionally swathes of homemade spaghetti drying on the clothes horse. Only my best friend Isla is allowed round on those days. I hope you enjoyed the beginning of Lydia's story. Thank you so much for listening.
Hey everyone, and now we have a reunion. Some of our authors have come back from previously being with us at Camp YA a few years ago. So enjoy our next panel.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Camp YA. My name is Ashley, and I'm really excited to be with you today. This session is a bit of a Where Are They Now chat with two amazing authors who were part of the debut panel at Camp YA 2 years ago. As a debut author myself, I'm really, really excited to hear what they have to say today, and I'm really thrilled to be joined by Mackenzie Reid and Rachel Moore. And I'm curious to hear what they've been up to since. But rather than introduce them myself, I'll let them kick things off and tell you a little bit about who they are and what they write. So is it okay if I come to you, Mackenzie, first?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for having me again. It's so cool being back 2 years later. I'm Mackenzie Reid, the author of The Rosewood Hunt and The Wild Trials, which are both young adult thrillers, kind of with mystery, riddles, and clues vibes, and of course, a bit of romance. I also have an upcoming young adult thriller called Worse Than the Others, and my adult debut coming out with Berkeley next year called I Hope This Email Finds You in Hell, which is a bit of a genre shift for me as horror romance. But I just love writing, and I've loved writing forever, and it's been so cool being on this publishing ride, and especially going from a debut to now multiple books and kind of hoping we can just keep the magic going.
I'm so thrilled to be here as well. It's also hard to believe that it was both just 2 years ago and also already 2 years ago that we were having this conversation. But if you missed us last time, I'm Rachel Moore. I write young adult, magical, romantic comedies. My first two books are The Library of Shadows and Us in Ruins.
And I feel like that is such a special place in my heart. But like Mackenzie, I also have an adult debut coming out with Berkeley. So next year I'll be releasing Safari Murder Party, which is also magical of a genre shift, all things considered. But I love anything that is magical high stakes situation, anything that feels like it would be like a blockbuster movie, or better yet, a movie with Brendan Fraser in it. I am so there for it. Magical.
Oh, thank you. And I actually love that you both kind of mentioned that you are like now dabbling in different genres, and that's something that's really like exciting to hear. Like you have the ability to do that. And Mackenzie, I know you mentioned the publishing ride, so kind of leads on to my question to both of you, which is, was your experience of the publishing process what you expected?
Magical.
Magical. No, in the way that like I thought I knew everything. And then it was just different in that I think everything was just more extreme than I expected. Like every emotion that comes with a book coming out, every even like learning the publishing process, like how many rounds of edits you have with your editor, and how everything is different, even from like the book that you originally sell to then the book you have to pitch your editors for the next step. So there was definitely a lot to learn, and I feel like I'm always still learning, which keeps me fresh, I guess, at least.
Cool. Rachel?
Magical. I agree that I feel like I didn't know anything, so I was surprised in that everything was kind of brand new and unexpected. But I did get my undergraduate degree in writing, so the process of like going back and forth with someone on revisions was not something super unfamiliar with me, but doing it professionally and doing it with someone who, like, this is their whole job, and everything they like are feeding you, like you're bouncing ideas off of them. I was so astounded by the way that like my books were transformed in this process into something that I couldn't have built alone. Like having an editorial partner who understands you and what you're trying to say and gives you the tools you need to say it effectively. Like that was something that I was so mesmerized by. But like Mackenzie said, every book is different too. And so as soon as I thought I'd figured out what to do and how to do it, the next book would be like, actually, that won't work anymore. We're going to have to figure out something entirely different. Magical.
Yeah. Oh my God, that really resonates when you're explaining that whole process, having kind of recently still kind of going through it. Like I can totally connect to that. But what would you say has been like your favorite part in that process?
Magical. That is such a good question. I'm so curious to hear what you'll say, I feel like the part that gets like the most maybe attention, or like the part that you kind of daydream about the most, is like getting your cover or getting your designed interior pass and getting to see it look like a bit like a book for the very first time. I think that is the part that you kind of daydream about. I actually really like doing copy edits though, because you're working with a copy editor who is going through bit by bit, and they're being super granular and trying to make sure that there are no errors in the final pass. And that, to me, there's something that like appeals to like the perfectionist in me. Like no book is ever going to be perfect. There will always be mistakes in books. Like it doesn't matter how many people read them. Like we're all picking up on different things. And I just think that process of being so meticulous, which words are you using? Where are you using a comma? Or like, where are you choosing not to use commas or quotation marks or what have you? Like that part for me was really, really fun.
Yeah, like I'd say kind of similar to Rachel's answer, just like one step further. I really love the past pages kind of part of the editing cycle. It's pretty much the last time you see your book before it goes to print, but it's all formatted and laid out. And I kind of like it for two reasons. One reason is I just feel like that's like the stage where authors have the least amount of work. Because at this point, you've done the big edits, you've done the copy edits, and now you're just kind of reading and catching any like nitty gritty little thing. But I also like it because I just love seeing it in book form. And I think that's when a book really starts to feel real. And I remember that was when it started to feel real as a debut author, because I was like, oh my gosh, this is literally. And some of my books have like
little like handwritten segments in them. And it's always been really cool to see what the design team does with that and making it look like literal handwriting inside the book and adding just like little design touches in text.
Like, oh my God, I love that. Like both of those answers. I think they're really, really good. Because I can kind of relate to them as well. But like on the back of that question, I would then ask, what was the hardest part of the process and how did you navigate it?
I think the hardest part of the process, like editing aside, because it is always a little tricky, at least for me, when I get that like big picture edit letter. And I'm just like, what do you mean this wasn't perfect? Like, oh, I have to do work. And but that aside, I think what was kind of difficult too is, the saying like keep your eyes on your own page really rings true for publishing because it can be so easy, especially as a debut, but even especially I found with my book too, The Wild Trials, to kind of see what's happening around you or to authors around you and to get really caught up in this kind of like, well, this is happening for someone else, or because my book wasn't featured on this list, like, does this mean XYZ? And I think it's just like kind of like a skill to eventually hone to be able to like block that out. And it was harder than I thought because I definitely thought I would be someone that's like, I love my book. Like, I don't care. Like, it's, whatever. But then there's all this like exterior stuff where you can kind of just get a little like second guessy about things. But at the end of the day, I think it's helpful to recognize that and then also be like, no, I love my book, go from there.
100%. And I feel like too, like the waiting, publishing is a lot of like, an email shows up, you have a task to do for a certain amount of time, and then your email is empty for an undetermined amount of time. And eventually more emails will come and maybe multiple will come at one time. But there's no way to know. It will just arrive. And I'm not particularly an innately patient woman. So learning that, at a certain point, like Mackenzie said, once you've finished with your past pages and the book is off to production, there's not really a lot you can do except wait and hope and let your team work behind the scenes if you're being traditionally published. And I found that part particularly challenging. Of course, if you have multiple contracted books or, you're thinking ahead to what you want to write next, that can help to really just literally keep your eyes on your own page. But across the board, I do feel like learning that, there is a bit of control you have to relinquish when working with a publisher, and trusting that, your team is behind you 100% and they're going to do the best they know to do for your book and just writing it out, whatever may come.
I like that. Obviously, you both have written like multiple books. So I guess like since your debut, do you feel like your writing practice has changed much?
Mackenzie, I'm really curious to hear you. It's funny because I was like trying to think. I do. I think I remember with the Rosewood Hunt, I've also very much like followed Save the Cat. But with the Rosewood Hunt, I definitely have plotted it in 3 acts. Now I plot in 4 acts. But beyond that, as far as like a writing routine, I feel like I used to very much be like a write every day type of person. And I am like that when I'm on deadline, more out of necessity. But I think now I kind of give a little bit more grace on the weekends. I just feel like I used to write all the time, like all day, every day outside of my day job. And now I'm a little bit more mindful about it. Like if I can take weekends off, I try to, or I obviously like work a day job. So kind of fitting it in around that. I keep mornings a little bit more for myself, whereas I used to just like wake up and sit at my laptop for 4 hours. So there's definitely been a change. And while I kind of feel a little bit less disciplined about writing now, I feel like it's better for me mentally. And I've kind of taken more steps toward like prioritizing well-being. And somehow I'm still hitting my deadline. So clearly, it's working decently. And that is like such a good point, that if you like aren't taking care of yourself, if you're unwell in any capacity, like your words are going to suffer. Like it will show in your writing. That said, I also think that writing can be like a really nice like outlet for anything, like a way to like escape from, you know, I don't know, I don't live in a fantasy world, much to my dismay. And so sometimes it's nice to be like, okay, great. And now I'm in Italy, which is not that's a very real thing. And the statues are coming alive. Yeah. My writing has definitely changed like a lot since my debut, because my debut was the first book I've like literally ever written. So I had no clue what I was doing, period. And these days writing is my full-time focus. So I write Monday through Friday. And I also like, I won't stop myself if I'm like, oh, it's Saturday and I want to write, but I don't have to. I can just look away and that will be there when I show up again on Monday, which is obviously like an incredibly privileged like place to be at in my career. But knowing that there's not like something that will break if I give myself the space to recuperate. I don't have an infinite well of creativity. And sometimes you do need to refill it, and you need to, you know, see the sun and touch grass and be out in the world, and that's okay and allowed. And like, but I'm still a plotter. Like, you cannot take that away from me.
That's good. So like definitely be taking care of yourself. That's what I'm gauging from this. And it kind of also leads on really good to the next question, which is what is one piece of advice you would give to another debut author? I feel like you've already both shared some really good nuggets. Anything else? I'm taking notes.
I would say don't forget to have fun. Like, especially if I sold my debut in a 2-book contract. So my second book had to be written on deadline. I had 6 months to go from a book not existing to a book existing, which was quite like terrifying in the moment. And it can be so like challenging to learn that you are writing for a job, basically. And I think it can be really easy to kind of lose that fun spark that like made you sit down to write to begin with. And so whatever you need to do to like have fun, like your books should entertain yourself first and foremost. I fully believe that. I love that answer. I feel like kind of in line with that. Don't be afraid to be loud about it. I think that it's so easy to get in your head when it comes to social media, whether, you know, if you want to be someone who posts a lot or if you don't. But I feel like a lot of times, sometimes when people don't, it's because they're like, oh, I'm talking too much about my book. And like, I like, as someone who like never shut up about her book, it honestly paid off because so many people messaged me after the Rosewood Hunt came out and were like, I've been waiting for this book forever. Or like, I remember seeing one of your first videos about it. And I was like, where were you guys in my comments? But it doesn't matter. Like, they were just watching, and knowing that they were watching, even though I didn't know, it just like really validated the kind of hustle, I'll say. But I like doing social media, so I didn't mind posting. But the only times I minded were when I'd get in my own head about it and be like, you're being annoying, you're being cringy. But honestly, like, nobody thinks that. And the people who do, I think, just don't get it. And your peers are going to understand if they have a book coming out or want to have a book coming out. Like, it is just kind of a part of being an author lately, for better or worse. And readers honestly really like it, and they love following the journey. So I would say just like get out of your own head, and like Rachel said, have fun with it, and don't hold yourself back from being celebratory about it, because it is a big deal to publish a book. Like, it's huge.
Yeah, that's really, really good, like sound advice. And I feel like so many debut authors will resonate with that, to kind of just like validate yourself. And it's okay, you know, to scream and shout about what you've achieved. I love that so much. Now kind of like moving on to readers. I think my next question is, what did you want readers to get from your work?
I'll let you go again, Rachel, because I have to think for a second.
me, I wrote my debut with like a lot of heart. I wrote it in honor of my grandmother who had passed away. And so I really wanted that book to be a point of connection for people who were going through loss and sort of felt this, I don't know, feeling you have no idea what to do with sometimes. And it was certainly a way for me to work through that. And so I wanted to write something that had, you know, a really poignant heart, but I'm not a very serious woman. So writing something that was, I don't know, anything that took itself too seriously was not something I was going to like spend actual time on day in and day out writing. And so I added rolling ladder races at the library and the ghosts wear juicy couture. And like, we just made it fun and goofy, silly. And I wanted teens to know that you can be both things. Like, you can feel things really deeply. And also, I don't know, just like, life doesn't have to be like this big, scary thing. Like, you can just like have fun and you can really relish that and you can celebrate the love in your life. Whether it comes from cute library ghosts or statues found in hidden temples.
That are also cute. I think for me, The Rosewood Hunt was a book that I wrote during a time when I just was like really seeking connection because it was during the peak pandemic. And I feel like in general, books have been such a source of belonging for me. And when I write now, it's always my hope. Like, I always write for me first. Selfishly, I don't know. And it's always my hope though that like, if my books are a home for me, they'll become a home for someone else. And of course, it's not going to hit for everybody, but knowing that they are finding their place, and especially they've found kind of a place with some people who are like, oh, I don't usually like reading, or I don't usually like reading this genre or YA. And that to me like means so much to like bring someone into a new aspect of reading in general, or just genres that maybe they haven't explored before. And it's just always a goal of mine to help people feel less alone. And that's kind of what I hope for with my books, that like they feel like they're there with the characters, going on the journey with them, and also just having a place that feels safe and like an escape from their current daily woes or joys. Who knows what they're going through.
Wait,
I love that.
Mackenzie, can I also share the story? It's your story, so I don't want to step on your toes. But I love, Mackenzie and I are both like huge found family girlies, and we're in a writing group together, and so we've been friends since 2020. And Mackenzie got the idea for the Rosewood Hunt like while we were playing a game, like with our writing group, and I just love that like desire to like build meaningful connections with readers and have your characters like find these found families that are like really supportive, like came out of us forging our own found family. It is like so sweet and so special to me, and I just love getting to bear witness to it.
Yeah, no, it's been like so fun, and I just feel like every idea I've ever had, like I put in a group, I talk about it with friends, talk about it with Rachel specifically a lot. And I just think having community isn't something you're born with, and it can feel so scary to find it. And I guess that's why I just hope my book resonates with people who maybe haven't found theirs yet, or are like on the precipice of finding theirs, because it's something that like doesn't have a timeline. But when you do find it and find like the place you belong, it can be so special, and stories can come out of it.
I was literally going to say that, like, you took the words out of my mouth when you were talking about how you guys met in that specific writing community. And yeah, once you find your tribe, like, and you find your sense of belonging, it really does help. So it's really sweet that kind of the idea kind of came from that, and how like you guys are connected. I just really love that. I guess like now kind of like we're 2 years forward since the debuts came out. Has the way your book has been received or reviewed changed the way that you see your work? What a question.
Yeah.
I feel like I have two different answers for my two different books. Like with the Rosewood Hunt, I loved that book from day one for so long that like anytime I would see anything that like didn't, match how I felt about it, I was just like, yeah, whatever, and to this day, I think if anything, it being out has just really like reinforced my love for it. Because I'm seeing the people it resonates with. I'm seeing, especially the teens who it's targeted for, who say it's also a book about grief and who have said like it's really helped them through a hard time. So I think my love has just grown for it. With the Wild Trials, I wrote that book so quickly. I ended up writing it in a little over a month. And I had always loved it, but I think it took me a little bit to see the potential, I guess, for it. And it was like, I loved it, but I wrote it so fast that I didn't have time to really like explore that love. I just knew I believed in it. I believed in me. We had to get a book out. And then it came out. And then the amount of people who, messaged me after and were like, I love this even more than the Rosewood Hunt. And there was a piece of me that was like, really? And not because I thought it was like a worse book by any means, but again, I just like hadn't had as much time to fall in love with it as I had the Rosewood Hunt. And now looking back, I'm like, wow, I love it so much. Like they're right for that. They should love it. But I don't know. I think it can go both ways, of course, whether there's a negative reception or not. But I don't think either of us have had a negative reception. But I was just so pleasantly surprised by how many people it did resonate with. And that really helped me just feel even better about it because I was proud of myself for writing it and like what I had to do to get it published when it did come out. But also just knowing that there were some people that it landed even better with was so exciting because it means I'm growing as a writer and I'm hopefully growing in the right direction. Love that. If I have a negative reception to any of my books, I do not know about it.
Yeah.
Never. It's
What
not
my
our
reviews
business.
say- Yeah. What
I love
they
that.
say in my reviews, I can't change the book at this point. So if it's not vibing with you, that is totally okay. But it is written and that is simply all I can do about it. I do think that if you're a debut author, like put the reviews aside, do as I say, not as I do, because I will read reviews when like arcs go up or like when galleys are first released. Like it's hard to look away. You have to give yourself a little bit of indulgence. But when it's out in the world, like close it. Don't open Storygraph. Don't open Goodreads. Like you don't need to know what anybody is saying. And it's not that you don't want to grow as a writer. Like that's not it at all. It's just that you're typically working on books, 18 months to 2.5 years in advance of a book being released. And so if somebody picks up The Library of Shadows today and it's the first time they're ever reading my work, like I'm not her anymore. So maybe you'll like my book coming out next year, but I'm a completely different writer these days. And that's okay. I mean, that's what we want.
No, that's so good. I love those answers. Okay, I'm actually really like dying to know the answer to this, which is what has been your best interaction with someone who has read one of your books?
That is such a good question. I met a bookseller. Well, she Instagram DM'd me, which I love when readers who are excited about my work reach out. Like that's obviously so like sweet, like such a wonderful feeling. And she had told me that she read Us in Ruins and it really, really resonated with her. And it was just so heartfelt. And she said to me, she was like, is Margot the main character? She's like, does Margot have ADHD? And I was like, I don't know. That's a great question because Margot is such a character who is close to me. Like, I gave her a lot of my attributes and we worked through a lot together, me and Margot. And she said that and I thought, what an interesting way to discover something about yourself. And I had the opportunity to go to New York and actually meet this reader, which was such a wonderful experience to be able to kind of like put the like name and face of someone who
really like read and loved my books to a person who was a bookseller and, you know, was there in store getting to talk about my books to their readers.
I love that. It must have been like such a warm feeling, like having that kind of connection with the reader. Yeah, I love
Yeah,
that.
it's like, wow, you taught me about myself today. I love when, like, I mean, as authors, we're so aware we self-insert sometimes, but then when there's something you weren't aware you self-inserted about pointed out to you and you're just like, oh, oops, that's interesting. I had an interaction with a reader via Instagram DMs, I think, and she said, she was like, I don't like reading, and I've never liked reading, but I read your book and I read it so fast, and now I love to read. And it was exactly the book I needed to read right now. And she mentioned she's like going through a hard time. And that just really hit home because I grew up and I always loved to read growing up, but I'm a slow reader. Like I'm still a slow reader. It's a character flaw. And because of that, I think there are so many kids who grow up thinking they hate reading. And sometimes I think it's just they have to find the right book. But I think a lot of times it's hard to find the right book because, you know, reading isn't always super accessible depending on where people live and if they go to libraries and, you know, all these different reasons. So to just get a DM and find out that my book somehow made its way to this reader and that it like completely changed how they view reading now meant so much to me because I do want my books to be easy to read, if you will, you know, and something that can be kind of like a gateway book to reading lots of more books. So it was really lovely. And then when I responded, she was like, oh my God, I didn't know you would respond. And I was like, I'm just like you. I'm on social media all the time, unfortunately. Yeah. When you send messages to authors, like we are just humans with social media. Like we are on the other side.
Yeah. No, I love
like
that.
I had to like not respond immediately because I was like, I don't want to be weird and be like responding as soon as I get this message. I don't want to double text.
I love that. I could just imagine you like going on like with your day and then you get that DM and you're like, ooh, what's this? And then it's like this really sweet message. But yeah, I love that. I think we're like coming down to like the final question. So one of them is, have you learned anything in the process of writing that you wish you had known when you first started?
I feel like one of the things I've learned, a couple things, but I don't want to just spew all these random answers. I've learned is to trust myself a little more. And I still freak out all the time. I still like sit down to draft a book and I'm like, I've never written a book in my life. And meanwhile, it's like my 12th book. But I kind of have learned that like I do know what I'm doing. And I am a professional, apparently. And I think it's just really nice to now know that like even if a book isn't perfect on the first draft, because it never will be, we'll get there. And I feel like I didn't always feel that way. There were a lot of times where I would write first drafts and never go back to them because I just was like, this isn't going to cut it. And now I realize you can just make it cut it. And it takes a lot of time and effort and revision rounds. And I'm so fortunate, of course, to now have a team behind me too, who helps me get it to that point. But just kind of knowing that like, I do know how to tell a story. I do know how to write characters. And I think it's really cool. I still think writing a book is the coolest thing ever. And now to just be able to do it as like a job is the best. That's for sure. So true. I feel like I wish I had known that like you have to make your own fun sometimes. Like I think that when you're writing, it can be really easy to let that inner critic get really, really loudly. And like Mackenzie said, like your first draft is never going to be like induced into some hall of fame of like best first drafts ever. Like it doesn't exist. Like you don't need to put that pressure on yourself. And so for me, the thing that really kind of unlocked my writing was giving myself permission to say yes. Almost like I'm constantly improving with myself
even though I'm a very meticulous plotter, sometimes you get on page and your brain is going and it's like these characters have a mind of their own. And rather than trying to just fight it constantly or trying to wrangle your own creativity while you're just in the moment writing, like just say yes and like just whatever you need to do to like have fun. Can you tell I'm a type 7? I'm like, it needs to be a really good time all the time. But I really believe that the thing that like makes your book your own is when you connect really deeply with it. And I obviously write really fun books, but if you were to write really serious books or, you know, really dark fantasy, like you can still connect with it in that same super meaningful way. But for me, it's just giving myself permission to get on the page and have playtime. Like so much of life is so serious. And especially when you're a couple books in and you've done this a few times, I think you can feel like, do I have anything else left to say? And there will always be more books to like write, more stories to tell, and more ways to have fun with what you're writing. Like, why spend this much time doing something if you're just miserable about it every time you sit down?
Yeah. And Rachel, something you remind me is like writing is so much easier when you're writing a book you love. And it's kind of like, sounds silly, but because it's your book, you can add things to it and have fun with the first draft. So you do love it. You know, you can turn a book into something you love, which is kind of like a magic power I think we have.
Yeah. I really think that there's something in just writing the thing that is indulgent. Write the thing that you're not thinking about. Is someone going to buy this book? Is someone going to read this book? Like, will anybody ever know this story? No, you do. And it's for you first and foremost. And if you like aren't having a good time, if you aren't excited to get back to those characters, it kind of shows. Like, I think that you can cultivate that love draft after draft. Like, I often find that my first drafts, it's like, I don't know these people. They're strangers to me. Like, why are they here? It's kind of like meeting someone for the first time, but then immediately inviting them for a slumber party. You're like, why are you in my house all the time? Yeah, I love that. I love like how you're like kind of reframing the perspective of like, you know, after that first draft and like how you that the relationship you develop with those characters. I do really like that. I guess like towards like the final question, which you kind of mentioned in your intros, but like what are your publishing goals going forward? Like what's next for you?
Rachel, you have the closest what's next.
I do. I have a lot of like publishing dreams I could just rattle off. Realistically, I'm really looking forward to the release of my adult book. Getting to publish with Berkeley is like a dream come true. I cried in my kitchen the day I found out that they wanted to buy my book. And so that's something I'm really excited about. I would literally love to be able, so my young adult books have all been published in the UK as well. Like I would love to be able to fly across the Atlantic and get to meet readers there and get to meet my team there. That's something that I haven't been able to do. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to just being able to write more books. Like this is such a joy. And like, Ashley, I'm sure like you feel like this, like being on the precipice of your first book too, but like I cannot believe anyone is letting me do this. And so the fact that I just keep writing books, I'm like, this is it. This is the thing I've spent my whole life dreaming of.
Yeah. Similar to Rachel, I'm so excited for my adult book. I also Berkeley was like such a dream imprint, and Rachel had gotten her book deal before me, and I just was like, oh my God, I want to join you so badly. And I feel like we low-key manifested it, as we do with a lot of things that pretty much happened with our young adult deals too. I'm just like trotting along after her. But I'm just so excited for it because I just think it's such a weird book, and it truly was my indulgent book. I hope this email finds you in hell. And for nothing else, I just like saying the title. So I'm excited to see like how that goes, and just to go through like a different publishing experience with like a different house, and I'm assuming it'll be slightly different being adult and horror romance. And I just think it's so cool, again, like to always have different things to look forward to, different books. And like Rachel said, I just think it's so exciting to think that we are like at the beginning still of our career. Obviously, we were like super at the beginning as debut authors, but there's just like so much ahead of us. And the idea that we have so many books left to write, so many stories to tell. And I always think to myself, like, I probably haven't had my best book idea yet. And I just love like having this just little like bubbling sense in myself that the stories will always be there and there will always be new stories. And I just can't wait to see like what I come up with, because who knows?
Sometimes I imagine there is like a little person inside of me, like standing at a conference, like just getting new ideas. Like she's
so
just in there stirring all the time.
Yeah.
Who knows what she's up to?
And isn't that so real? I feel like sometimes we have ideas and we're like, we got to let it cook for a little bit. Like it's got to marinate. And like, I know we both have ideas like that where we're just like, we're not ready yet. And I just can't wait for the day we are, because again, so much to look forward to.
No, I love this. You guys are like so like optimistic, hopeful, but like also like very real about your journeys. Like I feel like it's given me a lot of food for thought, and I'm sure like people watching will feel the same. But that kind of brings us to the end. And I just want to say thank you so much, Mackenzie and Rachel, for joining me. Like I genuinely really enjoyed speaking to you and hearing about your journeys. And I feel like low-key so like a bit proud of your achievements too, because I feel like the book offers moving into adult genre, like that's really amazing. But yeah, just thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. I'm so excited for you. Yeah, thank you for having us.
Hello, I'm Basari Matsuko, the author of Till Death. Till Death is a cozy until it's not novel about a bride who's poisoned on her wedding day, and her super swift cousin Lara decides to solve it. Lara wants to go to uni to become a detective, and once a real-life mystery comes into her hands, she's going to take any opportunity to figure out what's going on and save her cousin. As well as being a mystery novel about hijinks, chaos, and chaotic family dynamics, Till Death is also a story about invisible illnesses and the way it can affect those who are affected and those around them. Till Death is set in and around Nigeria, in the sickle cell capital of the world. It also talks about how the lives of one of the characters is affected with the disease sickle cell. I like to call Till Death a cozy until it's not novel because it's glamorous and fun and hilarious in the beginning, and then when things get dark, they get really dark. One of the avenues in which I explore darkness is through gossip blogs, so I have a writing prompt for you guys. There is a blog that is hell-bent on exposing everyone's secrets in Till Death called Niger Gossip Lounge, so I'd love it if you guys could write an equally catty blog post that I spill in everyone's secrets. I'll go first with the example of mine. July 17th, 2025, Niger Gossip Lounge, issue 361. Breaking news, heat stroke or poison? I told you I'd have the latest scoop. Sources say that cupcakes were swatted out of partygoers' hands at Darren Oyinlola's Bachelor and Bachelorette end of summer party, which is still ongoing. Maybe not after this drops. The reason for the forced removal of the sweet treats? They were left out in the sun for too long and no longer good for consumption. But moments later, a guest was seen vomiting up those same black and white cupcakes. All over the pool room, actually. Image attached. Apologies in advance, Amina. I do like you, I swear. I might not be a scientist, but I thought food poisoning doesn't happen instantly. Am I wrong, or were the cupcakes just really that bad? Or is something more sinister at play? You be the judge. Or I guess some of Darren's guests, if they stay, will, as the night goes on. Cheers to breaking the internet. You know gossip doesn't sleep, and neither do I. XOXO. I hope you have fun writing an equally as catty blog post, and I can't wait to see the juicy secrets spilled.
Okay, everyone, we will be going live with our next panel, Romantasy Ever After, so please do your thing and welcome everyone in. And if I can remember how the computer works, you should see them on your screen now. Okay, and you were live, guys.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Romantasy Ever After panel here at Camp YA this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm very excited to be here. I'm Bex Hogan. I've written quite a few YA books, but most recently I've got Nettle and Our King come out next month, which are based around fairy tale and folklore. I am a huge fan of fantasy, romantasy, so I've had a great time reading these guys' amazing books in preparation for this panel. So let's get straight into it because we don't have a huge amount of time. Can we go around one by one? Just introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your book. Should we start with you, Anna?
Hi, I'm Anna. If my background looks a bit weird, I'm calling in from a hotel. I'm a Welsh author, and my debut novel, The Wicked Lives of Habron Fair, came out last month, or this month if you're in America. It's a YA fantasy book about a girl called Serena whose sister disappears into fairyland, and she follows after her, not to help her sister out, but to basically drag her home by the hair. And that's me.
Amazing. It's such a good book. I adored it. Let's go next to Isabella.
My name is Isabella Stavka. My debut book, Curses of Lavender, just came out almost 6 months exactly, like 2 days ago. And it's a young adult fantasy Sleeping Beauty retelling. Only Sleeping Beauty saves herself. And I would tell you what it's about, but I would ramble, so I'm going to keep it there.
I will just say it's a great book. Check it out. I love it. Ova, how about you? Do you want to tell us about you and your book?
Hi, I'm Ova. I am Turkish and I live in UK, Cambridge. And my book, The Book of Heartbreak, came out a month ago in the UK and the US and Australia and Turkey. So yes, I'm really excited to be here today. It's about a girl who is cursed to die every time her heart breaks and she has to save herself before she's 18. That's it.
It's a beautiful book. I
Thank
just
you.
love the concept so much. And Robin, welcome. Can you tell us a bit about you and your book too, please?
Hi, my name is Robin Alvarez. I'm an American author. My most recent book, Paramour, came out September 9th. It's about banshees. I like to call it like Twilight, but pink, where these like Gilmore Girl mother and daughter pair are on the run from supernatural hunters, and a curse leads her right to her fated mate, but she has to break that bond in order to escape.
It's amazing. A lovely fresh take, I thought, on that kind of urban paranormal kind of scene. It's
Thank
great.
you.
So we're here to talk about romantasy today, and romantasy is very much having quite a big moment on the scene. Why do you think that readers are so drawn to that specific blend of romance and fantasy? Does anybody want to kick off, or shall I pick on you?
I would say that for me personally, I really like romantasy because I feel like there's something about the blend of romance and fantasy. Like I feel like fantasy already has a lot of appeal to it. Like there's dragons and magic and otherworldly settings, and it just so fantastical and so outside of what we're used to that it makes it really appealing to a lot of people. And then you add in romance on top of it, and it gives you like double the things to root for, double the reason to read, and like that's what keeps me up all night. Is like 1 minute we're battling dragons, the next I'm like there's like high stakes romance, and I just feel like the mix is just very appealing to a lot of people.
Yeah, no, I agree. As a person who adores fantasy and romance, like it's a great appeal. Robin, how about you? What is it about romantasy that you love and that you think people are drawn to?
I actually agree with her that when she said the high stakes part of the romance is I think part of the appeal is that you've got all these tensions and these battles that you've got going on, but then to still be able to find love and to hold on to it. I think that kind of tension is really exciting, and I think that's one of the appeals is that love in a magical space.
Yeah, no, I agree. How about you, Ova? Anything to add?
I think it's also female empowerment because years and years we read male-led stories following boys or like men into adventure and now it's like reclaiming and writing female stories the way we want and the way we love.
Oh, I love that answer. So true. Anna, anything else you want to add? Sorry, being last is hard.
Oh, those were all pretty much what I would have said as well. But I also think there is an element to which escapism right now is obviously something that we're all looking for. Yeah, we're all from different corners of the world. Well, the three of us are from the UK, so we all know what we're all going through over in the UK at the moment. But I do think a lot of people are looking for escapism, and romance has always been an escapist genre as well as fantasy. So when you put them together, I think it doubles the impact of getting you out of your everyday.
Sorry, Anna, I didn't quite catch that last bit because the sound cut out for me. But I'm sure it was amazing. It's
Just
probably
saying that just saying that romance is an escapist genre, same as fantasy. So putting them together gives you the exact same feeling of getting out of your everyday, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's really true. So I'm really intrigued what you think that the line is between fantasy that has romantic elements and fantasy. Where did the line shift? Because obviously romantasy is relatively new as a sort of a genre, but fantasy has been around a long time with romance, and I don't think I've yet figured quite out what the line is. So I'm really interested to know what you guys think. Over, do you want to go first this time?
To be fair, I completely don't know where the line is drawn.
Okay, good.
So my book it's actually it evolves around the mystery and the love story is the subplot, but it's still shelved as a romantasy by the publishers. And I don't know if this was because like a marketing decision. To me, it feels like it's a marketing decision by the publishers. I don't think us as writers, I don't know, at least me, I don't think that. I feel like I'm writing a fantasy story. I don't particularly think I'm writing a romantasy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I also feel like some books are definitely more heavy on the romance side. So I'm not probably the best person to answer this question. I'm a bit confused about that still.
To add on to that, though, like I get the confusion because when I first was trying to figure out what mine is, I call it a paranormal romance. But I asked, could I call this a romantasy to the general public? And there was a lot of debate. There was a lot of debate. It was a lot of like, if this romance isn't integral to the plot. But then there were other people who had other things to say, and everyone's definition was different. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just never going to call my own a romantasy. And I'm going to let other people do that. And I'm just going to keep saying this is paranormal romance because they were like, don't call it the wrong thing. People are going to be mad at you. And I was like, okay, everyone can call it whatever they want. So I'm going to stay over here and not get in trouble. So there is a lot of what is it? And I think the general thing I pulled from it was integral to the plot. Like if it doesn't really have to do, but again, people were debating those people too.
Okay. Isabella, how about you?
I would say that I definitely think that romantasy is definitely like a more of a marketing term, because I do think that fantasy with romance has existed for like a long time before the whole romantasy boom. But I would say that I kind of how I would characterize it, and I could be wrong, so if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But I would say that for me, romantasy is kind of like the ratio between romance and fantasy. Like I feel like there's a lot of fantasy books that have romance subplots, but they're like, let's say it's like 80-20 split, versus I feel like a lot of romantasies have more like a 40-50 or like a 50-50 or like even 60-40, just the ratio and the split is a little bit different, where it's almost equally as important, like or like equally just equal versus like having it be like a little bit more like sidelined. I feel like romantasy, maybe it has a little bit more prevalence, whether or not it's integral to the story or not. I view it as like the ratio, but again, I could be wrong.
That's really interesting. What do you think, Anna?
I'm very much the same as Over and Robin. I said I was writing a fantasy coming of age story and it became romantasy in the marketing. And I think for me that when I look at things that you're sort of like, that's definitely a romantasy book. Like I know that for sure. I think it's very much that the plot and the romance are entwined together so much that they can't exist without each other. Which I think is very similar to what Isabella was saying. So I think we've basically got the answer.
So maybe
we've done it. We've discovered what romantasy is.
We solved this whole thing. You heard it here. I'm still not convinced that romantasy isn't just fantasy with romance, but yes, it is obviously whatever anybody wants it to be. But I think you're right about ratio as well, actually. So when you're writing your fantasy with romance or your romantasy, whatever we're calling it. Do you guys have like a favorite trope that you like to include in your kind of romances? And if so, how do you kind of put your own unique, fresh spin on them? And equally, is there any tropes that you hate and you don't want to ever go anywhere near? Anna, I keep coming to you last, so do you want to go first?
I would say probably it's always my favorite. I love an enemies to lovers. But I don't want to know it's an enemies to lovers before going in. I think there's so much scope to work with that, but if you're told from the off that they are going to end up together, where's the suspense? Where's the thrill? But in terms of a trope that I would avoid, I actually can't think of any, because I do think that any trope could be done in an interesting way if you want to do it. Like, I'm not going to look at, sometimes I read something, I'm like, that's not for me, but if it feels like it would be appropriate for something that I was writing, I would definitely use it if I wanted to. So yeah, I think it all depends on the angle, but you can always make something original and enjoy whatever way you're coming at it from, I think.
Yeah, it's very true. I've always said that I don't like love triangles, and yet they keep slipping into my books against my will. I don't understand what's happening there. How about you, Robin?
Mine's love triangles. I think people dump on Insta love, and I don't hate it in like most cases. And I'm not saying I write it a ton. My book was super slow burn. But like, I think that there are moments where people pull it off really well, that some people do fall fast, and that is fun to read. And so I'm not typically like her. I'm not off on any like trope. If there was one pulled off right, like they did a good job and I'm gonna read it. What do I normally like go toward? I don't think there's a normal for me. I think I'm still exploring a lot of different things. I do love that fated mates, soulmates kind of bond, but I also really love second loves. And so those two things kind of like don't go together. Because yeah, so
that's why we write more than one book, okay? So that we can keep having fun with it all. How about you, Isabella?
I would kind of agree with both Robin and Anna. I don't really set out to write tropes. I feel like I just kind of let them fit around what my story needs. And I feel like I kind of like to identify the tropes after I've already written the story, because I feel like I do have my own personal favorite trope that I like to read, and maybe some I like to write. But I feel like the characters in the plot kind of call for certain things, and if you try to force a trope in there, then it kind of reads as awkward. So I kind of just let the story tell itself, and then I kind of identify the factors afterward. And I feel like tropes are tropes for a reason, not because like we set out to write them, but because they're cliche, because people are just drawn to them, so we naturally write them. So I feel like they're more like identifying features for what exists already versus something that we just implement it like as like a formula.
A really good answer. How about you, Ava?
So I don't want to know tropes when I'm reading a book, because to me they feel like spoilers. I think Anna said that. I don't want to know, sometimes people list like this whole tropes about all the books, and I feel like it's giving away a lot of the plot, and I just don't want to know. And as Isabel said, I don't really think about like let me write this trope now. They just kind of sneak into the plot. I mean, I usually think about like what will make the page turning, like what's gonna hook the reader. And I guess if you ask me a trope that I don't like the friends to lovers trope. I don't know why. When I read a book that says it's a friends to lovers trope, I immediately puts me. I don't know why. I mean, no idea why, but I love the enemies to lovers more.
Enough of that trope. I think it's interesting what you say about the not wanting to know too much, and that the balance for marketing of wanting to use those tropes to kind of attract readers, but also but also don't give it away. It's a really difficult balance, isn't it? So you mentioned Insta love, Robin. So I'm going to ask you all where you stand or where you are. Insta love fans or slow burn? And whichever way you write your characters, how do you build that tension without losing momentum?
Me first?
Oh yeah, go for you.
Yeah. Okay. So I personally, as a reader, I really love yearning. I really do. And then I thought they were gonna kiss and then they didn't yet. I really love that. But like I said, I can enjoy either kind of book as a reader. And then as a writer, I actually wrote the slow burn in my book Paramore because somebody said something to me and I got a little rebellious. It was in my era of like they called it an insta love and they meant it as an insult. And I was like, oh yeah, you think this is an insta love? And I wrote it as the slowest burn, and it is one of the things that people write in my reviews most often. So I know I did it, but it was out of rebellion.
Fair enough. I mean, I love a slow burn. I'm old. Back in the day, you used to go like 3 or 4 books, kind of building that tension. I used to live for that. So I love a slow burn. How about you, Ava?
I love a slow burn too, but I think I will repeat myself. I don't really think about it when I'm writing. For example, in the Book of Heartbreak, I tried to write instant attraction, but it wasn't insta love. But when I read the reviews, it was like insta love, insta love. I mean, to me, it should be like maybe instant attraction, and then it develops slowly. That would be my perfect recipe. But I love yearning too. But whatever the plot calls, I would say I will just because I can't think about like writing a slow burn without thinking how the plot will unfold around it.
I think you're right as well. I think like instant attraction is really quite common as well. And if you're writing especially like a standalone and you've got to develop a whole romance in that, there's got to be something, whether depending on what trope you're going for. So I think there's nothing wrong with a bit of instant attraction. How about you, Anna?
I generally prefer slow burn. Like that's what I like to read. That's what I think I would write. As you said, you've got to have a bit of instant attraction. Like how would it work otherwise? You know, there's got to be a reason they go, oh, okay, someone's over there. They're worth paying attention to. But for me, I think with what I wrote is it had to be a slow burn because the main character has a lot of issues with her self-esteem. So she wouldn't immediately come in being like, oh, I fancy him and I can make a move on him and maybe it'll work out, because she's like, no, I hate myself, I can't do that, that's impossible. So I think for me it would be dependent on the character. Unfortunately, I do write all my characters being self-loathing, miserable girls, so they will always end up being slow burn eventually. None of them will ever come in being like, I deserve something good. So that's probably why I prefer it. I like it that it gives the characters room to grow together.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that. How about you, Isabella?
I personally, in my reading, love slow burn. I feel like I think one of the things that keeps me reading is like the not knowing and like the reading between every little line. And I feel like when there's insta love or instant attraction, I feel like instant attraction not that bad, but like insta love, I feel like there's like less of a question of whether they're gonna get together and more of a question of like when. I know like some stories aren't guaranteed a happily ever after, or some things that always work out, or just because you have your first love doesn't mean that you're gonna end up with that person. But I feel like the slow burn just drags it out so painfully, and it's like I need more, and it just keeps you reading. So I think that's my personal favorite. And as far as how I implement it in my story, I kind of like to see I look at some of my favorite books that do slow burn in my opinion really well. And I kind of like see all the interactions between the characters and see like what as a reader makes me like keep flipping the page and like feel like they're like the tension just building and building. And I feel like the moments where the characters are together are really important, but I feel like the space when they're apart is also very important. Kind of like Robin said, like they're about to kiss when then they leave. Like I feel like it's that push and pull of like the attraction and then the distance that makes us like really like I need this now. I've been teased too much. Just give it to me. And I feel like it also helps with the pacing of slow burn, because if you have them together for too long, then eventually they're going to get together. But I feel like the more you push them apart and like push them together, it kind of drags it out, and that creates like slow burn, like tension, like building up effect.
Yeah, I think that's really good. So in conclusion, we all really do quite like a bit of yearning and a bit of a slow burn. Well, read our books if you want that. So let's talk about morally grey characters, because they're a bit of a staple of the romantasy genre. Why do you think we love them so much, and how do you go about writing them? Isabella, do you want to go first on that one?
My experience with morally grey characters, I love reading about them, but writing about them, I feel like it's been a challenge for me, because me as a person, I'm like really anxious and I'm a people pleaser, and I was like, I can't do no, I can't, like, if I like make someone's day and like any less than good, I'm gonna just like beat myself over it for like an entire week. So that's my character, and then my first character, Thicket, from my debut book is much a similar way, but I'm writing a new series, and every single character minus like two are like morally gray and like go out like trying to do bad intentions. So it's been like really hard for me. I feel like we love them so much. We kind of, it's like the whole escapism thing. Like we leave reality to escape into a book, and I feel like there's something so appealing about reading about someone who just has no boundaries, like I guess like imposed on them. Like I feel like everyone and like most people in society try and do the good thing, try and do the right thing, try and be nice and kind. But these morally gray characters don't try to do that. They're like, I have my own values, I have my own point of view, and I don't care who gets hurt in the way. I'm gonna do what I feel is best. And I feel like there's something so appealing about reading about someone who has no limitations. And as for like writing them, I think it's understanding that everyone has a different point of view. Because when I started writing my morally good characters, I had this scene in like the first like 2 chapters where like when my character was like torturing somebody else. And I was just like, this is so bad. My readers are gonna judge my character, and like that's the whole point. So I feel like just kind of letting go of those like societal standards, and also understanding that morally good characters and their minds have their own experiences, own perspectives that kind of shape their reality, and that they're gonna think differently than I do. And as long as I understand that it's a different mindset, different reality, different expectations that they have for themselves and everyone else, I think that makes it much easier to jump into their heads.
Really good answer. You. How about you, Ava?
I actually missed the question. Can you repeat it for
I
me?
can.
Sorry. I was
Morally-
trying to guess from the answers, but
Oh,
sorry, I went on a ramble there.
You were fine. No, so morally grey characters. What are your thoughts on morally grey characters? Why do we love them so much?
I think because they are just out of standard. I personally really like unlikable character books. I was filling a form the other day, and they were asking my favorite books and my favorite characters. And I realized that most of my favorite books and characters are very unlikable because I can't actually like them. I don't like those characters. I like reading about them. So I think that's the element for me. I wouldn't personally, in real life, I wouldn't personally want to be friends with them or like even lovers, but it's just fun to read because I think it's again going back to that escapism element, it's just something different from the real life.
Yeah, absolutely. How about you, Anna?
I like a morally grey character. That's something I really enjoy writing. But I think the reason we all like to read them so much is that I think a lot of the things that make them morally grey, obviously in fantasy and romantasy, are often pushed to an extreme, but they come from very real things that we all have, like insecurities, like being jealous or being a very angry person, or just being resentful of things. So in fantasy you get to take it up to another kind of crazy level. So I think it is that what makes them morally great are things that we can see in ourselves. And I think that we also like to acknowledge that the not so good parts of ourselves too. That was something that was really important to me when writing my book, because it's set in a fairy world. She can lie, fairies can't. Why is she such a good liar? What is it about her that makes her so good at lying, cheating, scheming, that sort of thing? And apparently I did it quite well, because a lot of people in the reviews apparently said that her inner monologue is abhorrent, which I love. That actually makes me very happy. So yeah, I think it is that it comes from a place that we all recognize, but we can take to an extreme in fantasy.
Amazing. Yeah, I loved your protagonist. I thought she was great. She was really she was 16. I didn't feel like I was reading an adult pretending to be a teen. I felt like I was reading a proper teenager. So I love that about it. How about you, Robin? What do you think about morally grey characters?
No. Okay. They said wonderful things. Like, I agree. Okay. I think that what Anna was saying about these being like really human traits within us amplified is something I resonate with. I absolutely agree. I think we look at those characters and we hate them, but we also, those are the parts we hate about ourselves too. And so they're readable so much because we recognize those parts that we hate in ourselves, and we want to see where they would have went with that decision, and especially when you're in those fantasy spaces and the stakes are a lot higher. In terms of writing them, I find it like probably the most difficult for me. I think there's like a really clear distinction between like what I view as like very terrible people versus like people trying to be good and then having those like flaws inherently, like because I'm trying to mimic the human, right? But then that person who sits in the middle, who like could go either way because maybe they make more selfish choices, that part I think is something that I'm still working toward. Like I don't feel like I'm like any kind of master in any sense of that kind of character. And so I'm still in steady phases of like, what does that look like? How would that character function? And I'm like, honestly, I'm working on it now. So hopefully, hopefully I land with something that like is that.
But yeah, I think it's interesting as well, isn't it? But we've got that kind of responsibility as well, writing for YA, about the kind of characters we include, which kind of leads me to my next question a little bit about YA is quite, you know, commonly read by anybody from like 12 up to like, well, my mum reads it. So, you know, it's got a huge audience. How do you go about writing romance specifically that will satisfy sort of those quite extreme, I mean, focus maybe more on like the actual teens versus like the 20-year-olds who have quite a different appetite of what they would like sort of content-wise versus what like your 13, 14-year-olds are going to be wanting to read. So how do you go about balancing the romance in your YA books to sort of keep both kind of markets happy? Over, what do you think on that?
So obviously, the Book of Heartbreak is just my debut, so I can't speak as an expert. But I think where you have chemistry, it would work. You know, it doesn't have to be explicit and open door. If you have a good chemistry between your characters. I'm actually writing an adult fantasy now, and I am trying to make it closed door and inserting a lot of sexual tension, because there are many ways to inject sexual tension, and I feel like that sort of chemistry, and then obviously the complexities of the characters, which will make us root for their romance, and you know, that kiss that's never happening, or like the happy ending. So I think a mixture of those.
That's a really good answer. How about you, Isabella?
No, I feel like I haven't thought about this, like how I write romance for like the mass. I would just say that when writing YA in general, my approach is, of course, it's to kind of appeal to the target audience, which is like anywhere between older middle school and like older, like through high school. But I feel like with Curse of Lavender, I've had like middle schoolers read it, high schoolers read it, my age read it, my grandparents have read it. So I feel like there's been like a wide range of people who read it and really liked it. And I feel like the one thing that I say is like the relatability is like no matter like when you're like that age and like the YA range, then it's very relatable to you because you're living through those experiences right now. But then like as you age, you can reflect and look back. Like that's exactly how I felt in high school. I feel seen, and I feel like going through like especially like high school, I feel like it's such a pivotal time where like everyone's experiences are different, but I feel like we're also angsty and like if it just it's kind of like similar mindsets, and I feel like it kind of sticks with us, I think, more than like, at least for me, more than like elementary or middle school. I feel like the high school time for some reason just more sticks with me more, so I feel like it carries with me into my like adulthood. So I feel like maybe just the relatability, whether it be the characters, the plot, the romance, like the mindset, that maybe appeals to people and kind of makes it such like a wide range.
I think that's really true. I think what's the saying? Good YA is for everyone. So should be for everyone. How about you, Robin? How do you go about getting that balance?
Can you ask me the question again? Because I feel like I didn't understand it, but that's
I
on me.
probably
No.
waffled all the way through. So it was just sort of looking at how YA really, you're not writing for just like, when you're writing middle grade, you're writing for middle grade, but for YA, it's really anybody for sort of 12 plus. upwards.
Yeah.
And it's a big sort of 20 plus market that love YA because they've grown up with it and they're still reading it, but you still got your teens. So in terms of the romance and getting the level right so that it keeps everybody reading it happy, how do you go about getting that balance?
I think that I think it just depends on per book. Like what one of mine had a little bit more stuff going on, not inappropriate for the age, but and then this one was a lot slower, like I had said. And I really think it depended on that couple. But when I'm looking at it, I'm just looking at what would these teens possibly be experiencing if there was no fantasy? And then like how does the fantasy change what that is? And I know that I think like Isabella was saying, it's a lot about for the adults, the nostalgia of it all, like remembering the feeling of one of your first major loves, even if it wasn't your first love, like the one that was very sweeping for you at that age, and trying to recreate that very sweeping feeling of that love in that moment. And if I'm capturing that, I think I'm capturing something that kind of resonates for the middle school who want to feel that but maybe haven't yet, and then high school who's currently going through something like that or verging, and then the people who have and are just looking back and going, oh, I love that, because I think that's why I still read YA is remembering like that feeling. Those feelings of first, I think, are what make YA so different and captivating, is that that's the first time in your life where you're so almost an adult, right? Like you're so close to those feelings, and a lot of those feelings relate, but they're the first time and they're the only time.
That's such a good answer. Anna, have you got anything else you want to add?
I completely agree with what Robin just said there about the experience of firsts, because I do think I also am writing adult, not out yet. That's hopefully someday, but that's got romance in it too. And what I'm conveying about how I feel about romance as a 27-year-old woman was really different to what I was interested about romance as a 17-year-old girl. So that's what I was thinking about when I was writing this, that what I wanted and what I dreamed of and what I thought was so like sweep you off your feet beautiful when I was a kid is really different to now. And I'll be honest, when I'm writing, I only think about the 16-year-old girl that I was. Like, what did I want to read? I'm writing for her. And that 16-year-old girl was also a very precocious 12-year-old who was reading like House of Night and stuff she should not have been reading. So I do think a lot of times like this could be someone's first exposure to talking about romance, that sort of thing. And my mum used to read them with me, so that she'd never stop me from reading something. Like if there was a sex scene in it, she'd let me read it. She just wanted to know what I was being exposed to, so that she could, if I had a question, answer it for me. So I was thinking about that. I was thinking about the 16-year-old girl, the really precocious 12-year-old, and then her mum, who's reading over her shoulder, and like, what can I provide something useful for, like a useful idea, something that would be interesting to talk about romance, because it's such an important part of our lives eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's a good moment to kind of let's talk more about the actual writing process that you guys all go through. And I want to talk to you all about your world building, because all of your books have some incredible world building, whether that's sort of developing magic systems or creating an entire other world. How did you go about creating your world? Did you kind of have that first, or did the plot come first, the characters? How did you go about creating your books? Anybody want to go first particularly?
I can start.
Lovely, go for it.
For me, with the Book of Heartbreak, the hook came to me the first. Like, I wanted a character that died when her heart was broken. So I developed the plot around that idea. And I'm kind of going through a similar thing with my current book as well. And then I write a lot to kind of get the ending, get the beginning properly. Like I start with a rough plan. I know what's going to happen and how it's going to end. And then I write the beginning a lot of times. And then when I know that the beginning is like the first act is right, and then I make a full outline and then write against the outline. So that's been my process so far, because I find like I think I heard V. Schwab once talking about this outline. It kind of saves you from writing and then discarding, because when there is a problem, you kind of see it in that detail outlined. So I find that quite useful.
That's really interesting. So you're definitely a plotter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then the world kind of grows with your plot, kind of at the same
Yes,
time.
I mean, I discover when I said I'm rewriting the beginning to find the beginning right, that's like maybe like 50-60% of the world building. Like I have for example, for the current book I'm writing, it's completely set in another world. I have a document, it's like a Bible. Everything is there, and I'm like referring to that document as I'm writing. But it's just I feel like I need to do that outline to kind of stay true to world building and make everything fit into the right place and make sure that there are no holes.
You are incredibly organized, and that I admire that a lot. That is so not how I work. How about you, Anna? How do you go about it all?
Honestly, for the world building with this one, I kind of had a bit of a cheat, which was all I knew is I wanted to write a book about Wales. So I was just like, well, the fantasy world is Wales. So it's a second world fantasy. She starts off in Victorian Wales and then goes into a forest that is basically just also Wales, but it doesn't rain as much. So I didn't really have much that I had to think about. I just got a list of like fantasy characters from Welsh mythology that I've always wanted to read about. Came up with some contrived ways to whack them in there. And the real cheat that I had was that my main character can't do any magic. So if any magic was happening, she had no idea what was going on. So I didn't have to know how it worked and I didn't have to explain it. So if I ever want to write a hardcore fantasy book, I don't know how I'll do it. I'll have to ask Ova, I'll be honest.
We'll go to Ova for all our help and tips. How about you, Robin?
I'm with her. I write in contemporary settings. I love that. I love to imagine our real world and there's like some other magical world happening. And so I think that like I'm very grounded in that way. But that's just like my own, I would love to like accidentally stumble onto some magic for real. So I think that I kind of stay in that space and I'm not creating these massive whole new worlds. And I don't know that I ever will be, even if I like to read other people doing that. I just think I've always loved to live in this space where I can kind of imagine that there's like this secret other thing going on that nobody's letting me know about. Like, please let me know about it. And then in terms of like bringing in banshees, I think I was just kind of really influenced by my grandmother, who was Irish and really like very proud of that heritage. And when she passed so early. And I kind of just wanted to know more about her and what that life was like and what she was so proud of. And so I started looking into their mythology, which is kind of what I did with my first book, which is very Filipino. I was looking into that mythology and trying to connect, and banshees really stood out for me. But I think because I react very poorly to death, which who does? Who reacts well to death? Like no one. And so it became something that like these were harbingers of death, like warning people that death was coming. And I kind of just immersed myself into like, what is the mythology, and created the world around that.
Yeah, see, I think you guys aren't giving yourselves enough credit, because I think in some ways it's almost, if you're writing in a kind of contemporary setting, you've almost got to make it more real and grounded to convince the reader. So I think that's why I write in other worlds, because then I don't have to think about the real world. So I think you guys are doing a hard job. So
that's so
how about you? How about you, Isabella?
I'm so lazy with world building in the beginning, and I bite myself in the foot shoot myself in the foot every time. I don't know how many books I've started where it's like a continent and there's only one town on the continent. I'm like, that's it. That's all that exists in the first draft. I kind of go into the book with like an idea. So like for my debut book, Crystal Lavender, the idea was like, what if someone went through a door in their dreams and woke up? And then I like to attribute a lot of my books to like fairy tales or like mythology, like basically a lot of retellings, because I feel like that gives you some ground. So I was like, Sleeping Beauty, what if that's how she woke up instead of being kissed awake by the prince? What if she went through a door? And then that had to like, and then there's like the whole dream world versus the fantasy world, and then it's like flip flop because our world is like the dream and then the fantasy world is the real world. And aside from that, I have like a few things I switched magic systems so many times. But I feel like when I write my first draft, I have kind of like basically an idea and some vibes, and I just go in hoping for the best. And I kind of stumble upon the rest of the story as I write. And the first draft is usually for me like very scarce, because I don't do a lot of world building. But then once I tell myself a story, once I know what the story needs, and I feel like I kind of plot and characters are kind of like equal for me. Like I don't really separate them too much. But then the world building should shape around the characters and the plot for me. So then after the first draft, I usually either do like a rewrite or like I bulk up my first draft. And then my like Crystal Lavender, the first draft I did was like 90,000 words, and then the second draft, when I added the world building in, was like 200,000 words. So I add the world building way after, and that's just what works for me. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to sit down and outline a whole encyclopedia of my book like Ova. That's like, I would love to do that because I feel like I would save myself so much time than having to like redo everything. Because like even with my new book, Ice Queen, I'm still doing that same thing where the first draft was very scarce world building. Now I'm sitting here with like entire 20,000 page like manuscript of like what I need to include in the world building. So that's kind of how I do it. It's a little awkward and probably not very convenient, but that's how I do it.
But that's the thing, isn't there? There's no right way to write a book, and like we all do it differently, and that's whatever works for you. That's great. Which kind of leads me, we haven't got a huge amount of time left, so quick question to, have you got any advice for anyone watching today who would like to get published? Any writing advice or other advice? Robin, do you want to go first?
Yes. Okay, so I always recommend this website. There's an author named Sammy Ellis who has written on her website a gigantic growing list. It's constantly growing of mentorships to do. And these mentorships, I think, are incredibly valuable. One, you're going to probably make friends for life. You get to improve in your craft depending on what that mentorship is. And you're making these really invaluable connections with people that know other people who are on this journey at various stages too. They might be in stage with you, they might have just gotten published. And so I'm always like, get in a mentorship. It's not like most of these are free, and they're just these moments where I really truly believe in networking, because I think there's so many people who write so well who just never kind of get seen. And this is one of those ways where, how do I get seen? Like, do a mentorship. And like, maybe it's not your breakout. Like, it's not that I'm saying you're gonna get a deal. It's that this is gonna in some way impact your life, especially your writing life. It's gonna teach you how to be in industry with other industry professionals. And so sammyellis.com, go over there, get a mentorship. Like, there's so many good ones, and so many that are specific to probably your identity. Look for those. Like, I think it's going to really benefit you.
That is really good advice. Thank you. How about you, Isabella? Anything you want to add to that?
I am gonna say that for my advice, I love like Robin's, how she has like, I feel like learning about the industry and learning and like about like kind of which route you want to go and making connections is really like invaluable. But I feel like for me, because I did this and I feel like if I can stop someone else from doing it, it might help somebody. When I first started writing, I feel like I loved writing, but I was so getting published that it took me like 5 years to actually like write my book, because I was spending more time like dreaming about covers, formatting my book that was even finished, or like all that stuff. So I feel like before you kind of look into publishing, focus on the book first. Like, make sure you're writing, make it the best you can. And then like while you're writing, like it's okay to like start looking into which route you want, whether it's indie or trad. Start looking into the industry and learning the standards and learning like about writing and honing your craft. But focus on the book first. And then when it's done, you can start looking into publishing. And I feel like that really helps too, because I feel like if you write a book to be published, it makes all the rejection that comes with the industry so much harder to bear, versus if you're writing for yourself. Because if you're writing to please other people and people aren't happy with it, then it stings more than if you're writing for yourself, because then no matter what, you still did what you set out to do. So I feel like that'd be my advice, is enjoy the ride, dream the dreams, but kind of do it for yourself and make sure that you kind of create something that you're proud of, and that you will, that's all.
Oh, I love that advice. I think if you don't love your book and you don't write it for yourself, like no one else is going to love it anyway. So you always do everything for yourself. That's very good advice. How about you, Anna? Any advice?
I actually wrote mine down, so if you see me looking down, it's because I always forget what I want to say when I'm about to say it. But obviously, yeah, you want to write a book that is a book that you want to write because you're passionate about it. But when you start on it, or when you're sort of in the middle and you feel comfortable with knowing what it is, I think it's quite helpful to think about how you'd pitch this book. Like, where would you see it in the market? How would you sell this to people? Is there anything hooky you can say about it? And I actually wrote my query for my book before I finished it, and then I updated it as I went along to say, like, if it actually reflected what I was trying to sell. And I think that can really help you figure out how you want to position yourself, but know that if you get an agent, they will likely position you differently. As I said, I thought I was writing a coming of age story. My agent thought I was writing a romantasy story. So it's about being flexible, but also keeping an eye on the business and seeing what is moving, what people are interested in. There's always going to be a part of it that is interesting to you. So, you're not going to struggle to find something that you want to write. And then my last bit, which is very sappy, is that keep in mind that there's lots and lots of people who want to get published, and it is very hard. But someone has to do it. So why can't it be you? Like, there's no reason it shouldn't be you at all.
Yeah, that's good advice. The balance between the creative head and the business head is something that I think all of us are thinking about a lot at the time, aren't we? How about you, Ava? Any last advice for anyone?
So obviously I'm writing in a language that's not mine, so I want to repeat what Anna said, because I dubbed myself so much, and it took a long time for me to get my self-esteem up and running. So I would definitely repeat the advice that Robin gave. Find yourself some writing buddies. I had some lovely author friends who changed everything for me with their encouragement and their support. I wouldn't be here if they didn't support me and they encouraged me. I mean, if you can afford, go to a writing course, because that's where people go when they are dedicated to writing, committed to writing, and you kind of get a sense to how to workshop and how to get the feedback, because when you work with an agent or an editor, you will receive the feedback constantly, whether you like it or not. So I think it kind of builds you up for that. And the last thing, obviously, read. Honestly, I have no writing background. I'm Turkish, I'm software engineer, but I've read more than 100 books since I'm, I don't know, 16 or something. And reading is the best education for a writer. I read everything, so I would recommend just keep reading and keep believing in yourself.
Amazing advice from all of you there. Now we have literally got like 2 minutes left, so I'm going to mush my last 2 questions together for you to answer as one. Could you quickly tell us some romantasy book that you're really enjoying, or any book that you're enjoying reading at the moment or have recently read, and also tell us about what is coming next for you to finish off? Anna, do you want to go first?
I got really lucky, and oh god, I have an Arc of Queen of Faces. That's a receipt from my dinner last night that's hanging out. And I just finished it, and it was fantastic. Like, it is so good. It is exactly as good as you've heard it is. So when that comes out in January, Avery, keep your eye out. Most fun I've had reading a book in a really long time. And what'll be next for me is we're doing a second Habron book. I don't know when that will be out. I can't really say. And then I've got something else in the pipeline that I hopefully will be able to share very soon, but I'm very excited about.
Amazing, I'm so excited. There's a second Habron book. Isabella, how about you?
I unfortunately haven't been able to read too much lately. I've been busy with moving and traveling and writing, but I have a lot of fall books I'm really excited about that I'm going to use as an excuse to start reading. But I would say that some of my favorite books that have really kind of shaped me as a author, and then also like kind of my reading taste, is like anything by Marissa Meyer, like the Lunar Chronicles, like fairy tale retellings. Adore those books and her so much. And then also Stephanie Garber. I think my top book right now is The Ballad of Never After. I am obsessed with that book. It is like, if I could write a book like that one day and like make someone feel the feels I felt with that one, I would have achieved everything I wanted to do in life. So those are some of my favorite books. And then as far as what I have coming next, so the sequel to Curse of the Lavender and the finale is going to be Dreams of Dust, which is going to come out in spring 2026. And I have a brand new series coming out. It's called Ice Queen and the Keeper of Death. And that one is going to be a loose Pandora's Box retelling, and it's going to come out this winter, like early next year, so that's late this year. I haven't set a official date yet because I'm a perfectionist and I don't want to root myself into something without knowing it's like something that I can I want to make sure it's good for you guys. So that's what I have coming next.
Amazing. Lots of things to look forward to. How about you, Ova?
I'm currently reading Six Wild Crowns by Holly Race, and I'm loving it. It's just so imaginative. It's the wonderful reimaginations of Tudor in a fantasy land called Alban. And I was looking for it, but I took it to my garden shed, so I couldn't find it here. For what I'm writing right now, I'm writing this Ottomanesque fantasy about a sultan and his magical library. Yeah.
Sounds incredible. I cannot wait to read that. And lastly, but not by any means least, Robin, how about you?
I am. Oh, sorry, I got some feedback and I lost my train of thought. Okay, I am working on a sequel for Paramore. So that one, and I'm working on a YA like horror where they're like in a haunted hotel, which is really like interesting and doesn't have a home yet. So like that's scary. And what was the first part of the question? I'm so sorry.
A book you've loved recently.
Oh, I read Sweet Nightmare by Tracy Wolff, and I actually really love it. She does like very similarly grounded world, but like the paranormal that come in, and there's actually banshees in that too. So I really loved like seeing banshees in another book, and so I had a great time reading that. Just finished it like 2 weeks ago, I think.
Amazing. Right, we have officially run out of time, so it just it's for me to say thank you so much, you guys, for taking part. You were all incredible, amazing answers. Thank you to everybody watching and for joining us, and a huge thank you to all the Camp YA team for putting this all together, because you're incredible. And thank you for having me. It's been brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. You were
Thank
amazing,
you.
Bex.
Thank you, Bex.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and now we are moving on to our next Fireside read. And yeah.
Hi, Camp YA. My name is Abdi Nazemian, and I'm the author of Like a Love Story. This is a deeply personal book. It takes place in New York City in 1989 and 1990, and it tells the story of 3 teenagers who are coming of age with all the love, pain, joy, angst of their teen years as their city is hit with the AIDS crisis and their community is dying and fighting back with love and anger and community. It is a novel that pays tribute to the heroes of my youth, the activists of ACT UP, who I credit with both changing policy and also saving my life and countless lives, to artists like Madonna, who at the time were speaking up and speaking out for the queer community that was being at best ignored by the government and at worst dehumanized. The novel, despite taking on such serious subject matter, is full of hope, joy, community, music. When I was writing it, I traveled back to my own youth when I felt so much shame coming at me from society, media, school, everything, you name it. It was a time of great, great homophobia. But as I was writing the book, I realized it was also a time of great community, of people who came together to support each other, to make each other feel seen. It was a time when people understood how important it was to come together. And I say that because I think we're in one of those times now. We are once again at a time where so many people across the world are being tested by governments who want to divide us and dehumanize us. And I hope that in this book are lessons for how to face these times, because I really think we can learn from the best of history. And this book is full of the heroes that I cherish most. I'm going to read you a little passage, a very short passage from the book. In the book, one of the teenagers, Judy, has an uncle, Stephen, who is a person living with AIDS and an ACT UP activist. And he writes down a series of note cards for the teen characters that are meant to convey queer history, queer concepts, pass on what matters to his community, to this new generation. And I'm going to read you one of these note cards from the book, and it is number 75, love. Love might just happen to them, but for us, it's not as easy. For us, it's a fight. Maybe someday it won't be. Maybe someday love will just be love. But for now, love is the 4-letter word they forgot we care about ever since they discovered that other 4-letter word, AIDS, the disease formerly known as GRID, gay-related immune deficiency. That's what they called it at first. They changed the name eventually, once it became clear we were not the only ones who would die. But the stink never wore off. It never does when they want to control you. Marilyn was always Norma Jean, and they never let her forget it. When her ideas got too big, they reminded her that she was nothing but an orphan. And AIDS will always be GRID. It is our disease, born our deficiencies. But I will tell you, we will never be deficient of love. We love art and beauty. We love new ideas and pushing boundaries. We love fighting against correction. We love redefining archaic rules. We love tops and bottoms and top hats, especially when worn by Marlene and Dietrich. But most of all, we love each other. Know that. We love each other. We care for each other. We are brothers and sisters, mentors and students, and together we are limitless and whole. The most important 4-letter word in our history will always be love. That's what we are fighting for. That's who we are. Love is our legacy. And with those words, I leave you. Happy reading, and I wish you all the best.
Hello, my name's Katherine Clark, and I'm the author of Things I Learned While I Was Dead, which is a YA novel about 2 sisters. Asha, who's 14, has been ill for a really long time, and sadly she's approaching the end of her life. Her older sister Calico, who's 17, just cannot accept this. She's spent her whole life trying to find a way to make Asha better. And so now she decides to enroll them both in an experimental cryogenics research program, which means she must join Asha in death. Their bodies will be cryogenically preserved with the hope that they will be brought back to healthy, happy life in the near future. Unfortunately, when Calico wakes up, she's much further in the future than she anticipated. She is trapped in a decaying facility in a post-climate crisis world where there is very little technology. She's surrounded by people she doesn't know if she can trust. And worst of all, Asha is missing, and Calico has no idea how she's going to find her, let alone save her. Most of the novel is written from Calico's point of view in a prose narrative, but scattered throughout the book there are little glimpses of Asha's story. And these chapters are very short. They're all less than 1 page, and they're told in free verse. And so what I thought I'd do today is read you a few of those, and then I will give you a writing prompt. It starts at the end. It starts at the end. What should have been the end would have been the end of any other story. You should be ashes in an urn now, Asha in an urn. You should be on your way now, a soul soaring up to heaven, a spirit seeking home, not tethered to this body that only ever gave you pain. But perhaps death is not the end of every story anymore. This chapter is called Bone. The first time, hospital smells, hospital spells, magic medicine took away pain, made you float. When it came back at 11, Calico said she'd had enough of God and all the talk of heaven. The holy grandparents muttered about the sins of the mother and how the 3 of you would go to hell together. Third time, Calico said, "There's always another way." She wrote to judges and MPs, doctors and drug companies, treatment trials, and millionaires and billionaires and research centres and charitable foundations. She was a dog, and you, Asher, were the bone. And the last one I'm going to read is called Limbo. Perhaps this is it. This is where you'll stay. This limbo, this purgatory. Perhaps this is hell. Perhaps you're not meant for heaven. Perhaps you just weren't good enough. Perhaps a life of pain is not a golden ticket. Perhaps half hoping is not the same as faith. Or maybe it was that thing you did. So I hope you enjoyed listening to that. And also I hope you noticed how much insight we got into things that had happened in the past, how much story we got, and how much character we got and atmosphere. And I think there's a lot to be said for using fewer words. Sometimes that can be very, very powerful. And so my writing prompt is for you to write a 100-word story using only one-syllable words. You can write your life story, or about something that's happened to you in your life, or one of those family stories that you've heard over and over again, or you can retell a fairy story. That's what I often do. Or you can write down the plot of your favourite movie. You can do it in prose, in poetry, you can write a list, you can write a song, but just 100 words and one syllable for each of those words. And it can be quite a good way to get yourself getting words onto the page when you constrain your writing in this way. If you've got millions of ideas buzzing around your head, sometimes it's hard to pick which one to choose. And if you find it hard to come up with an idea, sometimes it's hard to get any words down. And this exercise will help with either of those situations. So thank you very much for listening, and happy writing.
We are now going live with our next panel. I'm super excited about this as a neurodivergent person myself, so this is a special one for me. Welcome everyone from the More Than Just Stories panel. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you're having a wonderful afternoon. I'm so excited to be here with all of these wonderful authors. I would love it if each of you could give us a little brief introduction to who you are and your work, just so that viewers have an idea of where you're coming from. Name, pronouns, which are optional but encouraged, and maybe just like a sentence or two. I'm Finn Leary, pronouns they, he. I am the editor of the sci-fi anthology Future States of Stars, which is coming out next year with Owl Crate Press, and a contributor to the YA horror anthology These Bodies Ain't Broken, edited by Madeline Dyer, which is an all-disabled horror anthology that is coming out in just a couple of weeks from Page Street Publishing. So I would love it if folks would also give sort of a similar introduction, just so that we can get started talking about all of our wonderful characters and worlds.
Who wants to go first? Should I just jump in?
You,
And
Lou,
then
yeah.
I'll go. Otherwise, we're an autistic panel. We're going to do the thing where I can't read the social cues, especially online. Hi, everyone. I'm Lucy Powrie. I'm the author of Real When I'm With You, which came out in July. It's a YA fake dating romance between Effie, a cat-loving autistic people pleaser, and Aidan, very lovable barista with ADHD. It's about friendship, toxic friendship, about being the main character of your own story. And it's a book I love with my whole heart, the book of my dreams that I always wanted as an autistic reader. throw it over to whoever.
I'll take second. Hi everyone, I'm Elle McNicoll. I'm a Scottish and autistic author and screenwriter. I've written 8 books, and for the case of today, 2 YA romances with autistic characters, Some Like It Cold and Wish You Were Her. And I've also been a screenwriter on A Kind of Spark, an Emmy-nominated TV show based on my very first book. All 8 of my books have neurodivergent characters in them, and I am thrilled to be here at Camp YA today.
Hi, I'm Anna Zoe Quack, and I wrote these 2 books, Something to Be Proud of and Sad Girl Hours, both of which have an autistic main character, and I'm working on a story at the minute that is an ADHD bye romance as well. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. I know that we sort of touched on this, I think, in everyone's intro. You gave us a little taste of how you've included this, but I would love to know just in more detail how you've included neurodivergent identities in your novels. You know, if you want to talk about a particular novel for those of you who have written more, if you want to talk about like overarching themes of making sure that you have neurodivergent characters in your stories, just, you know, in what ways have you made sure that your stories center around neurodivergent characters or have a wide range of neurodivergent representation in them?
Who's going first?
Well, I feel like
Should we
Elle,
have a
you
system?
have
Should we
to.
put our hand
I
up?
kind of want you to say, Elle, because I feel like you've been such a pioneer of, you know, I feel like we're all in conversation with each other, but you paved the way for all of us really,
Oh,
and we're
Lou.
doing the work. And so I suppose the conversation is about like you put yourself out there. And you know, A Kind of Spark was like such a big book, and then you came into the YA space and lit it up. So I'd love to for you to share your.
Oh, Lucy, that's so nice. It's so great to be here with the 3 of you. I admire your work so much. But I think, and you two probably know absolutely this as well, but when I started out 5 years ago now, autism in the UK children's lit and YA scene was very sparse. And when it did appear, it was usually in very serious books with very dark blue covers, and it was usually about boys, or people assigned male at birth, and it was usually about their how difficult their disability was for everyone around them. And I am always careful with my language about this. I don't want anyone to think I'm telling people what they can and cannot write, but that was what existed when the 3 of us, I think, came into the industry. And what I wanted to do, and I think what all of us do, is take back the agency a little bit, make it more authentic and more I was going to say neutral actually, although I think we all write really positive representations. I think we also have an underlying neutrality because we all live with this. It's not something that we think of as dangerous or scary or bad. And I think we all wanted to write about the human aspects of it, and I think all of our work does that. It's the good, the bad, the indifferent. But for me, it was very much saying, let's stop having this conversation without neurodivergent people at the center. Let's start actually having books with openly neurodivergent writers, people who live with this day in and day out. Let's have it not be about autism and only autism. Let's have other plot lines and other character arcs. I think that's what we all came up under. I don't know if you two would agree with that, but it was about changing that narrative a little bit and making everything a bit more, um, a little bit more exciting to read and a little bit more authentic.
Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, sorry, Anna.
Sorry.
You go. I'm close for your answer.
I think for me, I think the naive part of me wants to say, like, it's not been an effort. It wasn't really a choice to write stories with neurodivergent characters. It didn't feel like I need to do it for this reason, because why wouldn't I write characters like me? I feel like we all want to see ourselves represented. It's not really natural. Then growing up in the world we did, it 100% is a choice, even if that's an unconscious one, because like you said, Elle, we've grown up in that world where our narratives aren't wanted. And I used to be quite active in like the mental health blogger space. I did lots of autism advocacy work. I eventually had to leave that because I had so many people who weren't autistic themselves telling me I was representing things wrong, or that my experiences weren't the same as their child's, or that they knew. And so I think part of me writing those stories is a bit of a rebellion, even if I don't intend it to be, because saying this is my experience, or the experience of someone that I love, or I don't know, this is just a neurodivergent character living their life. If you read the whole book, you will see them as a person. I think, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense. And I think one of the things that I love now, and maybe not when I first started writing, but now that I've like published this, I feel like we're all in conversation with each other. And one of the things that was really special to me when I got my autism diagnosis was I felt like I finally had somewhere to belong in a community. So I literally just like a few minutes before this began, I went into a bookshop and I saw Elle's and Anna's books like next to each other. And I think like being able to like go into a bookshop and see a shelf full of neurodivergent books means so much to me. Even if, you know, like as an author, you used to going to a bookshop and you don't see your book there and you get sad, like that's just a formative author experience. But then you see like people and you like somewhere somebody cares enough that they have chosen these books that mean so much to readers. And they're like placed alongside each other, and there's more than one. You know, that's I think one of the things that I think is really important is that there shouldn't just be one autistic author or one neurodivergent author held up as an example of, you know, this. There has to be space for all of us to make it work for all of us as well, because otherwise it's so much pressure to feel like you've got to represent an entire community. In an ideal world, there'll be loads of us just, you know, giving the support to readers that, you know, readers really deserve.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you, Lucy. Seeing more of us on a table lets me feel like, oh, we're going to have longevity here. This isn't going to become one of those publishing trends that they get bored of and throw out. So, yeah, I agree 1000%. There needs to be, I think, entire tables, but we'll get there. We will definitely get there.
One by one, we're taking over.
For me, it's been super heartening to see this shift because I'm newer to publishing fiction, but I've worked in the industry for the past 9 years. And although I work in US children's publishing and not UK children's publishing, I think we've seen a very similar thing over here in both YA, you know, YA middle grade as well as in adult, where we slowly started to have more stories by openly neurodivergent writers with a wide variety of neurodivergent characters. And unfortunately or fortunately, publishing is a business under capitalism. So all it takes is one success, right? All it takes is one book that readers are really excited about for the industry to be like, oh, wait, people are really actually enjoying this autistic character and not just autistic readers, right? Like everybody is enjoying this. That universal or wide appeal is something that they're so hungry for. So I think that that's been really wonderful, and I look forward to seeing how we can continue to, you know, change that and expand that, and how, you know, we can have that as this growing table, but also, oh, well, these are just books that are part of every single section now, every single category in the store. To that end, I'm curious, you know, for all of you, especially since you have been writing for, you know, various lengths and publishing for various lengths of time, what shifts you've noticed from the start of your career to now, or maybe even before you were published, but you were writing, you were thinking about becoming a writer, you were ready to enter the scene but hadn't. Like, what shifts have you seen in terms of how neurodivergent characters are represented in YA books? And I know that we've sort of like mentioned this a little bit, like it was really sad books about men and male presenting characters with blue covers.
I think I in some ways I find it quite difficult to answer because I just couldn't find any books as a teenager myself. You would have to look for representation where it wasn't like it was never said, but you'd kind of relate to a character. Like I remember reading back the Princess Diaries, and there's a scene where Mia is like in science class or something doing this exercise where she's talking about autism and being autistic. She's like, maybe I'm autistic, but of course you can't be because this is like early 2000s, and that wouldn't be a thing. You know, the Princess of Genovia can't be autistic. So you'd have to like find characters that you could relate to. Without them actually being on the page, you know, autistic. You know, there was never a word or a term, and you know, to describe why these characters were so relatable, but you just knew that they were, in a way that other media maybe wasn't. I think that has been a shift. I think, you know, the fact that the three of us are here, you know, the four of us are here, you know, talking about it, but we've got like 3 UKYA authors who you know, we can sit alongside each other on shelves, on tables, and that we're here and that we're taking up space. That I think is you know, it's like that's the groundbreaking thing. Even a few years ago, I don't think we'd have had that. But I mean, I think what we publish is just different enough that I like to think that we're respected like individually rather than just because it's a trend.
I think one of the big changes I've seen and what I'd love to see more of is humor. Because when I was writing an episode for the show, I put in a line where I said, "Oh, I'm a book autistic, not a numbers autistic," and everybody at the BBC was a bit like, "Oh, is that okay? Can we say that? Or is that okay?" And I was like, "It's fine. We can make a joke. It's okay. We can have a joke about autism. It's all right." So I mean, I think that comes back to exactly what the three of us were just saying, but taking that agency and that ownership and being in the driver's seat and having
Elle's frozen for all of us, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Need to jump in while
Yeah. Zoe, why don't you continue and we'll see if we can get Elle back.
I think I was really lucky because when I was ready to like go on submission and try and get this book published, it was about 2022 when I think people were wanting more neurodivergent stories. But yeah, growing up, like Lucy said, you'd have to find characters that were just autistic coded. Like I loved Anne from Anne of Green Gables. She's massively ADHD coded, or Jo from Little Women. In my head, it's autistic for sure. So you had to find these characters to relate to, and then I think, yeah, I was really lucky to be trying to get published at that time when people were starting to want to see those stories and recognize that we didn't just have to have those really sad, depressing stories not written by autistic people. I think the own voices trend definitely has its downsides, and I'm glad we're kind of shifting away from needing to have that label because we've seen the harm that it can do to force people to label themselves with things that they're not ready to. But I definitely think that has been helpful with neurodivergent books to a point because we are wanting stories written by neurodivergent people rather than relying on neurotypical people to tell our stories, which again has been reflected in the real world. I think it's great that we're having that shift. And I see that in my day job as well, because as a high school librarian, I can look around the room and I can see these stories around the room every day. And yeah, it's just amazing. It's so cool.
I'm so glad that you brought up Own Voices because I was actually going to as well. It was a hashtag that was actually started by a YA autistic author, Corinne Davis, in the US. And I love Corinne's novels, and the autistic representation in them. And, you know, in my work outside of writing as a program manager at We Need Diverse Books and as a writing instructor in the publishing industry and a book reviewer, I have seen the way that Own Voices came onto the scene, took people by storm, shaped the industry in a really positive way, and then also had all of these negative consequences. And something that I think is important that is nuance that's often missing from those conversations is where the hashtag started and why it was started and who started it. And it was started by an autistic YA author who was specifically calling for people who are out and open and already comfortable being out and open about their autistic identities to be able to say, this is a story that I wrote about an autistic character and I share that diagnosis. It was never intended as what it ended up becoming, I think, for a lot of people in the industry, like a way of saying, well, you shouldn't be writing this because X, Y, and Z, or pushing authors to come out about various marginalized identities, anything from neurodivergence to disability to queerness and transness, and beyond. It really was meant to be, oh, yeah, you're back.
So sorry. I'm so sorry. My Wi-Fi is terrible.
It's totally fine. We were just talking about Own Voices and how it was started by an autistic author. And I really like that nuance because her intentions were for folks who were already out and able to be out so that people would be able to find those stories more easily. Back when book Twitter was a thing and people were using it to discover new stories and new authors super regularly, it was a great place to go and find YA stories by autistic authors, and then it kind of blossomed. You know, folks started saying own voices for ADHD, own voices for non-binary, you know, and it was really lovely to be able to use that as a tool. And I think, you know, we need tools like that. It's the same thing as having a table that says neurodivergent stories. I don't want that table to then become something that's trying to out people who are not ready to be out about their identities. It's meant to be a table so that people can really find a book that they don't need to worry like, oh, can I relate to the Princess of Genovia or not? I would love to hear what you were finishing saying, Elle, when we lost you, if you
Who
don't mind.
knows? Probably nothing too interesting. Just that one of the changes that I've seen in the last few years and that I hope to see going forward is exactly like we were just talking about, is own voices, but not in a way that is gatekeeping, and that exactly as Lucy was saying, in that we showcase that there are so many different takes on this condition and this neurotype, and there are so many stories that come from autistic voices, and we're not just going to have the same story again and again, which I don't think is happening, because I don't think, I think autistics can only be themselves and aren't good at that, you know, they are original by nature. So yeah, so all just good things really. I was just think we're going in a positive direction. We just have to keep holding publishing's feet to the fire and not let them get wussy and scared.
I would love to know what all of you wish that publishers knew about being neurodivergent or things that you wish publishers were doing to support neurodivergent authors more, because we've all talked about this need for representation and how wonderful it is that there is representation. And as somebody that also works in the industry, I'm also very aware of, you know, the overall statistics of how publishing, you know, doesn't always include a lot of neurodivergent folks behind the scenes, which that too, you know, is changing. slowly, but what do you wish that publishers and the industry did to be more supportive? Are there things that you think they're doing now that are making it more difficult for neurodivergent and autistic authors to like get published to begin with?
I'm gonna put like my really radical hat on here, and I'm gonna say we need to be paid. If you want neurodivergent stories, you kind of need to pay for them, especially as the requirements of being an author, like this, for example, where we're having a conversation, we're doing this kind of thing, where we're doing in-person events where we're having to heavily mask, that comes with a price. You can't have neurodivergent authors in front of you on your shelves if you're not paying us fairly for our time and allowing us to do the job. Because for many of us, it's not possible to have, you know, a multi-hyphenate, you know, career in the same way as many authors do. Authors just aren't paid enough. And we, you know, I'm really interested actually in a lot of, you know, I think the Musician Ray's campaign for like payment for songwriters within like studios. In an ideal world, would love to see some sort of system where authors were given a separate fee from like an advance for promotional time, for example. Do I think it's going to happen anytime soon? I'm not sure, but I think I have an issue with you know, people wanting books on their shelves. They're not thinking about the realities of how do we actually make it so this is possible, because there are lots of authors who just can't make it work. I think there are so many stories to tell that are just never going to get told if we aren't financially supporting, first of all. And I say that just as in like an industry perspective. It's no sort of comment on, you know, like my situation, because I felt so supported by my publisher. In, you know, many cases I haven't had to say anything. I haven't had to advocate for myself because I've got people on my side who are advocating for me, which I feel like it can be quite a rare experience. But overall, the whole industry kind of needs to wake up and go, there's lots of us, but somehow there has to be a fairer system. That's my radical hat off.
I definitely agree with that. I think, especially for people just wanting to get in, we already know that like full-time employment is hard for autistic people because it's absolutely possible, and that's a separate conversation about we need to remove barriers for that. But having to often mask all day is exhausting. So then to come home and try and pursue writing as a career, that takes a lot of mental energy. And I think especially publishing, I think people think it's this mysterious industry and they don't always know how to get in. And thankfully, there is lots of information out there now about querying and there's lots of opportunities. But I think it would be great if there were more opportunities directly, like aiming to get neurodivergent people into publishing and also into roles in publishing as well, not just as authors. Because I think it would be massively helpful to have more neurodivergent people behind the scenes as well. Especially because like most of the publishing, when you're just speaking to publishers online, it's all emails or Zoom calls, which I struggle with because you have to try and read tone or yeah, it's a lot and it's absolutely worth it. And I feel so lucky to be in this position. But it is hard sometimes. And I think we do need to talk about that. And yeah, we need to be asking this question, what can we do to make it more accessible?
I really want to see publishers try to, I mean, this is across all diverse authors and books, but I want to see them try and do things differently in engaging the readers and the audience. Because I remember when Something Like a Cold was going to be launched, and they said we want to have a launch party, and I was sent a list of people they wanted to invite, and it was the same book influencers and the same people that go to every launch, and I just said I don't know what, you know, that they may be secretly neurodivergent, that's absolutely possible, but I do know that there are loads of neurodivergent bloggers, bookstagrammers, readers who never get invited to anything and who may not have hundreds of thousands of followers but who are really dedicated, and I said, can we invite them instead? And we did, and it was amazing, and they were fab. And so I would love to see the industry stop relying on the old crutches that they like to lean on and actually be a little bit more innovative and a little bit more proactive in searching out new audiences, because it's not fair to publish marginalized writers and then throw them to the majority readers that they usually publish for. And then when the book inevitably, struggles maybe to find an audience, they go, oh, that didn't work, did it? Like, and you go, no, it didn't, because you didn't actually market the book to a new audience, an audience who's waiting for this. And I've been really lucky, as Lucy said, I've been really lucky. I've been my publishers have been fantastic, and they've done a brilliant job. But I do see other publishers do this, and diverse books deserve better. So I would love to see publishing be a little bit more proactive when it comes to assuring new readers that it is a safe space for them, and that they too are not just consumers, but wanted members of the book community.
I could not agree more with everything that you have all said so far. As somebody that, also works behind the scene in the industry, I've long been an advocate for just more accessibility and neurodivergent friendly workspaces and workplaces and environments in the publishing industry. As I mentioned, I am US based, so I work in the US children's publishing industry, but I can tell you that here, historically, the vast majority of these roles this is changing, 5 days a week in an office in New York City or another metropolitan hub. There's a small outposting of publishing here in the Boston area where I live. A lot of my friends work here, but a lot of my friends also moved to New York because it's harder to get a job in publishing if you live in the Boston area because there are only so many publishers. And, I think that is a huge shift for folks. I think that it's a reason why we have fewer neurodivergent folks in publishing and fewer marginalized people in general, because it's incredibly difficult and taxing to need to go into an office every single day, and it's incredibly expensive and cost prohibitive to need to live in a metropolitan hub like New York City or London in order to have a job in the industry. And that's, unfortunately kind of par for the course. I also think that in addition to paying folks, publishers can really be actively seeking and looking to mentor neurodivergent authors. Are there ways that they can find to look for folks who are unpublished at this point? Like, I'll put on my radical hat and say that my dream would be for more publishers in the industry to do something like create a paid mentorship program or create a paid fellowship program where you find unpublished, marginalized authors and help support them through the finishing of like their first novel, right? Because like getting over that hump when you do not have a guaranteed advance, when you do not have guaranteed publication, for many people, that's the point at which they give up. And if they had access to those resources while they were still in the drafting phase, I think a lot fewer creatives would find that to be the point at which they give up, right? So, can we find and support them? And if we are already hiring folks and paying them to write for us, how do we make sure that we're going to be accessible, and meaningfully so? Like, are there different ways that we can communicate with people? When I'm working with authors, I'm always like, okay, we can do this over email, we can do this over a video call, we can do this over an audio call, no video. I always offer cameras off as an option every single time I meet with anyone, every single time I teach a writing class. I'm like, video can be off for as much as you need it to be. If you want video to be on, but you want to be knitting while you're doing it, or you want to be using a walking pad while you're doing it, like whatever it is, if you need to move your body, if you need to sit on the floor, like this is a safe space to not make eye contact. This is a safe space to be taking notes and looking down at something while you're engaging with the class or the meeting. So even though those are small things, I don't think they're actually small things. I think they're things that people have been told over and over again, you need to fit into a specific box. And are there ways that we can kind of break people from that? So I love these. I love these ideas. I'm curious for all of you if at all, the changing industry and the rise of book bans impacts your decision-making process as a writer. If it does, how does it impact it?
I think the question of book bans in the UK is an interesting one because, there have been articles, surveys, and book banning here doesn't tend to be quite as explicit. It happens on the quiet, on the whole, and it's just happening without people realizing it. And I think it is, sort of rising question. I'm not sure if I'm primarily concerned from an autistic viewpoint, mainly because I'm also a lesbian, so that kind of comes more into my thinking on book bans at the moment. And I'm very aware that I'm, in a position where I wrote a book called Read with Pride, which is about book banning in schools. So it's always sort of been a forefront of, a point of going like, actually, we do need to take this seriously and we do need to, be waking up to this. And I think here, anyway, the best way is to just be aware that it's happening because a lot of it is happening with, on the quiet. So I don't think our climate is quite the same as we're seeing in the US. I don't want it to get to that point, and I think the way that we make sure it doesn't get to that point is, by speaking now, by being aware of it, by encouraging our amazing school librarians, for example, as much as possible, and making sure the funding is in place, and by making sure on a sort of a grassroots level that kids still have access to books. And also, I think all of us using our voice, especially with the amazing trans authors, for example, that we have, that we're speaking up for our community when we can and being as loud and vocal as possible. I think that's it's really important to me, and I think if we don't use our voices now, I think that's when the spiral can happen.
Yeah, Lucy's so right. I think queer books and trans books are the ones that get absolutely the most heat in this country, and some of the treatment that trans authors get in this country is diabolical. I mean, it is absolutely hideous to see what is thrown at them from sometimes the establishment media. I talk a little bit about book bans when I go to schools. We all have our sort of school presentations we do, and whenever I go into schools I talk about how I'm responsible for getting Twilight banned from my school library when I was 14 because
He's saying
the
you're the
librarian.
problem, Elle.
I'm the problem.
You're the book banner.
No. I got it banned because I was the one that introduced it. Like, the librarian banned it because she said that I was bringing pornography into the school. So no, I didn't ban it. I was the one that got it banned. But I tell, I do it in a humorous way, but I do tell kids book banners are never banning things because they care about you. They're never banning things because they actually think they are protecting children. They only ban things because they want to keep you from critical thinking, and they want to keep you from widening your horizons and developing empathy for people who are being persecuted. And so I do speak about that in my school visits so that kids can have some kind of armor when they come up against book banners. But in this country, yeah, it is the queer and trans authors that are absolutely on the front lines when it comes to book banning.
I'd love to know about Anna, your perspective on this in school libraries. Like, you are on the front line. I'd love to know, like, is it something that you've heard about in other libraries? Like, I'm assuming it doesn't happen in yours, but I'd love to know.
Yeah, it's definitely I have 100% heard about it happening in other libraries, and it is quite a weird position to be in as someone that writes neurodivergent and queer stories and identifies as non-binary as well. I feel like I'm kind of right in the middle. I have to be quite careful at my job because I want to platform these stories for the kids that need them. while also being aware that, which I do very proudly, but I am aware that especially for my trans kids, the world is getting harder and the guidance on that is getting, yeah, I'm going to try not to get too political on this, but I do not agree with the direction the government is taking the educational advice for trans people in schools. I do not agree with that at all. And yeah, all I think as a librarian is keep getting that, keep being on the ground, keep telling stories to the kids that need it, keep buying those books for the library, keep encouraging my librarian friends to do the same, keep talking publicly about how book bans are trying to oppress us. Yeah, it's such a tricky topic, and yeah, I do not believe in censorship in school libraries. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say on that.
I think one of the things I talked about in Read with Pride was how this kind of setup was that the characters are in a school library and they've got warning labels on the books with any like queer content in them. And a reader contacted me afterwards to say this happened to your book in our library, and it happened to like other queer books that this was the thing that happened. And so can you imagine being like a teen reader and you want to feel seen in a book and you go into the book, into the section of the library and you pick the book out and it's got a warning sign on it as if you're a problem, like you're something to be warned against. And so I think it's the affront of it. But actually, in some ways, I think the danger is talking about it as a ban. It's so much bigger than books being banned. It's not like the books are being locked away. Sometimes they might still be there, or they're being taken off the shelves, but they're sort of there are barriers to accessing them. It's that access that's being taken away. It's terrifying. It's awful.
I think we also have to be quite careful because we have an LGBT section in the library. I'm very proud of that section. But what I also try and do is, because those books are clearly marked, they have a little rainbow sticker on the spine. What I try and do is, if I can, get multiple copies of those books and then put them in. We categorize the library by genres, so I'll put them in with the other genres because I do know that it's not always safe for some kids to take home a book with that rainbow sticker on the spine. And also just, I don't want, it feels a bit like we're keeping them separate. We're kind of segregating those books away. And I know that there's a lot of pressure if a child walks over to that section and it appears C. It's just really tricky. So I do try and put them in with the other genres. And then also maybe the kids that don't necessarily, I don't know, they don't need to identify as queer and trans to enjoy those stories. And that's what I want to kind of promote, that these stories fit in everywhere in all the genres.
You couldn't pay me to go back to school, but I wish I could, so I could be one of your pupils. Because you're the dream librarian.
Yeah, you are. Definitely.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's such a beautiful way of looking at it, and it's exactly what we were kind of talking to before, that this idea of having an entire table of neurodivergent authors, but also wanting these books to be everywhere, because they should be enjoyed by everyone. They should be consumed by everyone. And I think that they are, right? Like, people are enjoying stories. I know I read and have read my entire life a lot of books that are not about people like me, for one thing, because I'm autistic and trans. Like, there was a very long majority of my life where there were very few books about that. So, of course, I was reading books about folks that were neurotypical and cis because that was the majority of books. And it's beautiful now that I can't even keep up with all of the representations of autistic characters or trans characters that are being published. Like, I couldn't read them all if I wanted to, which is actually really awesome. I kind of like that I cannot keep up with them. At least for me, I think, the one way that the rise in this kind of book banning and soft censorship, this insidious rise that we all talked about, that isn't necessarily as in your face, the way that it impacts me is it just makes me want to be a louder advocate and continue to write stories about queer and trans and autistic and other neurodivergent characters regardless, because I know that that is what they don't want me to be doing. They want me to comply in advance, especially as someone who is a newer author. Although I've worked in the industry for 9 years, I'm newer to being published as a fiction author. So it's like, oh, well, if you want to have a career, right now publishing is trying to be more cautious, is what some people might say, right? Like publishing is trying to be more cautious. Certain publishers are backburnering this, or not creating those sections at all, not hiring as many of those authors. And for me, I'm like, no, that makes me want to do it more. That makes me want to continue to be a loud and outspoken advocate because it's important to me and to all of us. Um, I'm curious for all of you, we've talked about some of the cost of needing to, do things like promote your book. We've talked about some of the barriers. I'm wondering if you have advice on networking and building community with other neurodivergent and disabled authors. Like, how do you find each other? And then when you find each other, how do you create that into something, a sustainable, accessible community where people can feel supported and have someone else in the industry who gets it.
I think it's quite a difficult, I think it's a difficult question when so many of us are naturally introverted. Networking I think is a big thing in publishing, but it's not a big thing. It doesn't work for my brain. My brain doesn't naturally network. I think, that's part of my autistic neurotype, is that I don't I get that people like do the schmoozing and they do the thing, but I kind of just see the world in such a black and white way that I don't want to have to do that. I kind of just want to meet people at face value. But I think there are lots of us in publishing, because lots of autistic people like books. Not everybody. Some people are the numbers autistic, as Elle pointed out, but I think I wasn't the numbers autistic. I was the bookish autistic, and so many of us seek comfort in books that I think eventually you start to be able to go, you're one of us, and I think that's how we maybe more naturally find that communities. You just kind of, I'd rather come across people and have a really detailed conversation about it and then realize, we've just info dumped. I think for me, that's how I find that networking easier.
I think, yeah, it's much more about like building community for me than networking, because that doesn't make sense for my brain either. But yeah, I think it's been really helpful for me. I have a really great writing group. We have a Discord and we meet up in public. And we've kind of morphed from being a writing group to just being a massive group chat of friends at this point. And it's really lovely because so many of us are neurodivergent as well. So yeah, I was really lucky to have that. And I think it is so important for people to build that community, especially in publishing, because it's such an isolated industry. But also not to put too much pressure on yourself if you just want to write alone in your room, and you don't really want to network or write with other people. That's absolutely fine. Do whatever works for you, but just do the things that make you feel sane.
I'm a terrible networker, so that's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Wrapping up.
We love you for it.
I kind of think that being a terrible networker is sort of a good thing, controversially. I think, I heard a lot of advice about the importance of networking when I was still in college, especially as someone that was pursuing this. Like you all said, I'm a book autistic and not a numbers autistic, although you can certainly be both. I do know people that are wildly both. I'm always like, what is happening here? I want to like open the hood and take a look inside. I want to understand how this works, but at least for my machinery, like that was always going to be the path for me, and there was a lot of advice and pressure at the college age, like, oh, if you're going to be pursuing a career in publishing as an English grad or in anything really as an English grad, because you're putting yourself at this natural disadvantage, not pursuing something that's like STEM or a public service, right? Where like you're never gonna not find a job in something like healthcare, right? Um, that you're gonna have to network and hustle to make up for that because that's the way that you're gonna get jobs and continue to get jobs. And I hated that advice. I felt allergic to it when I first heard it. And then I realized after graduation and being out of college for a few years that I'm actually really naturally good at networking because not the kind of networking that you imagine where you're wearing a suit and everyone is a cis white man who was born to wealth and we're all like, ah, yes, this whiskey needs like making small talk around a table with a fireplace. It's for me being authentic and to the extent that I feel comfortable being out, being public, and unmasking and creating a safe space for other people to do that. The other day, I told one of my friends who is also neurodivergent that my whole goal in life is to be the person in everybody's life where they feel like they can be socially awkward and unmask around me so that like if there is no one else in their entire life where they feel that they can do that, they at least know they can do that with me. And my friend, who's only in the last year realized they're autistic, immediately responded back with, "Oh, you're 100% that. That's like your whole thing." And so that's exactly what I think of when I think of successful networking is not necessarily sealing deals in conference rooms, but because I can and want to choose to be open about this, and I've been open about it for so long, people come to me, because if you search my name and the word autistic, it will immediately come up. It is incredibly easy to find out that I am openly trans and autistic, and that means that people come to me time and time again. So, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Are we at time? Oh, I apologize. I thought we were going until 10:45. Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thanks all. Okay, folks, next up we have got some more fireside reads. If I remember what I'm doing. There we go.
Hi, I'm Kelsey P. Toney, the author of The Unexpected Consequence of Bleeding on a Tuesday. This is a young adult story about Delia Bridges, who's a high-achieving high school senior. She is at a fancy prep school where she's going to go pre-med because she's going to become the kind of gynecologist that she's never had. A good one. She's had horrible, problematic, painful periods since she first started, and even though she's been to multiple doctors, it really seems like nobody is listening to her. This is a dark comedy about something that so many of us have dealt with, the experience of having your period basically trying to ruin your life. It's a lot of fun and it's funny, but it's also really earnest and full of heart. To give you a little sample of what it's like, I'm gonna read just a touch from the opening pages. Chapter 1, a well-behaved uterus rarely makes history. I've become surprisingly chill about waking up in a pool of my own blood. Yes, whatever, I know menstrual fluid isn't technically blood, but come on, it's close enough. Plus, if anyone else could see me, they'd definitely assume I'd been mauled by a velociraptor in the vagina. Not today, not again, please, not again. I reached to turn on the light beside my bed and my belly clenched against the pain. Not that I had any doubts, but I aggressively flipped the covers back. It was all out carnage. I winced. No, no, no. My pulse banged against the inside of my throat, in my palms, my forehead, the clammy feeling on my cheeks spread across and under my nose. To be clear, I was perfectly chill about the blood. It was the period that made me panic. Lots of people dislike their period or think it's painful or annoying. I don't dislike my period. I loathe it. Like I seethe with all-consuming fury when I think about it. I'm saying my period is the single literal worst part of my life. And if I could carve out my own guts with a melon baller and survive, I'd be in the car with my very last dollar on my way to Target right now. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:24 a.m. on that fine Tuesday. I opened my period tracker app to confirm. I wasn't supposed to start until Thursday. Just a couple days early, and everything in her life is about to change. So thanks for checking it out. I'm super excited to share this story with you.
Hi everyone, my name is Serena Nano, and I'm Sasha Nano, and we are twin sisters and co-authors of the upcoming young adult novel, A Rule of Thorns. This is a dark academia romantic mystery, and today we're going to be doing a bit of a reading from chapter 1 of the book. Alright, chapter 1. Every year on my birthday, my mother gifted me a riddle. It wasn't my entire gift, but until I solved it, I wouldn't receive my true birthday present. A bottle of her sweet, handcrafted lavender perfume, a bundle of freshly clipped wildflowers, or, on my 8th birthday, a swing set in the garden wrapped in long vines of wisteria. I suppose she was preparing me, in a way, for the largest riddle of my life. Why she disappeared without a trace 7 years ago. The horses jerked to a halt. My coach driver poked a bald head through the curtain that separated us. For God's sake, young lady, I can't leave you here. Don't you know Razorthorn Manor is haunted? As a matter of fact, I did know. I peeled my gaze away from my gold pocket watch to look out the open window. Now a shade of its former self, Razorthorn Manor looked dull and overgrown, with vines smothering the cracked windows and empty sills. The knocker attached to the front door, shaped like the estate's namesake plant, had rusted from copper to murky green. The bleached roots sloped elegantly on either side, held up by several columns, the ivory pillars engraved with Flora's abundant garlands. And there, the wrought iron gate to the garden stood ajar, exactly as I remembered it. Its silver lock and chain pedaled on the grass. I didn't need to look inside to know what was left behind. The garden where I played and laughed, cried and raged. Dead. Autumn air blew through the coach's window, soaked with a haunting chill. But it wasn't the wind that made me shiver. This was the last place I saw Mama. I cleared the cobwebs from my memory and summoned the dregs of one recollection in particular. Mama and I standing in front of the garden gate just 2 days before her disappearance. How about another round of marbles and riddles? Mama asked. Despite the way the sun's rays poured over her, she looked like a faded version of herself, as though I were watching her move from within a creased sepia photograph. Shit, I chided. My hair was tied up in a bun in a failed attempt to emulate my mother. Don't let Marta hear us. Mama winked, her deep brown eyes alight with mischief. She pretended to lock her lips, then pressed a velvet pouch of marbles into my tiny palm like it was a secret she wanted me to protect. I dashed off, barely noticing the faint wrinkle of worry between her brows. You must have heard the rumors, I'm sure, the driver remarked at my silence. Ghosts, strange sounds in the garden, ever since that woman drowned in the Seine. Her name was Tara Gupta, I snapped, my voice as harsh as the tug of the reins that leashed the horses to the carriage. And she's no phantom. Not the physical sort, the kind that haunts a place past death. No, my mother was a ghost of a different kind. The kind that plagued my mind, my dreams, and my nightmares. So that was the first 2 pages of A Riddle of Thorns. And if you're interested in learning more about the book, you can check it out on all retailers. It will be available on October 14th, 2025. And we'd like to pitch the book as for fans of Divine Rivals meets the Inheritance Game. So it kind of has this godly element to the book, and it also has a lot of riddles, puzzles, and games. So essentially, our main character is returning to Paris after 7 years since her mother's disappearance, and now she's finally going to try to claim her inheritance, but soon learns that she actually has to compete for that inheritance against 3 other strangers. And it's definitely for fans of fantasy, mystery. It's even got gothic elements. And it's also a historical novel, as it is set in the early 1900s in Paris, France. And we really wanted to do that because we wanted to blend together all of our favorite genres into one book. So Sasha and I both love fantasy novels. But what a lot of people don't know is that I'm a big fan of historical, and Sasha really loves mysteries and thrillers. So we thought, why not kind of combine all those loves and all those genres into one book? And that's how we ended up with A Riddle of Thorns. So we hope you all enjoy it, and thank you so much for listening.
Okay. So we are getting ready for the next workshop. I'm again excited about this. I play D&D, and that means I have many dice. I'm a dice goblin, so the fact that we have something regarding dice makes me very happy. I have my dice ready on the table, and now we have Annaliese Avery on screen for us for another workshop.
Hello. This is going to be a fun and very compressed workshop. So I apologise in advance because we're going to talk through things really, really quickly. But basically, so I'm here to promote this book, The Witch Liz, but I'm going to be talking about this one, the Immortal Games, because that is the one that's most closely related to dice. And you should be able to see my screen on the visualizer, and then hopefully me as well. So what happened when I set out writing this book is that I knew that it was going to be a game, that the gods were going to play a game. So I thought, when I'm writing it, I might as well play a game as well. So I got myself a D12 dice with all of the signs of the zodiac on. And then, because I don't plan my novels, as I was writing, each of the tokens of the gods are allocated a sign of the zodiac. And whenever I needed one of them to be in peril, I just rolled the dice, and whoever came up got periled. And it was a really, really fun thing to do. It's a really fun way to write, mostly because I didn't have very much time to write the book in. I think I had about 2 months to write the whole thing, but also because there's these 2 paradoxes that you may have heard of. So there's the paradox of choice, and there's the paradox of constraint. And so what happens with the paradox of choices is it's when somebody goes, you can have whatever you want. You can write whatever you want to write. And sometimes that can be a little bit overwhelming, because then we get decision anxiety, and we don't know what to choose. And then if we have the paradox of constraint, that's when somebody says, these are the parameters that I want you to create within. And sometimes that can be more creative than having everything open to you. So what I usually do on this roll for story workshop is that we set out some parameters with our dice, and then we start creating a story. So today we're going to have a quick look at genre. We're going to choose some genres to write in, and we're just going to do some idea forming because we haven't really got time to write anything. We're going to look at world building with the dice, and we're going to look at characterization with the dice. So the first thing that I would like you to do is, can you put in the chat some genres for me? They can be any genres you like. We're going to pick 10 of them. Hopefully you've got some paper and a pen to do this along with me. I've got my paper and my pen on the visualizer. I do need to tell you that I am slightly dyslexic, so I will do spelling the way that Winnie the Pooh does. And Winnie the Pooh says it's good spelling, but it's slightly wobbly spelling. So don't worry too much about that. Okay, I'm going to start writing some of them down that I'm seeing. So we've got romance. I'm going to put that in slot number 1. romance. Oh, I should have done it in block capital so you can read my writing. Thriller. I won't sing thriller. That's good. Mystery. Keep them coming, people, keep them coming. Crime. Excellent. Dark academia. What else have we got? Contemporary. Paranormal. We need a couple more. Sci-fi. Comedy. One more. Magical. Let's go for magical. Again, no one said fantasy, so we'll go for magical instead of fantasy. Okay, so what we then need to do is, write down 10 of your favourite on your piece of paper. If there are some here that you don't like, trade them out for things that you do like, because it's very important that we write things that we actually enjoy writing. And then I want you to take your dice and I want you to roll it twice. So I'm going to roll it once. I've got 5, which is Dark Academia. And then I'm going to roll it again. And I got 0, which is 10, so magical. Okay, I'm going to be writing a magical, oh, sorry, brain fog then. Magical Dark Academia. So we've had a little look with our paradox of constraint, and we've chosen a genre mashup. I love a genre mashup. I think it just helps with the exploration of things when you're looking at two things pop together. And I've already got some quite good ideas where this is going to go. Dark Academia with magic, brilliant. But I'm going to do some world building. So I've got this next, social traits. So again, 10 things because we've got a D10 dice. If you don't have a dice on the go, there should be a link somewhere for you to go to an online dice generator. So hopefully that's about and you can see that. Okay, we've got 14 minutes left. Sorry, I'm just looking for time because I thought we had a little bit more time than we actually do. So, okay, so social traits. So we're going to do the same kind of thing as we did for the genres. I'd like you to give me some social traits. And what I mean by social traits is what kind of things are important to a society, and not just any society. You might want to think about the genres that you've got. So for example, I've got dark academia. So one of the things that I'm going to have is obviously education. That's going to be important. One of the other things that I'm going to put down is magic, because I've got magical dark academia. So I'm going to definitely put those two things down. But I want you to pop in the chat other social traits that you think might be important to world building. Obviously, if you've rolled your dice and you've got something like historical romance and you're thinking of a certain time period, you're going to want to write down things that are important that way. So have a little think. Tell me what you pop in the chat, please. Some other things that I can write down for social traits. So government, we've got excellent. Let's pop that one down. Government. Okay, how important is the government? Any others? Anybody got any other ones that I can pop down? Balls. Balls are very important to all types of society, especially in the Wycherleys. And Wycherleys too, luckily, has all of these 4 things we've got written down so far. So education, magic, government, and lots of balls. Anything else that's important to a society that we might want to put in? Money, yes. So money is important to a society. Manners, royals. Okay, so we put down hierarchy. Again, this is one of the words that Winnie the Pooh doesn't know how to spell. Something like that. Who knows? I'm so glad that proofreaders exist. Love them. So hierarchy. I'm gonna put manners kind of in with hierarchy, unless we do something like social constraints, maybe. Let's put that down. Social constraints. Or etiquette. Again, another word I can't spell. Etiquette. So climate. That's a good one. How important is the climate? Transport, nice. keep them coming. Geography, yeah, so like I think maybe in terms of geography, I think we can probably cover that in transport. It's nice to have a map. Love a map. Let's go for economy. We've got shopping, so let's put the economy. Kind of links to money, but that's all good. You could have had things like religion, culture, power, maybe conflict or cooperation. How are these things in your world? So once you've written down your 10, so you've got your 2 genres, obviously mine is dark academia and magic. You hopefully will have something different, or maybe the same. And then you've got your list of societal traits. We're then going to roll our dice for each of these and write down the number that we get. So here we go. So first one is a 6 for me for education, and then magic. Oh, it's a 10. Oh, that's handy. Government. Oh, you can't see it, but it landed on the 7. So the government's pretty important. A 10 for balls. Yay. Thank you to whoever put balls down. I appreciate that. A 1 for money. Money is not important in this society that we're creating. Another 7 for hierarchy. So that's important. Social etiquette, very important. An 8. What's the climate like? A 10. So the climate is important. Perhaps it's in disarray. Maybe that's why we need to have magical education. Transport is a 1, so not very important. Maybe we're stuck on an island. And economy is a 3. That kind of works with money not being important either. And if you're magic, I guess you could just magic whatever you wanted, which would be awesome. So once you've got your values for the different societal traits, it's then about trying to think of what your world might look like. So building it up. So I already said a couple of things as I was coming up with my numbers. So obviously education is quite important to this world. Handy because we're writing a dark academia. It's going to be set in a let's say it's going to be set in a school. This school, because we got the fact that where was it? There was something about climate, wasn't it? Climate is very important, but travel is 0. So let's say it's a school on an island. And the island has shifting climate. Perhaps it's undergoing a type of climate flux, or maybe not. Maybe the island is isolated from the climate flux, and the climate flux is happening all on the rest of the world. Okay, and the island is in a kind of climate bubble. And the climate bubble is for the magical people, because magic is very important. We got a 10. So those that are magical, the magical people, perhaps, did they create the climate change? Who knows? Are they trying to fix it? So creation or fixing. Maybe that's one of the main things that our protagonist is going to find out. Maybe they uncover the fact that they're in this magical school and they're trying to find a magical spell to fix climate change, but actually they find out that it was like past magicians or whatever we're having, wizards, maybe magical elves, who have actually created this climate change and this catastrophe that's happening. So as you can see, we're starting to take those ideas and form them into something that's gonna grow into a bigger story. So I'm going to move that to one side for a minute and move on to character traits. So just like we did with the societal traits, I want you to think about things that are important to our characters. So for example, again, we're looking at a magical school here. So education is important. So I'm going to put down intelligence, and I'm going to put down magical ability. But what else is important for us to have in a character? Predominantly a protagonist, because we're thinking about our main characters this way. Please put in the chat anything that you can think of, like when you're creating your characters, when you think, this is what my character needs. They need a bit of this about them. And we will add it to our list. And then we will see what kind of character we can create to inhabit this world. Okay, they're starting to come through. So funny, yes, I love a funny character. Funny character, physically strong. Nice. Anything else? What do we want our character to be like? I'm going to put down curiosity because I do like a curious character. Somebody's put confident, love that. So let's pop that down. Confident, bookish, nice, mysterious. Oh, how many secrets are they keeping? Nervous. Okay, one more. Have a little look. So one more thing to bring us to 10. Obviously, if you're writing down your list, again, think of your, oh, you put smart, somebody's popped, but we've got intelligent. I feel like they're the kind of same thing. So we still need one more. Yeah, so as you're writing down your things, think about the two genres that you've got. You'll want to make sure that they kind of fit in to that. So we've got sporty. Let's put down sporty. Brilliant. Okay, and then just as we did for societal traits, we're going to roll the dice and see what we get. So how intelligent is our character? Our intelligence is a 6. They're quite intelligent. Awesome. Magical ability. Oh, only a 3. Okay. So perhaps we're going to have some nice character art and character growth. But they are absolutely hilarious because they got a 10 for it. Fantastic. Physical strength, a 6, so they're quite strong. We got a 9 for being curious. That's handy, especially if, like, when I said, perhaps it could be the magicians that broke the world and they're pretending to fix it. So I feel like they're going to be a nosy little curious witch or magician. Confident, they're an 8. Excellent. I feel like that's going to go down well with curiosity. And 7 for bookish. Nice. Answers usually in books. Mysterious 4, so not too mysterious a person. Maybe they've got a tragic background that they're keeping from everyone. And how nervous are they? An 8. They are quite nervous. So again, this might be a nervousness in the beginning, and we can have a nice bit of character arc going on and growth. And how sporty are they? A 3. Yeah, I feel like that. Like I am personally in line with that 3. So I can write this character from a little bit of experience, even though I don't have magic. So again, like we did for the societal traits, we're thinking about this character. We're thinking about these parameters that we've now got with our paradox of constraint, and we're linking them together and seeing how they relate to each other. But we're also thinking about how that's going to relate to this wider world and this story that we've created in the past 15 minutes. So we know that our character is quite funny. Excellent. I feel like funny can get you in lots of different places, especially as you're curious. So she's a curious, or he is a curious person, and they're very confident. So I reckon they can talk their way into places to find out what's going on with this. That it's looking more and more like it might be a dark academia magical mystery to me. They're trying to find things out. The character is quite nervous, so maybe the 8 of nervousness, perhaps they're nervous about a particular thing rather than them being a nervous person per se. So I'd probably do a little bit of thinking around that. What are they nervous about? Perhaps they've got family on the outside. Perhaps so the stakes are higher. We always want to try and raise the stakes with our character. So let's think about it. Our character is going to be a wizard. I've decided on wizards rather than magical elves. The wizard, and they go to wizard school. They obviously are quite adept at magic because they've got into wizard school, but they've only got a 3 at the moment, so they need to work hard. So they're hard working at increasing their skill and their ability as the story goes on, which is great. We always want an arc. It's no good being a 10 at everything. Being a 10 at funny, I think you're winning at life anyway. They're physically strong, so that's good because there's probably some battling that they're going to have to do. And I feel like the bookishness and the mysteriousness goes together, even though our mysteriousness is a 4. So perhaps the mysterious is not in the character itself, but the mystery is in the mystery they have to find out. So have to find out what is going on. Excellent. So as you can see, just by coming up with a few ideas and a few parameters and rolling our dice to get those values for each one, we've very, very quickly created a world. We've almost created a character. They don't have a name yet. I always feel like names are the least important things about characters anyway. But we're starting to build up a picture of who this person is, how they're going to fit into this world that we're creating, and what the main driving force of this story is, thanks to the things that are in this world. Whenever we're looking at story and we're looking at plot, we always want to make sure that the plot is intrinsically connected to our character and to the world that they inhabit. So by having a character who has high stakes in trying to find out what's happening to the world outside of this island bubble that is being preserved and everything else is in climate chaos, we've already got those high stakes that are going to carry our character through to the end. Okay, I think that's about it. My time is about to go off for 20 minutes. I'm not quite sure. Do we have time for anybody to ask any quick questions? If I could ask the mods, if that's the thing.
You can have a quick question. If anyone has a question. Oh, everyone has had fun at the very least.
Excellent. Yeah, I do find like the dice is very helpful. If you've ever got some like yes or no questions, you can always pick like an even number or an odd number, give your dice a roll, just help to move the story on if you're ever in a state of writer's block. That could be helpful.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Kirsty asks if you cheat.
Oh yeah, so in the Immortal Games, when I was writing it, there were a couple of rules that I set up before I started writing, and the rules were: number one, whatever the dice said, I had to go along with it, and number two, if my main character's icon came up, I didn't have to kill her, but I didn't have to give her a good time either. And there was one time when I rolled the dice and a character came up that I really loved, and I was like, oh no, I really love that character. And then I've thought to myself, I'm just gonna give it another roll. So I did, and I was like, oh no, I really like that character too. And then I realised I was being no better than Zeus, so I killed them both and moved on with the story.
Amazing. Awesome. Okay, I think that's a great place to end. Thank you, and thank you to everyone for participating in the chat. And
yes, thank you everybody for your contributions. Much appreciated.
Awesome. And we're going to now move on to our next Fireside Reads.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a wonderful time at Camp YA. My name is Bryony Pierce and I'm so excited to be here with you, even if it's only like this. So I write novels for young adults and this one is my most recent, Aphrodite. Obviously it's an Aphrodite retelling and has been described as a feminist roar from the heart of Olympus. So I'm going to read you a few pages and then I'm going to give you a writing prompt. So here we go. Aphrodite. I awake battling the sea, salt in my mouth, waves smashing into my lungs, the violence of drowning when I should have been taking my first breath. I fight for my brand new life and crash into sand, gripping rock as the sea withdraws, taking with its blood from my knees and tears from my swollen eyes. My hair, salt stiff, black as the depths, clings to my face, blinding me. I am seaweed and salt, endless mutability, the majesty and horror of the sea. Don't hate me because I was born beautiful. The sun beats on my back, turning my pearlescent, near-drowned skin sore and red. As I lie gasping, clinging to land, with my feet in the surf and foam around my ankles, I hear voices. Nothing about them is familiar. They are in no language I understand. How could they be when I had been born only moments before? Aphrodite, they call. Later I would glean the meaning, foam arisen. Knowing no better, I took it as my name, the first thing I was ever given. They lift me to my feet. Their hands are rough, fishermen's fingers, calloused palms, the hands of working men. There are 3 of them, a young man with the sea in his eyes, an older man who looks enough like the youth that they are morning and evening, tiredness drawn into lines of bitterness around his mouth, and a 3rd, with lips as cruel as drowning, who looks at me with enough greed that instinct makes me draw my hair across my chest. He tugs me by the arm and I stumble towards him. My weight is unfamiliar and I am unable to balance on the sand, so my feet tangle and I end up leaning against the curve of his rib cage, trapped under his armpit. His shape is hard and wrong and his odour fills my nose. His emotions too press against mine, his needs, his desires, slimy as eels in water. I shudder and the young man tries to pull me back, a tug of war with me as rope. His feelings are less clear, his desires confused. Above all, he wants to protect me, worship my beauty. Something inside me stirs, acknowledging the rightness of this. His older counterpart shouts and I flinch. He tries to calm me, patting the air with his palms. The man who holds me tight against him digs his fingers into the fleshy part of my arm and runs a hand over my stomach. Their hands are blasphemies on my untouched skin, a desecration of my newness. I deplore the scent of sweat on my body. Then a new sensation, fury. Like the currents of the sea, it sweeps through me, and tentacles like those of the kraken flex, unfurl, and emerge from my fingers in near-invisible cables, serrated and edged in sunlight. The young man releases my wrist, covers his eyes, and drops. He presses his forehead into the sand, creating a divot with his skull. His older counterpart throws himself on top of him, pressing the boy's head into the grains with his hands, keeping his own eyes averted. "Goddess!" he cries. The man holding me thrusts me away as if I burn. His cries of fear are hoarse and blend with those of the gulls that perch on the cliffs behind us, music to my ears. My skin glows like moonlight on water, my nails are mother of pearl, and my hair floats around me, dried by static. The fisherman tries to cover his eyes, too late. My glory burns them from his skull. It is beautiful. The first lesson I learn is violence. When the older men are dead and my rage is sated, I kneel by the youngest of the trio and lift his chin. He has a beard barely come in, still almost as soft as the hair on my own body. He trembles as I kiss him in the surf while blood soaks into the sand around us. That is beautiful too. When I move away from him, he holds his hands out to me, pleading. He doesn't look at his father's corpse and I do not feel sorry. Don't all fathers have to die eventually? In that moment, I love him a little, or rather I love the power I have over him. He sobs when I walk away down the beach. The second lesson I learn is how to leave them. So your writing prompt is this: what if you wake up somewhere with no memory of who you are, no knowledge of why you're there or what's happening? What do you do? What are your next steps? What happens to you? Good luck. Enjoy Camp YA. Bye.
Hello, Camp YA. My name is Paige Powers. I am the author of And They Were Roommates, which came out in May, just in time for Pride Month. And I have been asked to read an excerpt of my YA rom-com, which is about a trans boy who gets stuck rooming with his ex who does not recognize him post-transition. Very unnecessarily dramatic and unserious. Without further ado, I will start reading from Chapter 3. I press an ear against the door to room 503, listening for signs of life. A clang here, a shove there. He's back. Where's that speech, Charlie? Yes, I'm the person you met at Valentine's Shakespeare and Classic Summer Camp 2 years ago. Yes, we kissed by the lake. No, I'm not that person anymore, but also I am. What would you like in order to stay silent? That'll do. As I reach for the handle, my hands lock up. Adrenaline surges through me, and I yank back the handle. The door whips open and slams against the wall. Oops, I mumble. At the end of the room, a slender figure in the same plaid blazer and tie as me jolts. Although my uniform loosely hangs in all the wrong places, his cinches in all the right ones. He loses his grip on a glass object, a heart-shaped paperweight, and fumbles 3 times before catching it. The sexiest poet of the year poster boy with glistening blue eyes and blonde hair pulled into a stubby ponytail. In real life. Staring back at me. The speech I prepared drains out of my head. Jasper Grimes is really here. Jasper tosses the paperweight despite saving it seconds ago. The glass cracks against the windowsill and falls to the floor in chunks. Charlie von Hevering-Prinz! Even though he's never spoken this full name before, everything about the way he says it sounds so familiar. Next thing I know, he dashes across our room, or rather, with so many books in the way, he hops and snatches my hands. His flowery fragrance swirls around me, and his touch is as freezing as I remember it being. The cons of having a heart secretly made of ice. He smiles so wide I worry his whole face will crack like the paperweight. It's an honor to meet you. As if he hasn't recognized me. Yet. I take in his fluttery pale lashes, the ever-present red tint to his cheeks, and the frayed hairs that have escaped his ponytail. It's all the same as 2 years ago. Keep your head down. I abruptly step back. How sharp is my face in this lighting? I haven't checked how my arms look in this blazer yet. Pleasure. A shame we lost our single rooms. You got screwed over too? Yes, but what a plus. Now I'm roommates with the second-year excellence scholar. The fact that you beat out thousands and stand before me now? A genius. Oh, I'm not a genius. My focus drifts towards the first 3 buttons of his red dress shirt left undone, showing off his collarbone and chest. He's always been just toned enough, not too muscular or slight, to appear as if he casually plays an after-school sport. Obviously, the sexiest poet of the year, whose hobbies include posing for cameras, charming every woman within a mile radius, and punching hearts to death, has to look good. I'm sorry I used the word mile there. I know you don't know what that means. I mean, he does look good, but that has nothing to do with me anymore. Of course you're a genius, Jasper says, yanking my focus up again. Did you not start that English tutoring program in New York City? The one that gained thousands in nonprofit support in a single year? I did. See? Admittedly, the compliment touches me. After I decided to defer for a year, my excellent scholar spot was replaced. Only 4 are here at a time, chosen as first years to represent their classes until graduation. When I was later told my replacement left after his first year, I assumed I was dreaming, at least until I realized no one would leave that honor behind willingly. There were 2 possibilities. 1, he got kicked out for breaking guidelines, maybe even for a reason like mine. 2, more likely, he couldn't handle the pressure. I refuse to be like that replacement. I will last until graduation. I like how I messed up like the last word of that. I hope you still like me, and I hope you still pick up this book, even though I use the word mile, and even though this word is roommates and not flatmates. I usually do try to consciously consider my UK audience, but there are some things that Americans just screw up every time. Okay, my 5 minutes are up, bye.
Okay, team. We have got our next panel, and this is the New Horizons East Asia crew. So please welcome them onto your screens now and take it away.
Right. Hi, everyone. Hello, campers, and welcome to the New Horizons East Asia panel at Camp YA. My name is Eric Huang. I'm the author of a middle grade fantasy series called Guardians of the New Moon, which is inspired by East Asian legends and lore, and in particular, the animals of the lunar zodiac. I'm also a podcaster, and I teach on a creative writing and publishing master's program at City University of London. So here in the UK where I live, September is East and Southeast Asian Heritage Month. This Camp YA panel ties in perfectly with the numerous events across the country that celebrate East and Southeast Asian stories, art, and culture. Joining me today are New York Times and Sunday Times best-selling authors whose young adult fantasy novels are also steeped in East Asian legends and lore. So panelists, if you could please introduce yourselves, tell us about your latest book and what it's about. Elizabeth, why don't we start with you? You're first on the screen in my view.
Okay, sure. Hi, Eric. Hi, everybody. It's so nice to be with you and be among these amazing authors. I'm Elizabeth, and my latest book is A Forgery of Fate. It's a Beauty and the Beast reimagining with dragons and an art forger who can paint the future and a marriage of convenience. And I love combining my favorite East Asian folk tales with some of my favorite Western fairy tales. So you'll see a lot of that in my books.
Excellent. Molly, how about you? Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Molly Chang, and my latest book is called The Nightblood Prince, which is about a girl prophesies to become the empress of all empresses, but she's kind of like it's also like a Helen of Troy meets Mulan with vampires, but she's like haunted with visions of. It's been a while since I've been pitched this book. I just remember my mind is like going blank. Where she's haunted by visions of like calamity. So she tries to change the prophecy by running away, and she accidentally rescues this pretty wounded man in the forest, not knowing he is the enemy prince with a vampire army, and he's gonna start a war for her. And yeah, it's also a Good Morning America pick.
Okay, sounds epic. Axie.
Hi, my name's Axio. I'm so excited to be here. I've written a fantasy, contemporary, and sci-fi. My contemporary, are my K-pop romances, and then I've also written The Girl Fell Beneath the Sea, and my latest is called The Floating World. And it's about a troupe performer with light powers, celestial magic, and a sword for hire with demon powers who meet and go on a fun adventure together. So it's a lot of fun. We pitch it as a Ghibli heroine meets a Final Fantasy hero, and it's like video game vibes, anime vibes, and there's also a lot of Korean folk tales that I talk about in this book and The Girl Fell Beneath the Sea.
Very, very cool. So, as you can hear, all of our books are infused with East Asian legends and lore. But I think as writers who draw from multicultural experiences, and in my case, in Molly's case, immigrant experiences as well, how do you panelists, how have you adapted the source material from the heritages that, we grew up with into the narratives of your book? So actually, you were just talking about the Korean folktales. Why don't we start with you? How do you adapt the traditional Korean legends into something modern and new that comes from you?
Yeah, so like earlier, Elizabeth, you mentioned Western fairy tales too. So like when I grew up, I read a lot of like retellings of classic Western fairy tales. Like I loved Diana Wynne Jones books. I loved Gail Carson Weems books. And so when it came to when I grew up and I was like, I wanted to write my own sort of reimagining, retelling of a folk tale, I went back to what were the stories that I grew up reading in terms of that weren't, retold into like Western literature, and those were Korean folk tales like that I grew up reading. And so I was sort of like, how do I combine my love of YA reimaginings and my love of classic Korean folk tales that I would read from like those like little storybooks that we just have in the house that just are only a couple pages long that don't really have that much content. And for me it was, yeah, for me it was a lot of just taking those themes and taking the imagery, a lot of it's the imagery and taking those messages and putting them and making them into a story of my own. So for both The Girl Fell Beneath the Sea and The Floating World, even though they're based off Korean folk tales, I've actually completely changed them where the main character is someone else completely. And the characters from those folk tales are actually side characters. And that just gave me way more freedom because I could tell you those folk tales right now, like it would take a minute long. And I was like, not enough content. So for me, it was like just taking those folk tales and sort of just expanding them and
Can you
adding
talk
in
more
a bunch of
about
different fun stuff. Mhm.
yeah, can you talk more about the folktale that inspired The Girl Beneath the Sea? Because we had a conversation I thought
Yeah,
was really interesting. The story, I mean, you've reimagined it for a modern audience. And can you talk about the
yeah.
old tale and your version of it?
Yeah, so the old tale, it was like born out of a time of like where Korean society was very patriarchal. So the story itself has a lot of themes that are also come from like Confucianism. So there's a lot of like the main theme of that story is actually filial piety, which
Yeah.
if you guys don't know, it means like respecting your parents, which is very important to to Asian culture,
I know.
East Asian
I
culture.
think we all know it
Yeah,
really well.
yeah, we all know. Um, and so, I did want to embrace that in the story. So that is a feature, but also the main character I also wanted I knew that the lens that my readers would be approaching it is from a modern lens. So I really wanted to make sure that, the story was like a feminist retelling of the story so that the women have the agency, the women have the power in the story. There's also in the original folktale, there's like elements of ableism and things like that in the story. And they're like really critical, integral to the original folktale. But in my story, I knew that I wanted to make sure that my audience would feel safe in my story. And so I just eliminated any of those sort of elements when like transferring it over. So it was sort of that thing where it's like, even though I'm embracing a lot of the original content of the story, a lot of I really respect the story and I coming to it from a place of love. I also know that my audience is a modern audience and I'm a modern woman, so I was writing it from that lens as well.
Yeah, and I think the thing about folktales too is that they always change. They've changed throughout
Mhm.
time. There's no definitive version, and what I love is that you're basically creating a new canon, but as well a new interpretation. And Elizabeth, when we were having a conversation too, I think what you do is very similar. You're drawing from elements of Chinese legends and lore, and also you have a unique experience because you've lived in Asia, you have roots in Singapore, Malaysia, but also you've lived in Japan. And I'm wondering how your sort of Pan-Asia, your East and Southeast Asian experiences have informed your storytelling.
Yeah, so I love whenever I get asked this question because I feel like every time I answer it, it's a little bit different because like how I'm feeling today. But
Sure.
but yeah, like grew up I grew up in California, but my parents were very connected to their Chinese culture and like I would go back to Asia every summer. And when I was a teenager, I lived in Japan for a while. So um I feel like even though I grew up in the US and I very much was attuned to like the Disney movies, the Disney princesses, and
Mm.
that was like a big core part of my growing up, I always craved seeing more Asian faces in the media. So whenever we went to Asia, my parents very they were very keen on taking me to the bookstores there, and they would buy me like picture books, all the books that I wanted that I was interested in, and like I would read them really voraciously and just like study the folk tales and like just really drink them in. And so I guess when it came time for me to become an author, like it just felt really natural to combine those two, like the Western fairy tales and the Chinese legends and folktales that I grew up with. And so, like in A Forgery of Fate, for instance, my main character is very much inspired by Beauty in the original
Mm.
French Beauty and the Beast tale. So, like Axie said, there's very much a theme of filial piety, for instance, in the book. Her father has been lost at sea, and her mother has a gambling problem. And so there's a scene where she's like, "Oh, I feel like I still have to obey my mom because she's my mom, but she's not a good mom." So she wrestles with this this a bit, and that I think confuses a little bit of my Western upbringing, but it sort of like shows a little bit the reflection of like both of those cultures um, being played at hand in the story. So
Mm.
there's a lot of moments like that in my books, which are little reflections of my own
Right.
growing up.
Right. And I think, I mean, it reflects as, diaspora writers as well. It reflects how we integrate just everything in our childhood into this one thing, right? And then present it back to audiences, some audiences who have maybe are encountering these legends for the first time, but maybe others who are like us. It's like, oh yeah, that's what I did as well, or it probably resonates in all those levels.
Yeah,
Molly,
exactly.
can you also describe the East Asian legends and the Chinese legends that have sort of shaped your book?
So obviously, my publisher usually pitched The Ninth Blood Prince as Helen of Troy meets Mulan with vampires. But what it's actually inspired by is this like, has anyone heard of this like Chinese Chengyu like proverb 红颜祸水? It's like this proverb that like usually describe like characters like Daji, Xi Yang Guifei, like all these women, and like obviously the most famous Western example is like Helen of Troy is like a way for like men to blame women for starting the wars, even though they're the ones who started the wars. But it's kind of like inspired by that because as a child, I always wonder like, what would these women think of the man? Like, well, like, does she actually want to marry him? Like, because I remember, I think my mom told me like the story of like either Yang Guifei or like Chang, I think that's the other one, and like about how like they both like want to, the father and son both want to marry her, and I'm like, what does she want? And like my mom's like, we don't know. She doesn't get a
Doesn't
voice.
matter.
So
Yeah.
yeah, doesn't matter. She's a woman.
Yeah.
And I feel like for much of this book, I really wanted to give like the Hong Yang Shui archetype like voice, and I also feel like I wanted to like make her more than like what kind of like the old like legends talk about these women, and I feel like the like literally the antithesis of a Hong Yan Shui is like someone like Mulan or like Helen of Troy. So I feel like all three of us we have like the common theme of philosophy in our books, which I don't know what that says about us because I remember when I was like 5 coming home with like my A, I'm like dad, like look, I got like I think it was like 90%. My dad is like, why can't you get me a like 100% of your like report or your like homework? Hannah like Mulan did China when she was like a teenage girl. Why can't like Mulan from like honor to her country? She saved her country. You can't even bring me back 100%. I'm like, okay. So I feel like there's definitely like themes of loyalty in this book because like Faye very much feels a sense of guilt for why her father has to be conscripted, like some spoiler from end of Act 1. But Faye has like a lot of guilt because she's like, oh my god, like ugh, I have to go, and my dad's old, like he's in this situation because of me, because like I wanted to like chase after my own fate. So a lot of this book is also about like going after your own destiny and the consequence that a girl will face by going after what she wants.
Right, right. And I suppose at heart, are we all just like good East Asian kids, right? Wanting to get straight A's for our parents, right? But we didn't become doctors or lawyers.
Maybe this is why we're all here. I feel like there's
Well,
a sense of
exactly.
like
Exactly. And I think, it's the successes you've had have played a large part in, making East Asian themes, or books featuring East Asian themes break through to mainstream audiences, particularly in the West and English speaking markets. And, we all know it wasn't always like this. I'm curious to find out what has changed and how did the lack of representation or the lack of these themes affect you early on in your careers? And Molly, why don't we start with you because I think you have a unique experience, having moved to the UK from China too. How did you find, being a writer wanting to publish in the UK with your Chinese stories? What was that like?
grew up in China. I moved here when I was 10, and I was one of those really unfortunate kids who could not speak a lick of English when she moved
Oh no.
here. And I moved to like a really small town like in Wales of all places. Elizabeth, actually, I don't know if you've heard of this place called Wales, but it's a place where there's a lot of fields and there's a lot of sheep, and that's it.
Beautiful.
And yeah, it's beautiful, but there's no one who looked like me growing up. So I was kind of like bullied a lot of as a child, and like add on the fact that I couldn't really speak English. But one of the reasons I decided to write books is because the first friends I made in this country were from books. I don't know if anyone remember Twilight. Has anyone read
Of course.
Twilight?
Who
Yeah,
hasn't?
of
Of
course.
course.
Yeah, like I remember like reading Twilight and like some of the girls who were on my bus, they also read Twilight, and that's how I made my first friends in this country. And that's one of the reasons I love books. I feel like it just brings people together, and I just love the community of like reading books with your friends, like talking about like oh Team Edward, Team Jacob. And yeah, so that's like why I wanted to be a writer. And I remember like because this was like a few years back. The first time I started writing books, it was to practice my English, and I posted online. And I remember all of the characters I wrote, they were all white characters because I didn't realize I could write characters who look like me. Even though I grew up in China, like my first like my first like everything, they were all Chinese, like my first TV shows, movies. Like I grew up like seeing everyone who looked like me, then suddenly no one looked like me. And I just felt like I couldn't like write anyone who looked like me. But yeah, so that like really like and I think like it really changed. It was around like 2015, 2016. I don't know if anyone remember this book. It's called Amber in the Ashes. It's by Salvatore here, who there was the first time I saw a woman of color write a character who looked like her, and like she was so proud of it, and it was just such a good book. And this was also around the time where We Need Diverse Books was like on the rise, and I just remember like seeing all these like people talking about representation, and I felt like, oh, maybe I could write a character who looked like me, instead of like imagining my main character looking like, I don't know, Nina Dobrev. She could look like, I don't know, Yummy.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I feel like that really changed me. And I feel like, I don't know, like, yes, I also feel like reading these books and like being in a literary space around that time also like kind of changed me as a person. It also like helped me become like even more proud of like where I come from.
Yeah. Was it well received when you first started pitching this book idea though?
No, I feel like I remember one of the first time I tried to pitch it, like an agent actually told me like Asian fantasies don't sell. Like, why don't you like write something else? So like I wrote like a thriller, I wrote like an issue book because that's what that agent wanted, and I didn't really want to write an issue book. And I'm like, I want to write about happiness. I want to write about like joy. I don't want to write about my trauma of growing up in Wales. But like eventually I came back and I was like, I think it was like a few years ago, and I was like, oh, I don't know if like writing is for me. I don't know if anyone's ever want to read the things I want to write. But then I was like, I came back to my debut novel, To Get On With the Gods, and I came back to this book, and I was like, I'm just gonna write it. I'm gonna write what makes me happy, and you know, and
And
if
you were
no one
right.
reads it,
It
then
worked.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it works. Yeah. I was like,
Yeah,
if
it
no
worked.
one read it, then it was fine. But luckily, people did read it. So.
Elizabeth, how about you? What about your experiences? How did lack of representation affect you early in your career?
I think it made me really crave it when I was a kid. Whenever I saw like an Asian face on TV or in the bookstore, I was just so happy. I remember when Mulan came out by Disney,
Yeah.
and I was so thrilled. I think I went to go see it the first week it came out, and like, I mean, looking back, obviously there are some representation issues, but I was just so happy that there was finally like a Disney princess who looked like me, and like I tried to support it in any way that I could. I was Mulan for Halloween, and like I was very, very happy. Um, with that said, though, like as a kid, I read a lot. I spent like where my parents went to the mall, I would spend like an hour in the bookstore. And I remember going through the shelves and looking for books that were about Asians. Like, and they're just like in the kids section particularly, there weren't very many. If there were, like, I remember reading Little Scarf Girl, for instance. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of it, but it's like a middle grade book about a girl during the Cultural Revolution. And I think that was like one of the few books that I saw that had like a Chinese girl on the cover. And I just like immediately grabbed it. I didn't even know what it was about, but I was just like, I'm getting this. And that continued on for a long time. I don't know if it was like similar for you, Axie, growing up in the US, but it was just like hard to see, like, it was rare to see people like us on the cover of a book.
Did that
And so I,
affect what you wrote? Did you feel you couldn't write about your own
yeah,
experiences as a result?
I did. I really did. I mean, okay, so as a kid, I had no desire to become an author, like zero. I really enjoyed writing. I wrote a lot of fan fiction, Sailor Moon, Star Wars, Sweet Valley. Like that occupied a
Awesome.
lot of my time, but it was very much a hobby. I was a very serious musician. Music was my whole life, and writing was just a hobby. So it never really bothered me, I guess, that like I was like, oh, if I tried to get published, like I can't write about Asian sports. I was just doing it for fun. But then eventually, when I decided to give like publishing a shot, I did really have this moment where I wrestled with, oh, what should I write? And even what should I call myself if I ever become published? I remember going to the bookstore several times and trying to find like Asian authors on the shelf. And it, like the ones that I saw were usually writing memoirs or historical fiction. There wasn't a lot of fantasy. There was a lot of fantasy written by like white guys actually, like back then. And I was like, oh well, I don't know. Like I was a little nervous about this. And so I had asked my first agent like what I should do. And actually she was very supportive and she was like, why wouldn't you use your real name? Like why would you use a pen name? And like she was totally right. And I mean I didn't use a pen name, but it just like just the thought crossed my mind was like a sign of the times. And so that was like in the late aughts. So I like we've come a long way since then. I wrote like a lot of books that I ended up shelving, and then eventually when I started writing what I really wanted to write, again this cross between like Western fairy tales and my favorite East Asian folk tales, it just felt like I was coming home. Like this is what I had wanted to read when
Right.
I was a
It was
kid.
authentic.
Yeah, it felt very true to me. So I've been really happy with it so far.
Great. Yeah, cool. And Axie, what about you? We had a conversation. I think you've had similar experiences too.
Yeah, just listening to you, Molly, and you, Elizabeth, I was like, oh yeah, I relate to all this. Actually, it's funny because one of my first, actually the first book I ever wrote, the main character was also white, because that's just, I
Done this year.
fantasize that you have to write when you grow up reading characters
Same.
who all are white. You think, oh, that's what you need. That's what a main character is, right? That's what you think. But yes, growing up. Uh, anytime I ever saw an Asian face or a Korean face was through K-dramas that I would watch on like the VHS tapes that my parents would bring home from like the rental video store. Or I would, I was a big K-pop fan growing up, and we talked a little bit about this, Eric, but K-pop is so huge now. But
Yeah.
let me tell you, when I was in school, I would be made fun of for listening to K-pop. And I would listen
How
to
the
like
tables have turned.
Yes.
I know it's wild. But I used to be, yeah, growing up in New Jersey, which has a very big, in my area, it had a very big Asian community. I still was, teased for listening to K-pop and things like that. So it was interesting that now so much has changed. And in terms of my writing journey, like I said, my first protagonist I ever wrote, she was a white main character. To me, actually, she was more of like an anime character because I was thinking she was just like blonde because like I was like she's like Sailor Moon, but who is Japanese, so she's not white. But and I remember seeing Cindy Pon at a bookstore when I was in college. I went to a signing, and Cindy Pon, who's a Taiwanese American author, was writing Silver Phoenix at the time. She was promoting that book, and the book had a beautiful cover of this Chinese woman on the cover. And I talked to Cindy afterward, and she was so supportive. She was like, you're a writer. That's so exciting, and we're friends too. I might see her this weekend." So
Ah,
we became friends after that. Yeah, and she became like a mentor figure to me. But then, yeah, and then I wrote my debut Rebel Soul, and when I was trying to pitch it, it's like a Korean sci-fi dystopia book, and people said like I was getting feedback that said, "Oh, we already have enough dystopian. We don't want your book." And so I was like, "What? You have so many Korean dystopians? I didn't know this. Wow." Um, and
Show
then
me one.
yeah, and then the girl felt beneath the sea, we tried to first sell in 2016 and it didn't sell till 2020. So it took, 4 years of it going out to editors and trying to get people to, be interested in it. It only really took one person to say yes. Um, and she was someone who was already like making waves and write publishing books by marginalized authors. And
yeah.
so, and then that book came out, and it did very well. And I was like, yeah, people love Asian stuff. So it's like it's really great that that people are
Yeah.
embracing more. I feel like our cultures now, because I feel like us all growing up, it's kind of like whiplash a little bit because we went from being like teased and like never
Mm,
seeing ourselves to like the K-pop Demon Hunters being the most watched show on Netflix. It's
ever.
like
Yeah.
yes, it's so mind blowing, but
Yeah,
also
and I think the work that you all three are doing, you're inspiring future generations of authors and writers who, when we were young, their age, were like, you can't do it, but you're showing that you can, which I think is really great. So I'm going to ask you another question, and after that, we're going to open up questions to the audience. So if anyone in the audience has questions, please pop them into the chat. But first, I want to ask each of you, what's next? What are you working on now, if you're allowed to talk about it? Elizabeth, let's start with you.
Sure. So actually just announced very recently that I have an adult book coming out next year. This is going to be my adult debut.
Cool.
Um, so I'm really excited. This is going to be a little bit different. I've written fantasy in the past and I adore fantasy. There's more fantasy in the future coming, so no worries. But this is slightly different. It's more of a multi or intergenerational story about like mothers and daughters and sisters, and it's set in Hong Kong and California and Boston. So it's like it feels very close to home because it's actually very deeply inspired by my family history. My family's been in America for a long time, depending on which side, but they also went back to China a lot. So even though we can trace back to the railroad days, like my ancestors would come to California, then go back to China, and then the next generation would come and then go back. So it was really interesting.
Can I ask you a question? Is music going to play a part in it? Because I'm so like in awe
Oh
of
my
your
gosh.
music career. I wonder if music might pop up. I hope it does.
There is some music. There is definitely a theme of music, but it's not the center of the story. The main
Okay.
character wanted to be a singer. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm intrigued. Molly, how about you? What's next?
Yes, so I am working on the edits for the sequel to Two Gates, One Wicked Gods to kill these monstrous gods, and I just turned in the first draft of the Nightblood Prince sequel as well. And yeah, I'm also working on something else, but I don't think I can talk about it until like I'm done with
No
like
worries.
the
No
two series I
worries.
have going on the same times.
But we're excited. There's another one coming. So Axie, how about you? What's next? What's coming up?
Yeah, so the sequel to The Floating World, The Demon in the Light, comes out next month. What
Ooh,
day is it? October, it's September. In October. October,
soon.
I think, in the UK. Yeah, on the 23rd.
Right.
And so the sequel, you can like find out what happens. It comes out. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So everyone, of course, look out for these books. So we have a number of questions in the chat. So the first one here is, what's a folklore stroke myth story you haven't incorporated into your books yet, but that you'd love to have a crack at retelling? Anyone want to answer that question?
I feel like I haven't officially incorporate the character Shen because he's like my favorite one of the characters I was most intrigued growing up. Shen is this guy, he has like a third eye, he and his sister, they're like the children of gods, but they're not like legitimate children, and they aren't supposed to exist. It's like a whole story. And then like his sister falls in love with a mortal, and like he tries to kill his nephew or whatever, but like you never know whether he actually wants to kill his nephew. But he's just a very fascinating character to me. I always say that like I haven't officially incorporated him into a book, but like
Okay.
face powers, like the mark on her forehead is like kind of like vaguely inspired by him because he has a lot of different powers depending on which region of like the myth you read. But he's definitely like a character I'm just so fascinated by.
Okay. I mean, his story sounds like a Chinese soap, like a 小说. It's all this like crazy stuff happening, right?
Like he and his sister have their own story, and his nephew has his own story. I don't know if anyone heard of Bao Lianzheng, Chen Xiang, Pishan, Jiubu.
Right. So another question that's come up is, your works draw from East Asian myths, histories, and identities in unique ways. How do you balance cultural authenticity with creative freedom when reimagining traditional stories for a modern audience? I mean, is this something you even think about? Anyone want to tackle that question?
Yeah, I feel like I talked a little bit about this earlier, in terms of like we're approaching it from a place of love and a place of like we embrace the flaws and all. And so when we bring it to the modern audience, um, we're coming from that lens of having lived in it, having, understanding that just from the lived experience of understanding that cultural influences on ourselves, everything that we've experienced. So I feel like it's like that sort of thing where it's like you kind of like take everything in and then you like it all and you ingest it and then and then you when it comes out of you it's very um it's like your voice, your authentic knowledge of the things that for me it's not intentional. It's not like how do
Hmm.
I make this very authentic, how do I make this seem blah blah blah. It's
Yeah.
um sort of just my voice coming out from having lived that full experiences and having really understood and examining my own being a diaspora Asian person and sort of um, when I'm creating those stories. I don't really think about it because also if you think about it too much, you might get bogged down and think, oh, I have to get this thing, this thing right. And I don't think that's not even a fair assessment because we shouldn't have to prove our cultural authenticity, right? As
Yeah.
East Asian writers living in the diaspora. Um,
Yeah,
and
I agree.
so
I
yeah.
I feel like it's something where I think, because I'm a Chinese heritage, there's an expectation sometimes that I have to be authentic with it, whereas I can write about anything. I can make up something that happened in my school. It doesn't matter, but somehow, oh, but is that real? Is that really, is that authentic to you? It's like, what are you talking about? It's just my reaction to X. Whether it's my reaction to
Yeah.
Twin Peaks or to this Chinese legend, where's the authenticity? Does it matter? I'm not trying to say it's definitive, right?
Mhm.
So,
Oh,
what
it's
else?
about
Oh, I think
There's,
permission.
Elizabeth, you're
yeah,
muted.
I was muted because my
uh,
kids, sorry. But I just
yes.
wanted to piggyback off what Ashley said a little bit. Like when I was writing my first book, Spin the Dawn and creating the world where A Forgery of Fate is also set, like I definitely thought a lot about this authenticity question because
Mm,
while drafting, I was going back and forth between whether I should use like real Chinese names or make up my own. And I ended
right.
up going with for the latter, like for a lot of the reasons that Axie mentioned, and also because like I think studying a book in ancient China, like you have to remember that China is full of a lot of um, different ethnic groups. Like for instance, I am Cantonese, so I didn't grow up speaking Mandarin. I learned it later, and like for me to write characters that had like Mandarin names didn't feel like super authentic to myself. And Cantonese is very messy when it comes to romanizing it. So those were all like considerations that I took when I was creating my own world. And but yeah, just like a quick story about like getting bogged down. I remember when writing Spin the Dawn, which is about a seamstress who has to sew magical dresses. There was a scene where she has to knit something, and I was like, oh my gosh, they didn't knit like in ancient China, like in this time. Like but what am I gonna do? And I just got so like stuck. And then I was like, wait, this is a fantasy. Like no one's gonna care. It's fine. Yeah. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. So I guess actually it's like what you're saying. If you think too much about it, you could kind of get bogged down.
Mhm.
So we have a question. What is the best and worst writing advice you've ever received? I think, do you each want to answer this one?
That's
One of the best advice I ever received, because I actually did get my MFA at Lesley University, so I did have some teachers. And one of my teachers had this great metaphor where he was like, if you're walking down a path and you see like an overturned bucket and you just step over it. Um, and so that was like his metaphor for like writing. If you know there's an issue with something that's happening in the book, like just it could be any kind of writing thing. Um, just fix it now. Don't leave it for later because it's like you're gonna have to fix it eventually. And so I thought that was so interesting because I'm very like, oh, it's too hard, and then I'll just move on. Which is actually, if you're drafting, yes, do that. If you're drafting, do that. But I guess this is more a revision stage thing. If there's an element that you're like, no one will notice, the pot falling over on the road, they will notice. So you might as well fix it. So I thought that was just in terms of like writing. I was like, yes,
Okay.
you're right. But the
Okay.
worst
And
advice.
do any of you have advice for any budding writers in the audience in general?
Oh,
I feel like I could go on about this for hours.
yeah.
There's so much to say. What I usually tell writers, if I just have like a quick snippet to share, is like try to write to the end. Like even if you skip things in the middle and like even if there's like plot holes or chapters missing or whatever and it's super messy. I mean, I draft really messy. Just try to do at least a draft where you go from start to finish so you have like an actual chunk of clay that you can chisel. Because I think when I was starting to write, and something that a lot of young writers tackle with is like they want to make the beginning perfect, and it's so tempting to just keep working on those first few chapters and then you kind of lose steam afterwards to getting through the middle and the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's much easier to edit or revise a piece of work that's maybe not great rather than just constantly like focus on this because it's actually never quite done, right?
Hmm. I
How,
think like
oh,
the best.
mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
sorry. I think the best advice I ever got is from like one of my indie author friends, and it was like a while back. And the advice is always remember that you are God. You get to do whatever you want in your books. Because I think I was coming to her it was like some like I don't know problem that with the plot that I just couldn't remember, and she was like, Molly, remember you are God. You can do it's like you don't have to like abide by any of the rules that like you think like this world has to have. Like remember, you are God. Like you can just change
Yeah,
it if you want. And I'm like, I can change it. You're right.
that's pretty good advice. There's another question that came up. How are your books received in Asia? I know mine have all, the rights teams have said they're saying, oh, it's too American. How have your books been received in Asia? Are they published in any East Asia or Southeast Asian markets?
I don't think I sold the translation rights for any Asian countries, but I know I have like a friend who was in like the Middle East recently, and like which is like I guess kind of Asia. It's like that's close as I can get. And like one of my friend who was in Thailand, she was like she saw the Night Blood Prince in I think it was Dubai. She was saw it on the bestsellers table, and she also one of my friend who was recently in, I want to say Bangkok and Vietnam. She was like traveling around. She was like, yeah, I saw your book like around on the
So the
bestseller table.
English
So I'm
language
like,
edition.
oh yay. Yeah, the English language edition. I just don't. I haven't sold. I don't think I've sold any of like
Language rights.
the major Asian rights yet.
Right. How about Elizabeth Axie? Any of you have any translation sales in or Southeast Asia?
In Southeast Asia, I spent the summer in Malaysia and Singapore. So I did a few events there, and it was just really nice to connect with readers. And it's always very special to see your book abroad. Actually, and I had posters of our books next to each other, which was very
Cool.
cool.
That's fun. I want to
Yeah.
ask another question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Axie.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah. My books have all like the English version. I've seen them in like Korea. I've seen like the English version of your books, both like the English version, but in Korea, like just like in the bookstore. But The Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea was translated into Korean, which was like really
Ah,
fun. That was just like for me, it was just like one of those um like author dream moments
yeah.
because I got to give it to
Congratulations.
my grandmother, I got to give it to my mom, and and also like it's actually great for parents because they can now give it your book as a gift to their relatives, like a show off.
Yeah, it's like
And
coming
it
home with a straight
yeah, yeah,
A's.
yeah. They're like, look, my daughter has a book, and they can show it to their relatives in Korea. And like in Korea, being a writer is very respected. I mean, obviously, it's respected everywhere, but in Korea, like, there's like it's very like people are like, wow, it's
Revered.
like a very respected, revered job or
Mm.
occupation or career. And so it's like it's fun because you go to Korea. Like, yeah, I try to be fancier. So like in America, I'm just like in sweats,
I'm
whatever. But in Korea, I'm like I'm trying to be a little fancier.
always fancy everywhere you go.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. So I have one final question. I think we have time for one more question where, you know, we all write in a speculative phase, fantasy, science fiction, horror. What draws you to these genres? And I'm curious to what was your first encounter with fantasy stories? And it doesn't have to be a book. Elizabeth, do you want to go first?
I'm trying to think. I just feel like I was always drawn to stories with magic. Just
Mm.
ever since I was a kid. I can't remember what exactly triggered it, but I remember like very impatiently waiting my 16th birthday because I swear I was gonna get like powers. uh,
I love that.
like
You're making me
waiting
choke.
and
I love
waiting.
that.
And so I think it just felt very natural for me when I became a writer to just want to incorporate that sense of magic in my books and that sense of like whimsy and
Yeah.
longing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess
Mhm.
possibility, right? Like the
Yeah,
future is great. Something awesome is going to happen, right?
yeah.
Axie, how about you?
Yeah, my favorite, I know this because I would watch this movie all the time with My Neighbor Totoro. I used to
Ah,
watch that movie all the time when I was like every day after school I'd watch it. And I recently saw the London. I was in London for the first time, and I saw the stage production, and it was wonderful. I cried. Like I cried
I
the
heard it's
entire time.
amazing.
Yeah, it's meant to be
Yeah,
really good. I
it's
haven't
so
seen it yet.
good. Yeah, you have to go see it. And like Elizabeth earlier mentioned doing fan fiction for Sailor Moon, big Sailor Moon fan. So like and I guess for me the introduction was through like animation. Um, my like introduction to fantasy was through animation, and then obviously books, like right, like those retellings I was telling you earlier were earlier by Diana Wynne Jones, by who wrote House and Castle, right? Also Gail Carson Levine, who wrote Ella Enchanted. Like those were, I just loved those sort of like fantasy elements where there's like wonder and magic.
So like since I grew up in China, I didn't really like see any like Western movies or shows. So like my first like introduction to fantasy were like the classic is like Qi Hulu and like Bao Lianzheng and Mulan, which all I just realized all three of them have this theme of like saving your parents. So I feel like I don't know, I feel like my parents will like trying to subconsciously be like, remember you love us. It's like Paul, and then like Chen Xing has to save his mother, like Mulan obviously gotta like save her dad, and like in Qi Hulu is like Hulu Xingdi, I think it's called it's like the little like what do they call it in English? I don't remember, but like the little seven color brothers, they have to like save their grandpa who like grew them from like a seed into like girls. Oh, girls, that's a English name. Sorry.
So I think we have time for one more question. There's one from the audience. How have readers responded to your cultural narratives? Have there been surprises and or memorable interactions? Anyone want to field that one?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get lots of DMs from like Korean diaspora readers who will like leave me this like beautiful long messages about how to connect to the book, and then afterward I'm like, this is the thing that I would have written to an author when I was young if I had seen like a book that I felt really connected with. And so whenever I get those messages, I kind of like those are the hardest ones to respond to because I want to respond with as much love and attention as they responded to me. It's easier when it's like, I loved your book. I'm like, thanks, heart. And when it's like this long message, I'm always like, oh, I really want to give you this. I want to give you this, moment, right? And but it's so wonderful. I feel like um, I can't think of like very specific moments. I've had readers also come to me in person who like will talk to me and they're like so sweet and they're like some of them cry and it's like
Ah,
oh my god. I know it's so meaningful, it's so powerful. Um and
very cool.
yeah, it's like it's always memorable to me. It's always a wonderful experience when a reader tells me how much they connected to the book.
Yeah, brilliant.
I think that's
Elizabeth,
been one of,
Molly?
oh, sorry, sorry. I think that's been one of my favorite things about becoming a writer as well, just like the messages from readers. Like my books are all set in the same world, but a lot of the countries in that world are inspired by, like loosely inspired by real life countries. So like Her Radiant Curse is inspired by Malaysia. And I got a message from somebody once who like was like, I've never seen food from Malaysia represented in a fantasy book like this before, and
Cool.
like they were so happy. um like it was a very specific dish, so they were like really really excited about that, and it was cool just to see that somebody recognized this, or like that I
What was the
mentioned durian.
dish?
It's like a cake that, like, I don't really know how to describe it now that I'm like talking to you, but I describe it in the book.
Read the book to find out.
Yeah.
uh, and I
This is
also
a pitch.
mentioned I also mentioned durian in the book, which made this reader also
Mm.
very happy. So they were excited. And there's also just like little things that like my parents would do for me when I was growing up. Like if I had a bruise, they'd roll like a hard-boiled egg on it. So like said to like take out the bad blood. And like another reader like was like, oh, like I grew up doing this too. And just like these little moments that I don't particularly write them in for like people to be like, oh, like cool bits of culture, but like if somebody sees them, it's like very rewarding.
These little connections. Molly,
Yeah, these
anything
little
to add?
connections.
Yeah, I feel like these are like the best part about like being an author when like a reader come up and they're like so excited, they're like talking about the book. I remember at Comic-Con, I want to say like earlier this year, there was this girl, she was like wearing like a Chinese traditional like hanfu, and like she was just so excited to read Nightblood Prince and Tokay's Wicked Gods. And I remember because I have the memory of a fruit fly. I was actually talking about to someone from Singapore yesterday because she made like an edit of the book, Word Wanderlust. I think she's from Singapore. And she was like talking about like she was like, oh yeah, like just like in the like little thing, the arrow thing. She's like, oh, pick me, choose me, because both of these guys, love interests, are kind of like pick me's. And she was like, oh yeah, Sloan is such a pick me. And I was like, oh no, I think yes, you is more of a pick me. Like I affectionately nicknamed him Lan Lu Cha. And if for those of you who don't know, Lu Cha is basically a Chinese like slang for like a pick me. And so I actually tried to work that into the book, and the editor like kept cutting it. I was like, oh, but like it's so it's like, oh, because like I think there was this, I was telling her, I was like, oh yeah, I went, because she's Singapore, she speaks fluent Mandarin. She's like, oh my God, I know what Lucha is. I was like, I bet you do. I should have kept it for you. But in one of the scenes, and like this got cut, like, yes, he was like drinking green tea. I feel look at him, I was like, I should have guessed you like green tea. Lucha means green tea in Chinese, but it also like is a slang for like just like pygmies. But yeah, she was like laughing about that when we were giggling. She was talking about like the proverbs, and like she really liked how I kept like the original Chinese words for it, purely because I'm like Mandarin is my first language. Like I actually can't read pinyin. I can only read it like the proper like Chinese words. Otherwise, like I would literally be like there for an hour. I have to like type it out and like which accent is the accent, and like which does it like which word is this. But yeah, like this like small detail. She was like, oh my God, I'm so happy you did this.
Yeah, all these little connections. So I think we've run out of time. But thank you so much, all of you, for joining me, and I hope everyone in the audience, thank you for the great questions, and definitely check out all these writers' books and be on the lookout for the next thing that's coming. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to move on to the next thing now, but say goodbye, everyone. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sally Gails, and this is my debut novel, Inside. Inside is a young adult dystopia with a hint of magic. In this story, Naya has grown up her entire life within an indoor city, navigating its shifting corridors, disappearing doors, and sometimes shrinking rooms. Yes, her city is a little bit sentient, but she loves it, and she would do anything to be accepted into its police force. That and anything to make her mother, the general, proud. So when her mother presents her with a top secret mission to leave the safety of her indoor city in order to spy on the Spirovits, an enemy with dangerous powers that no one understands, she accepts. This is it. This is her chance to finally prove herself. Naya expects this to be dangerous. What she doesn't expect is that the Spirovits would be so human, especially as she starts to get closer to two siblings, Zane and Annaliese. Or that the outside would be quite so wonderful. What if everything she knew was wrong? How can she complete her mission if she can't really tell truths from a lie anymore? So I would like to read a short excerpt. This is after Naya has infiltrated the Spirovits. She's gained their trust and they've invited her to eat with them for the first time. Has a very campfire camp feel. She's outdoors eating. There's a string of lights overhead. Zane is inviting her to come and meet everybody, but the Spirovits are also on edge because they also have a side to their story. So here we go. Follow me. Zane walks straight into their midst. It takes all of my self-resolve to follow. There are so many of them. Fully submerged, I can no longer ignore the barely hidden hostility. Angry murmuring buffets me from every direction. Zane slows his pace to walk closer to my side, but the incensed hum intensifies. I exhale. Don't worry. An ugly noise escapes my lips. I'm outnumbered and surrounded by the enemy on all sides. Worry is putting it mildly. He lowers his voice. Trust me. Then he raises a single eyebrow. I stare at his face, noticing a slight dimple flash across one of his cheeks. I'm completely distracted. Surrounded on all sides, I never should have let that dimple throw me off. I shouldn't have let myself get overwhelmed by the pointed looks. I shouldn't have dropped my guard. I've received a lifetime of training from the academy to stop exactly that from happening. I didn't notice Annaliese sneak up on me. Oops! The heavy weight of thickened liquid slops against my body. I look down. A viscous orange-brown substance covers my shirt and drips down to my trousers. A plate clatters against the floor and lands at my feet. I am so sorry, Cadet. Annaliese looks down in feigned shame, but I catch her grin from behind her curtain of hair. A hush passes through the clearing, and everyone stops to stare. Zane takes a step forward, but I lift my hand to stop him. Annaliese is trying to get a rise out of me. She's trying to prove a point in front of everyone. I will not be so easily manipulated. I paste a smile onto my face. It's okay. Accidents happen. Her eyes scream at me, but her smile mirrors my own. So generous, Cadet. Annaliese, please, call me Naya. That almost catches her out. She takes a step towards me. I'd rather... Here. Zane hands me a cloth to clean myself up. Annaliese snaps her mouth shut, and I bite my tongue to keep myself from grinning too hard. Cadet, she spits. Annaliese. She skulks away, and the mood in the clearing instantly lightens. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, I'm Rachel Moore, and I'm the author of Us in Ruins. This young adult adventure rom-com follows Margot Rhodes during her summer abroad in Italy, where she hopes to find a legendary ancient Roman relic. Guiding her are journal entries written by Van Keene, a teenage explorer who went missing during his search for the same artifact in the 1930s. When Margot's hunt leads her to a hidden temple beneath Pompeii, she's shocked when she finds a statue that looks exactly like Van. And then the statue comes to life. After being cursed to stone 100 years ago, Van is catapulted into the present, and he is determined to find the treasure all for himself. But it takes two to solve the ancient riddles, and Margot and Van will have to work together to excavate the vase of Venus Aurelia piece by piece before their story ends in ruins. Fast-paced, action-packed, and filled with heart, Us in Ruins takes readers on a whirlwind journey through the Italian countryside. This story is one of empowerment and acceptance, and it's filled with plenty of high-stakes hijinks along the way as Margot and Van discover that the best treasure of all is true love. I can't wait to share it with you.
then, watching as I sip my drink. You're not old enough to buy it, right? Or cigarettes, I say, pausing to clear my throat, but some places are a little less bothered about ID than others. You have to be 21 to buy cigarettes here? Yeah, you didn't know that? Well, I don't smoke, so... Right, not unless I'm around to corrupt you. She smiles. My lungs are in bad enough shape already. I went jogging with my roommate the other day, and it almost killed me. Oh, I can't even manage the stairwell in my building without getting wheezy. It's a genuine problem. What if I have to do a big rom-com style chase down someday? I'll be fucked. I'm sorry, rom-com chase down? Yeah, the thing in romantic comedies where the main character runs to find the other character and tell them that they love them. I don't think I've ever watched a film where that happened. Oh, come on. When Harry Met Sally? The Graduate? No? The Apartment? She shakes her head, apparently mystified. 13 going on 30? The holiday? God, I'm really exposing myself here. She's looking at me blankly and I can't help but grimace. What? She laughs. What's that face for? I'm suddenly scared you don't care about movies, I confess. I mean, it's fine if you don't. I think we can get past it. Probably. I like movies, just not as much as you, clearly. Can we watch one together? Would you want to do that? Sure. Just don't stare at me the whole time. I hate when people do that. Oh, to gauge your reaction? Or because you're pretty? It just slips out. I barely realise what I've said until she chokes on a mouthful of kombucha, cheeks flooding with colour. The first one, obviously, she manages, voice throaty. Do you think I'm really full of myself or something? No, I say hastily. Just, you are. Pretty, that is. You're a model, so... For now, she nods, face pink. It's not really about pretty, though, and it has an expiration date, so... That? Right, because 18 is practically decrepit. You'd be surprised. She smiles, gaze lowered. Where are we watching this movie, then? Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we are moving on to our next panel, our last panel, shockingly. Life is a Highway, which means you all get to now have the song stuck in your head like I've had all day getting ready for this. So please welcome our panelists. Take it away.
Hello. Hi everyone. Well, welcome to our panel about road trips and life as a highway. I am so excited to be chairing this panel because I've read all of these books in the last couple of weeks and I have had the best time reading them. So thank you very much. So I'm here to introduce to you Jacqueline Sylvester, Joe Simmons and Elle Walther and their books, and I'm going to start by just handing over to them and asking them to introduce who they are and which books they've written, and so over to you. Who would like to start?
I'm Elle Walther. I'm from Pennsylvania. I live in Philadelphia, and my book is While We're Young, which is a gender-swapped contemporary retelling of Ferris Bueller's Day Off from 4 different character perspectives.
I'll go next. Hi everyone, I'm Jo. I wrote a book called Run Away With Me. It's kind of a YA Thelma and Louise style story with 2 girls who are running away from home. As you get further away from where they started, you start to find out more about them and what they're running from.
Hi everyone, I'm Jacqueline Sylvester. I wrote The Last Wish List, which is kind of a YA PS I Love You, or sort of The Fault in Our Stars. So you'll cry, but you'll be on a road trip, which will make it okay.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And I'm Kate Mallender, and I've written Summer Under the Stars, which is a sequel to Summer of No Regrets. So once again, 4 perspectives, 4 girls, but this summer they're all together and on a road trip down through France. So first question, everybody. So why a road trip? Was it a road trip first and then the story came, or was it that you had a character and stories and you and the road trip was something that came along afterwards? Let's start with Jacqueline. So why a road trip?
There wasn't like specific. I've always loved the cartoon Cars, and my little brother was really into it, and that my obsession with Route 66 kind of came from there. So I always wanted to set it something on Route 66. Then I had the idea of a grief story, the story of this girl, her best friend dies and leaves her a bucket list to fulfill after her death to get over that grief. And I wrote it in the midst of my own grief. And Route 66, for those who know it, is like a decaying kind of ghost of its former glory. It's kind of a dying road, has died for a while. And so I wanted that juxtaposition of like, even when something's in full decay, you can still find joy in the sadness. So that it kind of worked together. But really, it's because I like the cartoon cars. So
Thank you. KL, do you want to go next?
Yeah, so if we've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off, we know there is a red Ferrari that is a big part of the movie. And so I didn't think it would stretch out into a road trip at the beginning, but as I was writing, I did stretch out the, leaving your hometown and going into the big city, because I love the forced proximity trope. Road trips can be awkward. We don't know whether we play music, so we don't have to talk, podcasts, that type of thing, but you can feel that tension stuck in a car together. And these three characters are kind of reluctantly going on this trip. And so I wanted to build that tension and have secrets come out.
Brilliant. Joe?
I didn't set out with the intention of it being a road trip story. I just knew that these two characters were trying to escape, and that was very much their initial propulsion into the story, was that they were trying to get away. And then I gave Brooke a really cool car, and that just made it even more tempting to put them on this journey in this cool car, trying to get as far away from home as they possibly could.
Yeah, and that came across really well, Joe, in yours, because it's part thriller, and so it's running away from, and KL's your characters. The forced proximity is similar to mine. That actually, if you put everybody in a closed space where they're eventually going to have the awkward conversation, you can't escape it. You can be awkward for so long, and then you just can't be anymore. And that really came across so well. I really enjoyed it. And Jacqueline, I loved yours because it had that sort of, like you said, it's the juxtaposition between life and death and decay and hope, and it played so well on those two. Yeah, so it's so nice hearing you talk about them, having read them so recently. And yeah, all of those vibes just came through so strongly. Can I ask, which was your favorite, without spoilers, which was your favorite scenes to write? KL, do you want to start? It's a tricky question.
No, because
without spoilers.
I need to think about it for a
Okay.
few seconds.
Anyone? Joe, you ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and not make this a spoiler, but it is a scene towards the end of the book. And I have Jessie, who's the main character. She kind of takes back control of everything that she's been through, and she's finally reporting to responsible adults the abuse that she suffered at the hands of her stepdad. And she kind of stands up on this coffee table, and she's stripping all of her clothes off to physically show the scars that she's been left with. And it's at that moment where the girl that used to get nicknamed Mouse actually takes control of her whole situation, and she's just like ripping away her clothes and has no inhibitions anymore. She's like, no, I'm going to force you to look at what he did to me. Like, this is my body and this is my story. And so for a girl who is very shy and very closed off at the beginning of the story, this kind of moment that she has where she exposes everything, that was really like cathartic to write that, to actually give her that moment.
I've got it now, but I loved writing the without spoilers, the argument that the two best friends get into. This book is a romance, but also a true friendship story. And these two girls are so close, but have been keeping these two dumb secrets from each other when they should have really just talked. And while other characters in the book, these aren't secrets to them, these girls have kept their mouths shut. And then finally something happens that they do start, fighting in public. And writing that, it was like, finally we can get this all out and move forward. So that was fun for me.
Jackie?
I have a scene in it where, in her grief, she sort of sees this micro celebrity, like not a massive celebrity, and she sort of accosts him in her grief of being like, I really love you, you mean a lot to me, blah blah. And he's kind of like, okay, you're a crazy person. And that is based on me accosting Simon from Inbetweeners on a snowy strait. So this won't mean a lot to like people in the States, but when I saw him, I really sort of aggressively was like, you've helped me deal with my dad's death, and like was really in his face, and he was like, oh my God. So that's based on that. Yes, that was a fun scene to write. I did ask, I think maybe I asked either my agent or my editor, like, can this stay can this be the guy from Inbetweener? She was like, no, it has to be a made up person from a made up TV show. So I had to weave in the TV show, which was kind of fun. So yeah, fun fact.
I love that scene because it did come across that, yeah, that's how you probably would act if you saw someone really famous and they'd really helped you. Yeah, that was very cool. Thank you very much. I just love this. Love hearing the favorite scenes. So what has come across in what you've said so far there are some quite deep and difficult themes in all three books, themes of grief, themes of abuse, themes of having to deal with some trauma or some massive change in at least one of your characters' lives. How did you go about writing that? Was there something that you did in order to, did you do a bit of research into how that might have felt, or have you drawn on your own experiences maybe? How did you go about writing those themes?
I guess I can start with that. For me, it was pretty straightforward. Like, people are like, where did you draw your inspiration? Like, she's a grieving girl. I lost my dad very quickly. So we were very close. Like, it's kind of cheesy. Like, he was my best friend, but in a way he was, because we would start every day by talking to one another. And when I found out from finding out he was ill, because he hid it from me, he died 8 days later. So a very quick succession of that. And then what I was left with was this year where I tried to work on the grief, and it was almost bucket listy kind of, where I was trying to do different things to feel better. So it always had this idea of like, and I think in my head, I kind of like, I wish he would have told me what I can do to feel better. And I was like, oh, maybe someone could, which is a little bit depressing. The book's not as depressing as it sounds, but so that's where that bucket list idea came from. And I really needed a place for the grief. A lot of the grief, actually, people won't believe this if they've read it, but a lot of the grief was edited out. Like, at first it was like a love letter to grief. And then they were like, all right, let's like layer this a bit, because no one wants to, be that bummed out. But then, so there's layers, and yeah, but it came from a authentic place. I think if you write about grief, you have felt it at least a little bit in some way. So
Yeah,
for
very
sharing that.
similarly. I drew from personal experience. I lost my dad to brain cancer in 2020, and I was actually writing a different book at the time, and to get through it. And it was set 18 months after the character had passed away, and it was more like how I hoped I would feel after 18 months after my father passed away. Because we did know we were going to lose him, and it helped at the time. But I wrote Everett, one of the characters in this book, later when I moved on, and I was angry. I was so upset. I was in a completely different chapter than this character in the other book. So I will be brutally honest and say, before every Everett POV chapter, I did kind of have a meltdown because I needed to get to a place to write him. He's very distraught. So it was all personal experience, very cathartic for me to write him.
Mine is much less based on personal experience. My stepdad is actually the most wonderful person in the world, so he's not an abusive a-hole, which I'm very grateful for. I think a lot of what happens to both of the girls is I tried to make it as authentic as possible. So the way that they behave all comes from the root cause of that, and I think in a lot of ways Brooke is the more interesting character of the two, in that she's kind of comes from this very toxic perfectionism world, where her family control almost every aspect of her life, her friends, what she's allowed to do, and for her is breaking free of that. And I think I've always had a bit of eldest daughter, eldest granddaughter, eldest girl in the family syndrome, where I felt that pressure, not to the same extent, but I kind of empathize more with Brooke's experience in that than I do with Jessie's.
Well, thank you, everyone. Yeah, sorry, Joe.
I just want to add after what KO was saying that I found it really cathartic to write it, but I found it awful to edit it. And so that would be my advice for people like querying like a grief novel, in that like I wrote it, I was distraught. It was so cathartic. But then by the time you're editing it with another professional, like 3 years have gone by since you've like gone off for everything. And then they're like, this part where she's crying, can you make it? And you're like reliving it. So I didn't find structural edits like as cathartic. I found it like going back to that place. So that was an interesting experience. I kind of thought it would be like the other way around.
That's interesting, because that was going to be my question. How cathartic did you find it as a thing? And so that, do you think then that your experience of grief had moved on then over the period of those 2 or 3 years between writing and editing, so that it was then no longer something you were feeling, or was it purely that you were having to relive those feelings that was the tricky part?
Yeah, in my case, the book had descriptions of cancer and things like that, and it had descriptions of panic attacks, which were based on my own panic attacks. So really, it's not anyone's fault. Obviously, editors mean well and things like that. But when someone's like, "This panic attack, can you make it more?" When there's that kind of stuff, and you're like, "Oh, but this is actually me," and then you have to dig a little deeper for a wound that is healed, and you're like reopening it to make structural edits better. That can be a bit. But I'll let KL elaborate on that.
Yes, I mean, I didn't have 3 years before I wrote the book and then turned it in, and then I don't know, 2.5 months later, I got it back and dove into edits. So I was very still connected to him, but certain things I knew I was more had an editor's hat as well. So I was not as deep into character, because you do have to take a step back and distance yourself a little bit, at least in my process. But I also did a lot of thinking. Like my dad's birthday had passed while the book was with my editor, so there were new pieces I added, little touches. Some things I took out because I could tell it was just one of those days where I went a little too far, or went on some type of tangent. I'm like, okay, we don't need this. We can take this out. But yes, I would agree, not as cathartic editing.
Thank you very much. And so on the flip side, just to lighten the tone, all of the novels have lovely romance themes, they have friendship themes, they have lots of hopeful, uplifting themes. How did you manage to get the balance between those two? Because I think if you switch between the two, it can be quite, it's a bit jarring to read, but you've all absolutely blended the light and the shade so well. Was that something you did automatically, or is it a conscious effort that you had to make? Joe, do you want to kick it off?
Yeah. So I have a background. I've written a lot of romance in the past, and there really wasn't much in the first draft. It was kind of the romance kind of came in the like final third of the story. And that was something that I worked on quite a lot to make it more of a romantic thriller rather than a thriller that has a romance in it at the end. So bringing that together really happened in edits. We're talking a lot about edits today. Edits are very important. But yeah, that all kind of came through in the editing process. And actually, I think that where it ended up is definitely the right place for how it ended up. But I think that sometimes when you're tackling some of those really difficult themes in a story, being able to balance it and not kind of like Jackie was saying, like just put your readers in this absolute pit of depression for an entire book. If it's not trying to be that, then finding another storyline to blend with your main story to give it some of that more roundedness is great.
It's so funny. I started with the romance and humor in this book, and Everett, the character again, who lost his father, he has always been that way, but his perspective was not in the original draft. So my early readers wanted to know more. My agent wanted to know more. So I think adding his perspective really enriched and made book more well-rounded. But as in total, the balance is hard, but I do, follow up maybe an Everett chapter with a James chapter who is more of a humorous character and lets things roll off his back. So we're not in a deep, sad lull for a while. It's always there's always something uplifting following the more bummer chapters, for lack of a better phrase.
I think I was kind of made to add more romance in my like beta readers and stuff because I think I write really sparsely and like initially like I call it glitter trauma. Like I'm like, here's a bunch of like shiny trauma. Do you like it? This is my offering. And then I have to be told like that's great. There needs to be all these other like elements as well. But I always wanted her, she meets a boy called Fran and he's got an empty home and she doesn't know where his parents are and stuff. And they kind of pull each other out of this like grief they're on. But I wanted to think about what kind of grief exists because it's not just losing a parent or a best friend. You can also grieve being abandoned, grieve being alone, grieve a friend moving on with their life, grieve your former self. So I tried to weave all the different types of grief into it, and then essentially a grieving girl meets a grieving boy and they try on this physical road trip to see if they can get out of that state. But I was told, more kissing, more this. So I have to, I'm one of those people, I have to weave that in. Actually, I think I have to weave it on because all kudos to romance authors, and I'm writing a romance right now, but like romance is a lot of effort as well. So I kind of do that like later when I'm told, like, there should be, because you got to really drag it out and people want like, they don't want to be told. I'm like, they kiss, they kiss. So that's like the extra work in my opinion. So I kind of do it, the romance comes in like later when I'm forced to do labor.
Like, so I'm loving hearing how people work. So that brings us on to our next sort of exploring how we write as writers. I'm very like you. I write sparsely first and then have to augment afterwards and fill in and explain. I have to add description because I'm like, skip the description, skip the description. It's all chat, 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 chat. And so I tend to start off with characters and dialogue and then have perhaps one or two scenes and then sort of piece things together. And it's always a short draft first and then I add to it. And I was just wondering whether you had a scene that came first, what came first, and then how did your process work? Have you found it the same for all of your books, or is it different for each book? What's your process? Who would like to go first?
Well, I wish I knew what writing sparsely was. I always, always, always overwrite. There's way too much information. I need you to know what the characters are wearing all the time. But no, I always write in chronologically. It's always in order. I know some authors have this trick where if they're stuck, they skip ahead to something they're looking forward to writing. I am not that way. I'm not good. If I'm excited to write something, I'm like, you have to work through this and that can be your reward. And so I'm very tough on myself. But the very first scene in the book is what came to me first. Grace, our Stan and Ferris Bueller, the staged stomach upset she has came to me right away. And I was like, well, I have to open the book with this. And from there, everything just kind of poured out.
It's a cracking opening, by the way. I love that scene. Just it's sort of next level skiving. It's brilliant.
I was actually doing a master's degree, and that's where I started this book. was as part of my master's, and the first thing I wrote, oh, this is really spoilery, was the first scene that happens chronologically in the book, which is where Jessie comes home from school and she finds the thing that sends her running away from home. And I wrote that scene and shared it with my writing group at the time. And one of my classmates had a very negative reaction. She was like, "This is awful. This is horrendous." And I'm like, "Great, that gives me exactly what I needed for this book." But then I kind of took that scene and shoved it way into the third act as a flashback. So it doesn't actually start with that very gruesome scene of the book. But I think because I was doing the creative writing masters at the time, I had a lot more headspace to think about the book and to actually dedicate time to writing. I was working with an incredible mentor at the time, Lucy Cuthew, who very much helped me structure the book and make sure that the pacing was right. So she was fantastic and very influential as I was writing the book. But I had a lot of headspace to do that, and I work full time. I'm an events manager actually as my full-time job, so I don't have as much headspace to write these days. So I am that cliched after work coffee shop writer, hunched over my laptop trying to furiously get some words down before I go home. So yeah, my life is far less structured and open, and those opportunities to write aren't around as much as they were when I was writing Runaway.
Was the question the process?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you work as an
My
author?
Yeah, I mean, my author is like KL. My co-author is like KL. She writes a lot and in chronological order, and she gets very frustrated with me because I am the worst. I have like a scene, and then I'm like, I don't know what happens, but there's like, I think very much like screenwriting, and so I'll be like, all I know is he does like this, and all the oranges fly to the table, and then they're crushed the oranges, and she's like, what the F are you talking about? Just stop. And so my brain works that way. And I knew that this was one of the first scenes I wrote is she's at a family table and everyone's talking over her and they're kind of like, what's even wrong with you? Like, why are you even upset? And then she really kicks off and is like, my best friend died. And they're kind of like, that was a while ago, like moving on now kind of thing. And that's her first giant outburst. And actually, the first scene, so she's second generation Russian like me. And she says she's so frustrated by all of this that she says a phrase in Russian, which got cut actually in the final version. The worst thing you can say in Russian is like, go on the dick. Like you should go on the dick. You should go on the D. Sorry, this is YA. You should go on the D. And I don't know, when I was little, I didn't know why that was the worst. But one time my grandfather was so cruel to me that I went, you should go on the D. And then I was just punished for like weeks. Like I was in so much trouble. So I wanted my character to have everyone talking over her grief. And then she says the worst thing you can say. But then it was edited out. They were like, just have her say the worst thing you can say, blah, blah. So it was really about how when you're grieving, people don't do this on purpose, but there is a kind of note for people are like, enough now, like please enough, like you're bumming us out. And that's how that first scene came into being. But my process is awful. I want to improve it. I wish to be better, but it's like ideas, notes, random scene, funny line, and then I build and I build using Save the Cat, and I have to really go back and fix it. I wish that editors accepted 20,000 word drafts. They don't.
My
Yeah.
editor is always getting like 90,000 words, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. This is where we need to start.
It's like, here you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, I think regardless of the length, I always go, so sorry.
Yeah.
It's a mess of words. It's your job now. I don't know what to do with this.
I
Yeah.
just have vibes. Like I wish I could be like, would you like some vibes? Like a Pinterest map out and like 3 funny one-liners? Is that anything? Pay me.
One of my friends always
So
says that there's actually no difference between plotters and pantsers, is that some people spend a lot of time developing their outline and then less time writing, and other writers spend a short amount of time writing a first draft that then needs a lot of editing, and that actually it takes all of us the same amount of time to write a book. It's just where you concentrate the time doing a short first draft, which then takes a long time to edit, or a long time writing a detailed plan and then less time writing. I write 7 drafts of one book because I can't keep it contained. It just needs to get out, and then we'll fix it later.
It's a very messy process in general, isn't it? So I heard a phrase recently that was it patchworking or quilting, where because I write chronologically and I wish I could just jump around, but some people like you're saying, KL, the patchworking is where you write all your key scenes, so you have a lovely month or so writing all the best bits, and then you kind of stitch them together as you're joining scenes. And I just thought, oh, that would be so much fun. Whereas I'm more that isn't there there's an analogy where you're driving along a foggy country road and you can see just ahead of you to where you're going, but you're not quite sure. You know where you're going and you can see just ahead of you, but how you're actually going to get there is very unclear. And that unfortunately seems to be where I am. I've got a couple of scenes, but how I'm going to get to them, and I know how I want a chapter to feel, but what actually happens in that chapter is really difficult to pin down. What's the actual scene? I know how what I want. I know how the characters are going to be at the end of the scene, but how they get there there's a lot of decisions. I find that's tricky. Not so many decisions. You need a flow diagram of all of the different decisions to see where you come out at the bottom. So I'm just thinking about all the different places we've road tripped through our books. How did you choose where your road trip was going to be? Was there a particular reason why you chose your setting? How did you pick your route? Did your route change? How did you pick your place?
Well, in Ferris Bueller, they go from suburban Illinois into Chicago, and I am from Pennsylvania. I grew up like 45, 50 minutes outside of Philadelphia, and I knew automatically that's what I wanted to do. Philly has such a big personality, and I've had so many different fun experiences in the city, and I have cousins who live in the city, and I have their funny stories. So automatically, I knew it was going to be Philadelphia, and did not look back whatsoever.
Yeah, it did come across very much that you knew it really well, and it felt like a love story to the place as well. That really came across beautifully.
I had a couple of really interesting discussions about the US road trip culture, which it doesn't really exist on the same scale in Europe. And I had conversations about, if somebody was going to drive from Glasgow to London, you can do that in about 7 hours, and that doesn't really give you enough time to set a whole story in that 7 hours. So I started in Seattle, which is where some of my friends live, and then I decided that I was going to take them all the way to Orlando, which is where more of my friends live. This is actually the map from the book. So it is a pure cross country all the way across the US road trip, which is something that I've never done, but would love to at some point.
Yeah, I love the fact that there was a map at the front. I kept referring back to it. It's going, all right, where are we? Where are we? That's great. Thanks, Jackie.
I would have loved a map. It's a good idea. Yeah, I already talked about my affinity for the movie Cars. But in general, I knew it'd be Route 66. And then there was a bit of iffiness about planning it, and sort of you can do that distance relatively quickly. And so I needed things to happen to them on the road to sort of slow it down. The flavor came from when I was little. So I've grown up nomadic. I've pretty much moved every year of my life since I was little, and then except for a stint in London, but now I'm back to being nomadic and moving again. And that was just because my mom always wanted to move. But we used to do these road trips from San Francisco to Los Angeles. And road trips in the States, they don't really have, I wouldn't say they're like European road trips where there's such a distinct flavor of like food and the way gas stations are and stuff. They're more kind of, it's like very Americana. Like we would get these like Hostess, like white icing donut holes and like the worst coffee you can imagine. Like I was obsessed with 7-Eleven slushies. They come up a lot in the book, and which ones you could mix. And I'd be like, Mom, please can I have one, and like try like every single flavor. And I was obsessed with Dr. Pepper. and certain things like that, where that was my chance to sort of stuff as much nostalgic Americana into it, to the point where some people are like, oh, I love that this book is like set in the 90s. I'm like, it's not. They're on Instagram like for part of it, but like that kind of Americana nostalgia with the gas stations and stuff. And then I wove it together, but it was a little bit hard with the mapping and the attractions and stuff. I used like one of those proper guidebooks that you buy when you're like going from place to place, and then a few places were embellished or made up to sort of round it out.
Have you done the trip yourself, or bits of the trip, visited
Yeah,
different
I've
parts?
done the final bit because I lived in California, so I've done the bit that like ends up in California, like the last like 6 hours, I think, but not the full one. So there was a bit of trying to figure out the ghosts. I've been to Ghost Town, and I've been to some of the places that are described in there. I have not been to the Uranus Fudge Company, which is like for anyone who doesn't know, it's like they have to on Route 66 make these like crazy Americana things that attracts people for the gimmicky thing, and there's one thing called the Uranus Fudge Factory where everything is a Uranus joke, basically. Like everything in this giant candy store is just one big joke. So that was woven in. I haven't been there, but a few of the places I have been to.
Absolutely, had all of those vibes. Because I watched Cars with my children when they were small, and I absolutely love it. I love Life is a Highway as a song connected to the movie, and it had real strong vibes of Cars in it, even before you'd said. So I just love the setting of yours. So mine's it's not America, it's driving through France. So they set off from the south of the UK, and they're trying to get to the south of France, and they decide to make a holiday of it to get to one of my characters' wedding in the south of France, and of course everything goes wrong, which it has to on a road trip. But I also realized that all of our stories have quite a strong vibe of music. So everyone sort of names songs. I can't remember which book it was. So there's one where each chapter is a song, and I love that because no, I love that. And it sort of, it already sets the scene of what you want that chapter to say because of what kind of music it is. And I know this is sort of not, it wasn't on our planned list of topics that we were going to talk about, but I just realized all of the musical side of thing. You can't have a road trip without music, and you can't and as the music that I used in my book, I just picked my favorite music and just did it that way. I didn't really think in terms of whether it was something. I did pick the more modern stuff, so it wasn't just, oh, why would these teenagers be picking something from the 90s or something. But I was just wondering whether you'd picked your favorite tunes, or whether you'd just or you'd picked music that fit the vibe of what you were writing about. Was there is there a particular favorite song of yours that you used? I think that had an extra layer of memory associated with it, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like music is hard because you do, like, my favorite genre, I love British indie rock. But I rarely put my favorite bands and my favorite songs in my books because no one is going to know what I am talking about. Like, as much as I love the Kooks, the majority of my readers are not going to know what I'm talking about. So you have to think about who is popular and who is going to age well. And I'm a huge Swiftie. Taylor Swift is a great answer there. And so I believe I picked like Dancing with Our Hands Tied as one of the big songs they listened to. And I loved that song at the time, and it described kind of Grace and Everett's romantic predicament. I will share that I did Dancing with Our Hands Tied Taylor's version. We were editing this book in like late 2023 or so. And I remember my team took a vote. They're like, will Taylor's version be out at that time? And like, it has to be out. It has to be out. And then it's not out. It's not out. And then the book comes out, and my cousin texts me, and she's like, there's a typo in your book. Like, it says Dancing with Our Hands Tied Taylor's version. I'm like, I told her the whole story, but you know, it's nice to live in a world there's a Taylor's version.
Love that. No, I sat down after I wrote that first scene for my my class. I sat down and wrote chapter 1, Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, and that was like the first thing that I wrote when I sat down. And that was before I'd figured out the whole mechanic for the music. That was where I started this book. And the concept is that they're driving an old Mustang. It only takes cassette tapes, so they're constantly looking out for old cassette tapes to play in the car. And so that kind of boxed me in a little bit in terms of I can't put Taylor Swift in there because Taylor Swift's music isn't out on cassette tape. So they've got kind of music from a certain era, because that's what they can find on tape to play in the car. And there was a few of them that, like, even before I got to those chapters, I knew that Michael Jackson's Dangerous would be in there. I knew Meatloaf's Bat Out of Hell would be in there. And I kind of had an idea of how I was going to use Bat Out of Hell. And then Notorious B.I.G.'s Born to Die. I knew that these were coming. I knew that those ideas would be in there somewhere, somehow. But a lot of my favorite songs were kind of also like worked in. You said about British indie rock. I was like, can I get away with Oasis? I think I can get away with Oasis. Oasis big enough in the States. I could put Oasis in, right? So I kind of snuck in
confirmed.
a few of my favorites in there as well. Yeah.
I based a lot on, so when her best friend leaves her a bucket list of how to get over her death, and one of the things is get our pajamas signed by our favorite pop star. So I had to like create this pop star in it, and essentially she only goes along Route 66 because they're trying to chase this pop star, and the boy has a secret reason for why he wants to find this pop star as well. And the entire inception of that storyline was that when I was thinking about the different types of grief, I saw Justin Bieber singing Drunk, Lonely. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that. He's with Kid Laroi and he's like hunched over the microphone because he's drunk, but he's singing it so well and it's like really deep. And he's like, I was lonely. I was just a boy trying to figure things out. And like and you can really tell the grief of being like a celebrity that was all left to its own devices all alone as a teenage boy. And I was like, oh, I need that. So I listened to that song, an abnormal amount. So that would be the main song that shaped that. And then the only song that comes up in it is the boy she travels with is called Fran. And when the song comes, we're going to San Francisco, she like blares it to troll him and she's singing it. Like, so that's the only lyrics. Because I think there's also a limit to how much lyrics you're allowed to put on the page. I don't remember the exact one. So yeah, it was a lot of Justin Bieber and things like that, and trying to also find I figured out that all the pop stars, especially if they were teenagers when they started, have that one sad song that you can like find where you see that like, oh, the fame's not that easy. So I tried to go and find those songs.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. And we're getting on to our final lots of questions now. Do you have a dream road trip you'd like to take? Is there anywhere in the world that you would like to do a road trip? Is there somewhere that's on your list, or have you already done that your dream road trip? Personally for me, I've got one that I'd like to do. My kids aren't that keen, so it's gonna have to wait a little bit longer. But I'd quite like to travel through somewhere like Vietnam, top to bottom, and just explore it. I've never been anywhere that far, and so I think it's the unusual and the far away and the very different from the life I lead that I'm looking for. So and all of our stories have got sort of this self-discovery aspect of it, and I think part of road tripping is it's a process of discovering something about yourself. And all of your characters done that absolutely beautifully. It's like a process of realization of what's happened and what's coming, and everybody's got these pivot points of where there's been a massive life, or there either has been or there is about to be a massive life shift where life will always be before and after that event. So I was wondering whether anybody had a particular road trip in mind that you've got planning, or is just on a kind of at some point you'd like to do.
My husband has a dream of doing a road trip through the Australian outback. So that might be something we'll explore. But my sister recently got back from a huge trip to Ireland and Scotland. And the videos of the Scottish Highlands, she swears, just do not do it justice. So I've been like secretly doing some research on Ireland and Scotland as well.
That's very cool.
I've always been much more interested in train journeys rather than car journeys, and the Orient Express I'd love to do one day. And there's a few train companies that have kind of like the glass roofs, so you can kind of go through the Rockies on the train and see the world that way. Through India as well, train travel through India. So I can drive, but I prefer not to. So I think a train journey would suit me better.
I'd love to. I also prefer trains, although I road trip a lot because I'm constantly moving. But I would love to just take trains by myself up and down Japan for like a month because the time that I've been to Japan, I always had to share it with people in my family. And I want to just not be told to stop hyper focusing on pens and characters. So I want to just have like when my kid grows up, just a very nerdy 1 month by myself in Japan to be allowed to nerd out as much as possible without judgment from outsiders. Yeah, so like a solo train road trip through Japan.
That sounds very cool. Yes, yeah. And our last sort of exploration of road trip. Well, it's not really road trips. We're kind of coming to the end of our road trip. It's what do you have on your horizon, writing wise? What are you working on at the moment? Obviously, what you can say, what you can't say. And is there anything that you would like to write in the future but haven't got solid plans for yet? Where do you see yourself in a few years' time? What have you got coming up?
So I'm working on now, it's not quite another road trip, but it is possibly another book that needs a map. I'm calling it Treasure Island if the island was Manhattan. So it's kind of a scavenger hunt story through New York, again with two teenage girls who are hunting down some jewelry that was rescued from the Titanic as it was sinking.
Just sounds exciting. That sounds brilliant. How far are you through it?
I'm hopefully sending it back to my editor on Monday, all being well. It's almost there. Yeah, hopefully next summer
really
it should be out.
Fabulous. That's great news. KL?
In March, I have a book coming out called We're a Bad Idea, Right? Kudos to Olivia Rodrigo. And it is a retelling of risky business. So a lot of shenanigans, a lot of fun. And the main character is a cousin of Grace and James from While We're Young. All of my books are set in the same universe. So she's going to get up to her own shenanigans and might need her cousin's help at some point. And then I recently started a new book that's another movie retelling, but I can't say too much about that yet.
That's understood. And so you say all your books are in the same universe. So do you have Easter eggs between them so that if you've read all your books, you kind of notice little things that are sort of crossovers between them? Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
So how did you go?
Was
that something you planned or something that sort of just come about organically?
Well, I wrote after my debut novel, I wrote this book called The Summer of Broken Rules, which I know is my most popular book. And the characters from my first book, I had a really hard time letting them go because I wrote drafts and drafts and drafts of that book. That's the book I queried. So I wrote them in The Summer of Broken Rules as different little cameos, and which was just a fun thing for me at that time. But people noticed. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to run with this thing. They all exist in the same place. So there's always people popping in and popping out and playing different roles.
I love that. And are you writing multiple viewpoints again? Is that something that you do?
No, I'm
it's
just doing
single?
one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Jackie?
I don't think I've ever said this publicly yet, but my next book that's going to be out is again travel book. So it's two influencers that are from opposite backgrounds, kind of hate each other. They win a brand deal across the world whilst sort of unrest breaks out in their home country. And it's very much kind of 80 Days Around the World meets like Romeo and Juliet, but for traveling influencers stuck on this hotel brand deal that takes them all around. So I think if I keep going, then travel, trauma, and kissing is sort of going to be my go-to for now in YA. So yeah, and then I'm writing an adult romance, which I can't say anything about, but it's been fun because you're sort of genre crossing. And then in YA, I'm always trying to keep social responsibility at the forefront, of my mind, and that I'm writing for teens essentially. But with adult stuff, I'm like, the gloves are off. Like I can say what I want until I get edited. So yeah.
Yeah, there is quite a big a marked difference between writing for adult and writing for YA. Although I think sometimes YA tackles the subjects more head on. Possibly they really get into so all of your books cover numerous really quite tricky subjects, and I think some adult books just take one and think, well, we won't have all of them. But I think that's just reflects what teenagers are like. They're dealing with a lot of stuff going on, and it all comes at you all at once. So yeah, I think all of your books do that amazingly well. So I think we're coming to the end of our time together. I thank you so very much for coming to chat about your road trips. I've thoroughly enjoyed reading your books and thoroughly enjoyed hearing you talk about them. So anybody who's listening, buy their books, read them. Read them back to back. I can attest to having 2 weeks of just road tripping is amazing. So thank you very much, everyone.
I do want to say it's really funny. Joe's and my book came out on the same day. I don't know if you know this, Joe.
Really?
Yeah, exactly on the same day. Both road trip novels, and our names are both SI, so we're shelved together.
Gosh.
At the bookshop. So I'm like, it's kind of hers is sapphic, mine is not. But I'm kind of it's like a 2-for-1 if you want back-to-back road trips. But now you've got four road trip novels to pick from. But yeah.
Yeah, I think
there is one question in the chat.
Oh, is there? Oh, let me find out. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that's fine. Oh, yes. So it's about cars. Which vehicle would you most like to take a road trip in? So yes, all of your novels pick a particular stylized car. It's a car. It's not just they got in a generic car. So how did you pick the car that your characters travel in?
I didn't want it to be the Ferrari from Ferris Bueller. I picked kind of a James Bond car for something to happen later in the book. That's not the car they road trip in. They do a red Tesla. I just wanted something very modern and still kind of an ode to the original, and also an adult car. Like not a lot of teenagers drive Teslas in our area, and they need to pretend their parents picking somebody up from school, or they need to act a little bit older. So the Tesla lended itself to that.
Yeah, Brooke drives a very, very cool vintage red Mustang that only plays cassette tapes, because that just seemed to fit her personality. I think if I was going to do it, I want a fully kitted out RV. I am not a minimalist in any way, shape, or form. I need to bring my luxury with me on the road.
I second that. I need also a seat heater and a USB for the music. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I had to pick a car that the character had worked on with his dad. And so I think it ended up being like a red Chevy. And there were other reasons for it needing like some work and stuff like that. But I'm so bad at cars that as I was talking to my husband throughout writing, I was like, yeah, like the red Mustang, the red this, the red that. He's like, those are all different cars. He was getting very annoyed with me. So I hope it has stayed the same car in the final version, but I'm not good at that stuff. I road trip a lot. Last week I went, when we were trying to get to where we're now living, we went from Croatia down to Greece. And every time I have a 3-year-old, every time we would stop somewhere, people would be with their camper vans. And I was like, you are living life correctly. Like you have everything in there. And I'm here covered in Cheeto crumbs, like trying to like wait to eat, So like camper van, I've never done it, but I think it's genius. Your home is on wheels. Stop you tired? Go sleep for 8 hours. So yeah, I want to try the camper van someday.
But yeah, that lifestyle does appeal. yeah, just drive your house to the next place you want to be. Yeah. My characters, one of my characters borrowed her mum's car, which was a Mini. So I went to the extremes of having them in very close quarters. So all four of them squished into a Mini. Yeah, so that was, and I think that was probably, I quite like minis. I don't have one, but it's slight wish fulfillment as well. Okay, I don't think there's any more questions. Thank you very much. This has been just really lovely to hear all your thoughts, all your experiences. Thank you very much for sharing them.
Thank
Everybody.
you all so much.
Thank you.
And also a quick
Thank you,
shout
everybody.
out.
Have a good night.
A quick shout out to the books in the background on the bookshelf. There are all 4 books I see in that one background. So well done there. Okay, and I am removing everyone from the screen. And
Nepo baby slasher thriller where 10 fractured friendships are put to the test by a deranged masked serial killer who is lurking in the countryside grounds and making one demand: that the friends evict one person from the house every hour or else. I'm going to read you a little snippet of the book today. This is a little lighter moment as 4 of the characters are in the car on the way to the country manor where they're staying for the weekend. And one of their friends, who is an influencer called Baby, has recently posted a new video which is entitled A Big Rainbow Announcement. Hey guys, Baby starts, her voice breathless with excitement. Hope you're all doing well and staying fabulous. She flicks her hair in a swift practice movement. It might look natural to the viewer, but I've literally seen her rehearsing it in the mirror more times than I can count. So I just wanted to jump on here today and talk about something super important. The world is like such a dark place at the moment, and there's so much hate out there and online, and it just makes me sad. Like, why can't we all get along and be kind to each other? Everybody's a human being, aren't they? For some reason, I don't like where this is going, Cam murmurs. Give her a chance to land, I try, even though I have to agree. She means well. Cam looks unimpressed, but keeps watching without another word. So, to celebrate Pride Month, I've decided to take action, because what's the point of being in my position with this huge platform if I'm not going to use it for good, right? Pride Month was in June, by the way, Griff corrects as we take a turn and merge onto the motorway. It's August. She's 2 months late. We don't stop existing on July the 1st, I joke. Well, like you said, Noah, let her land, Cam mimics sarcastically. She means well. I give Cam's smug smile the finger as Baby continues her speech. I've been working on this super cute society that has such an important message because all gay people and, you know, the other people in the alphabet deserve to feel safe, and with your help we can achieve that. On cue, an emotional instrumental made up of soft strings that sounds like it belongs in a John Lewis Christmas advert kicks into gear, softly supporting her preaching and making it sound like a rousing politician's promise during an election campaign. You know, the promises that always end up being lies. So, in honour of my queer friends and all of our alphabet warriors out there fighting for the freedom to feel safe in every aspect of their lives, allow me to introduce Influencers for the Safety and Protection of the LGBTQIA and all other identifying letters society. Dedicated to everybody who needs it, but particularly some of my closest friends, Noah Williams, Griffin Daniels, Cameron Parks, and Felicity Coleman. Oh my God, Cam says, dropping her head into her hands with a sigh. Full government name and everything. It's a nice gesture, Fliss tries, although she doesn't sound like she's entirely sure. Cameron glares at her in the passenger seat mirror as if she's grown another head. Is it too late to come out as straight, she moans. Suffering the stupidity of men cannot be worse than this. Baby mentions a link in her bio that people can donate to, although Cam points out that Baby doesn't say if she'll be donating to this special cause herself, or even what she's specifically doing with the money. But just when we think the video is over, Baby produces one more card from up her sleeve. And with the news of my society, now seems like the perfect time to make a personal announcement. A hush falls like a blanket of snow in the car. I've been thinking long and hard about why this cause means so much to me. Of course, there are people out there who struggle to be who they truly are, but I want to be a shining example and proof that being your authentic self is 100% valid. Oh my God, Fliss breathes. Cameron frowns. Surely she's not serious. No way. Griffin shakes his head in disbelief. Is she about to come out? I utter. Baby takes a deep theatrical breath, then beams at the camera. Therefore, it's with so much pride that I'm able to finally be honest with you all. She pauses, holding her hand to her heart. Today, I come out of the closet and announce that I identify as an ally. I'm the A in the alphabet. That's a lighter moment from the book. It gets a lot darker a little bit later on. That's Bury Your Friends, and I hope you enjoy reading it. Bye.
Hi, I'm Sonia Mara, author of Embrace the Serpent, which is a young adult fantasy about a shy girl who makes magical jewelry and the fearsome Serpent King who desperately needs her help. I'm going to read for you a short passage. You can't be hurt if no one knows you exist. That was the last thing my mother ever said to me, though not exactly in those words. Hide, darling, she whispered. The djinn mustn't find you. And she pressed into my little hands a sapphire ring, the stone cloudy and speckled, a jewel of power meant for thieves and pranksters, and a shy duchess who preferred blending into the wallpaper over socializing. Once on my finger, its power settled over me like a damp chill, and I became nearly invisible. Not invisible like a vanishing act, but invisible like a third footman at a palace gala, or a mouse in tall grass. But for it to work, a footman must not step out of line, a mouse should not squeak, and a 5-year-old hiding in her mother's wardrobe had better not cry. The djinn found me, because even though the ring made me appear as interesting as a bundle of clothes, it was hard not to notice a bundle of clothes that was sniveling like a girl who'd just been demoted to the rank of orphan. I spent the next 12 years of my life getting better at being invisible, getting so good at it, in fact, that I was certain the djinn who found me that day would never find me again. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Kate Mallender and I'm author of 3 YA books, Summer of No Regrets, Asking for a Friend, and my latest, which is Summer Under the Stars. They tend to be feel-good, about friendship, and tend to be ones you'd read in an afternoon. I'm just going to read the opening to Summer Under the Stars. Chapter 1, Sasha, Thursday evening. My phone flashes. I'm lying on my bed, holding it in front of me, feeling it pulse. She's ringing again. It's Clarice, my dad's fiancée, and it's the 3rd time in half an hour. There's no point in answering, as I already know what she wants. There's no way I'm changing my mind, and I'll 100% upset her by telling her so. She rings off, and seconds later she sends a text. I tap to read, no harm in that. Sasha, please, I just want to talk. I know you're upset, and I understand why. Ring me, okay? I suppose if I spoke to her, at least she might stop ringing. Almost certainly if I tell her what I'm thinking. She answers on the second ring. Sasha, my bell, thank you. No worries, I say, propping myself up with my pillow. What do you want? I must have caught her off guard with my directness. I hear her take a deep breath. Your father's very upset. This isn't news. He's been upset and disappointed with me for several weeks now. I know he said some stuff he shouldn't have. She's got that right. And maybe you did too? I tense. I never quite know where Clarice stands. Is she a friend or a foe? Team Dad or Team Sasha? It's our wedding, and I know your father. Well, it would mean the world to him if you were here. Why can't he ring and tell me that? You know him. He's a very stubborn man. I'm glad she knows, to be honest. To marry him and then find out would be a real kicker. Does he know you're ringing me? She pauses. That answers that question. Look, Clarice, Dad said some really hurtful crap. If he's actually sorry, he knows where I am. And if he really wants me at his wedding, he can tell me that too. He's a grown-up. He shouldn't expect you to go around apologising for him. She mutters something under her breath in French. Could swear she said, I'm as stubborn as Dad. Is there nothing I can say to persuade you? You're supposed to be my bridesmaid. I was so looking forward to becoming part of your family. Who wouldn't want to be part of this dysfunction? Sorry, Clarice, I'm not coming. She's quiet for a moment. Of course, I totally respect your decision. But know that you will be missed, by me and by your dad. She hangs up. I lie on my bed and stare up at the ceiling. Mum isn't home yet, so there's no one to distract me from my thoughts. I hadn't meant for this to happen. It sort of just did. First, I'd got the wrong weekend for the dress fitting, and then when I got there, I'd been too honest about the dress. For the record, it was the most awful bridesmaid dress I'd ever seen. Zero exaggeration. It was hideous. Think wrong length, wrong colour, wrong fabric, wrong style. Were all the bridesmaids going to wear this? If Clarice was going for the meringue look, then she'd missed it and got blancmange. At least I hadn't said that. All I'd said was that it was interesting. Clarice started saying that maybe we could switch for a different style, but Dad jumped in and took issue with my attitude. He had a good old rant about me being unreliable, which is a bit rich coming from the man who said goodbye one morning, left for France and didn't see me for 5 months. Hardly a beacon of reliability. He said he wanted to give Clarice a fairy tale wedding, the works, a sprawling country house on the cliff tops of Marseille, and the best caterers in France. He's fixated on it being a Cinderella day. I said that judging by this dress, I was all set to be the ugly stepdaughter. That didn't go down too well. At all. He went on about everything he'd done for me and how all he wanted was one day that went smoothly without me ruining it. And that was it. I wasn't going to ruin it for him. I wouldn't be there. Just one less bridesmaid. No possibility of me ruining anything that way.
Hello Camp YA. I hope everyone's having a fantastic time. I'm Bea Wheeler, author of How Not to Kiss a Prince, a YA rom-com that's out in November and available for pre-order right now. Self-critical Em and her best friend Carla are hurtling towards the last days at secondary school, and Em's worried their friendship won't be as close when they're at different colleges. Em would rather prick her finger on a spinning wheel than attend the fairy tale themed Year 11 Leavers Ball, but then Carla is voted to be fairy tale princess. Then Carla puts on a cursed necklace and the girls discover that fairy tale curses are as real as the rising price of Freddos, and just as horrifying. Carla needs to kiss a prince to break her curse, so asks Em to help her find the perfect prince. What Carla doesn't know is that Em's secretly been in love with her for 5 years, and all the while she's hunting for the perfect prince, she'd rather be kissing Carla herself. Something's getting broken at the fairy tale ball. Either Carla's curse or Em's heart. Here's an extract from How Not to Kiss a Prince, where the fairy tale ball setting reflects the daunting reality of Carla's curse taking hold. Carla weaves artfully between clusters of tables adorned with battery-powered tea lights, their flames flickering like real candles inside colourful glass spheres, some poison apple red, some pumpkin orange. An origami rat or two explores each table. For a wonderful moment, I forget to wish us away. I laugh, amazed by the transformation of our school hall. Forest green lighting casts an eerie glow that perfectly complements thorn-covered drapes covering tables and windows. Countless fairy lights twinkle over absolutely everything, making the hall feel magical. Haunting panpipe music heightens the mystical atmosphere, more grim than Disney. Your Highness, a bold voice declares. Carla and I turn to watch Ryan's deep, flourishing bow. He's dressed all in black. Black suit, black shirt, black tie, but with a scarlet hooded cape. Jamie prowls beside him in grey trousers and a faux fur trimmed waistcoat, their outfit complete with a set of fairy ears perched atop their black hair. "Oh, Jamie," I exclaim, "what big ears you have!" "All the better for stalking my prey," they smile wolfishly. "Welcome, princesses." So I came up with this writing prompt for you. Create a fairy tale inspired setting that reflects the theme or vibes of your scene. I hope you enjoyed hearing about How Not to Kiss a Prince and that you'll look out for it in November. If you want to find me on social media, look for B. Wheeler Books. Have fun with your writing prompt and enjoy the rest of Camp YA.
Hi, my name is B. Ingalls and I am the author of We Used to Be Magic. It is a YA contemporary romance set in New York City, and it's dual POV between Audrey, who's an aspiring model, and Ezra, who is a bit directionless after a stint in boarding school. They have a meet cute, they keep meeting, which leads them to wonder if maybe fate is coming into play. But then life gets in the way that it does, and they're forced to confront the fact that potentially fate might not be enough to keep them together. And this is an excerpt from their first kind of sort of date in Central Park, and it's from Ezra's point of view. "Do you think we got too much food?" Audrey asks, dipping a breadstick into hummus. "No such thing," I reply, producing my hip flask. "Whiskey?" "I'm good," she smiles, and I add a pour to my can of ginger beer, hoping it'll make me feel less violently self-conscious about the fact that this is a date in everything but name. I was trying to deliver something low-key, even a little touristy, but factor in one spectacular sunset and suddenly it's the most romantic outing imaginable. The pond is shimmering in the near distance, and you can even see its storybook-looking bridge from here, the ends gently sloping into clusters of shrubbery. It's almost sickeningly picturesque. And then there's Audrey herself, who's just so endlessly endearing. The gruff old guy behind the counter in the bodega was so thoroughly charmed by her that he gave us both a free cup of coffee. And she even managed to look all glowy and fresh under those harsh fluorescent lights that make normal people look like zombies. I'm aware that it's pathetic to be veering towards full-blown infatuation already, especially seeing as Audrey's made it all too clear she won't be sticking around much longer. "I shouldn't get attached," she said, about herself, but she may as well have been warning me off. All of this supposes that she's even attracted to me in the first place, though, a significant if. "Where do you get alcohol?" she asked then, watching as I sip my drink. "You're not old enough to buy it, right?" "Or cigarettes," I say, pausing to clear my throat, but some places are a little less bothered about ID than others. "You have to be 21 to buy cigarettes here?" "Yeah, you didn't know that?" "Well, I don't smoke, so..." "Right, not unless I'm around to corrupt you." She smiles. My lungs are in bad enough shape already. I went jogging with my roommate the other day, and it almost killed me. Oh, I can't even manage the stairwell in my building without getting wheezy. It's a genuine problem. What if I have to do a big rom-com style chase down someday? I'll be fucked. I'm sorry, rom-com chase down? Yeah, the thing in romantic comedies where the main character runs to find the other character and tell them that they love them. I don't think I've ever watched a film where that happened. Oh, come on. When Harry Met Sally? The Graduate? No? The Apartment? She shakes her head, apparently mystified. 13 going on 30? The Holiday? God, I'm really exposing myself here. She's looking at me blankly and I can't help but grimace. What? She laughs. What's that face for? I'm suddenly scared you don't care about movies, I confess. I mean, it's fine if you don't. I think we can get past it. Probably. I like movies, just not as much as you, clearly. Can we watch one together? Would you want to do that? Sure. Just don't stare at me the whole time. I hate when people do that. Oh, to gauge your reaction? Or because you're pretty? It just slips out. I barely realise what I've said until she chokes on a mouthful of kombucha, cheeks flooding with colour. The first one, obviously, she manages, voice throaty. Do you think I'm really full of myself or something? No, I say hastily. Just, you are. Pretty, that is. You're a model, so... For now, she nods, face pink. It's not really about pretty, though, and it has an expiration date, so... That? Right, because 18 is practically decrepit. You'd be surprised. She smiles, gaze lowered. Where are we watching this movie, then? Thank you.
Hi Camp YA, my name is Brittany Brower, and I'm going to be reading to you from my debut YA, She's a Knockout. Even here, in the corner room Mark never stepped foot in, a room I never trained in while he was living, I'm still thinking about him, but it's comforting. Listening to his iPod brings back memories of happier times. Coming to the gym after hours, late into the night, just the two of us, sparring. My mind drifts to Mark's now empty locker. Harry didn't get nearly the amount of shit he deserves for giving it away. It's my fault. I was so wrapped up in the stupid TV show that I forgot about Mark's locker, cleaned out like he was never here to begin with. A sour taste coats my tongue. Mark's got to be rolling in his grave at the thought of Jake Duff stepping foot in Donovan's. I shake my head, trying to erase the thoughts building up inside, and jump up and down, shaking my arms out to physically shake off my guilt. But my head swims, my breaths are shallow, my chest tight. I throw my gloves off, grab my empty water bottle, and focus on taking deep breaths. Chris made us take yoga classes months ago to help perfect breathing techniques, and I practice those long, loud breaths as I walk down the hallway to the drinking fountain. It's going to be fine. Mark would be pissed to know I'll be partnering with his sworn enemy, but he'd understand why I have to do it. He'd do it too if it was for Margie. I skip steps as I go back down to the main floor, passing the lockers without a thought. The light is on, and I quickly backtrack. Someone else is here. Another fighter. Unsure who else would be at the gym this early, my body tenses and I poke my head in. My mouth drops. His back is turned to me, but I recognize the locker he has open, the locker he's putting his gloves and gear into. Mark's locker. Anger boiling in my stomach, I take a step forward. Hey. My voice comes out strong as I fold my arms across my chest. Just who the hell do you think you are? From behind, I assess him. Tall with a strong upper body, wearing a black shirt with the sleeves chopped off, compression shorts cut off high enough to reveal toned, muscular thighs, high socks with boxing mid-top shoes. He turns around, shutting the locker. He wraps his wrists expertly as he turns to face me. I continue taking him in. He's super tan, not the fake Jersey glow, but a real legit golden tan. Brown crew-cropped hair, brown eyes. He smiles, showing off perfect teeth that shine against his brown skin. Jake Duff, he says, walking up to me with his hand extended, that obnoxiously perfect smile still on his face. No wonder Mark called him a pretty boy. He's got long eyelashes and a chiseled jaw. It's infuriating that such an asshole could be so good-looking. I roll my eyes and tilt my head away from him. He chuckles to himself and pulls his hand back. Never mind then, he shakes his head. Do we know each other? I've clearly done something to offend you. He looks amused, which only pisses me off more. I release a breath through my nose with such force it's like a bull's angry snort. This guy is supposedly my new sparring partner and he doesn't recognize me? You might know my brother's name, Mark Armani. I raise an eyebrow, waiting for his response, waiting to defend Mark's honor. Mark would have Jake pressed up against his locker already, modeling a perfect chokehold, his specialty. There's the slightest twitch of irritation in Jake's jaw, but he blinks and says, "What about him?" Fuck this guy. I walk up to him, getting so close that he takes a step back. I hide a smirk and slam my palm against Mark's locker door. Smack. I expect Jake to jump, but he stands firm, his eyebrows furrowing, though he's still smirking. This was his locker, I say. You'll never take his place. It was empty when I got here. It shouldn't have been. Well, it was. Jake shrugs. My teeth grit together, my nostrils flare. I blink a few times. I will not cry. Why don't you take your stuff and find a new locker? This is the only locker available. My vision blurs. Oh no. I'm going from intimidating to unhinged in record speed. I keep blinking, keep standing my ground even though I need to step back before I break and make a complete ass of myself. You took so much from him, I say, my voice cracking. Heat scorches up the back of my neck at my show of weakness, but Jake needs to know what he did. Jake's eyes widen, then, his voice flat, he says, "It's just a locker." Want to find out what happens next? She's a Knockout will be out in June 2026. Thanks so much for joining me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping things up. I'm about to bring the rest of the counselors onto the screen. I'm insulted that, I don't know, maybe it's my fault because I didn't get the latest image, but I'm not on there. So here, you get to see me. Everyone, this is me. This is the voice. This is the person that messed up a few times. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Team, that means like you're live. Don't make me run.
Yay!
Statues.
Can you like tell that it is the end of the day? I'm out of energy. We're done now. Can we go home?
It's
Not
gone really
quite
quickly.
yet, damn it. There's quite a few important things that we need to tell people. Okay, fine.
And you should be happier because what?
I am happy. I'm so fucking happy.
Who won the team cup this year?
Ooh.
It's Team Trout! Which means we are the first team to ever win it twice. Whoop, 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 whoop.
I like how
I
you
know, I'm gonna
also
be
managed
unbearable
to
about
insult
this.
the English people.
For those of you guys who actually want to know numbers, just so you can brag for some
Yes,
obscure
of course
reasons.
we do.
We do. So, the final numbers are Team Ren has gotten 83 points.
Whoop whoop!
Which is respectable. Very good, very good. Team Beaver has gotten 260 points. That's a lot, guys.
Really well. You guys were
You did really
super
well.
high.
Honestly, Trout was ahead by yesterday evening, and then Beaver came running this morning.
Yeah.
It
We
was
tried our best.
insane. Everyone was like, "This game is already done. What are we doing?" And then Beaver did well.
Hold
Beaver
it
did
together.
so well. But also, my Trout, my dear Trouts, we made it to 320 points.
Jeez.
That was no way, to be fair. That wasn't that bad.
Well done. Well done. I have to
Honestly,
say.
yeah. Very well done. Very well done to everyone. It's amazing. And as you know, we have some prizes to give away that went along with the cup.
There you go.
And those prizes are no matter who of the teams won. Like, that is a bragging thing. That gets nobody anything except for bragging rights.
Except for you, because you get to talk about it the entire time until we get the new cup.
That'd be great. Anyway, but we do have winners to announce for the different categories. So I would say we start with the team spirit, which there's one team spirit for each team. Does every team want to announce their own, or every team captain announce their own team spirit award? Melissa, do you want to start?
Yes, definitely. My team spirit is the lovely Lulu.
Yay!
Good job. Thank you so much for our few points that we have. Very proud.
Good job. Karen?
I forgot. I was like, am I? Do I? And our team spirit for Team Beaver goes to who literally held down the fort the entire stream. So that's incredibly impressive.
Abby
Amazing,
did such a good job.
I saw some amazing entries from Abby, honestly.
Yeah, Abby was amazing. And then for Team Trout, it was a hard choice because I had a few people playing along and doing really good. But this is not bragging. This is just saying this was. But we have decided that the team spirit will go to the Reader Penguin because they have been here since the beginning of the week, working ahead, putting in their points.
Honestly, working
almost
their ass
daily.
off.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think they almost did every single challenge.
I think so, yeah.
I think there's a few that might be missing, but apart from that, A+. Honestly, well
Could
deserved.
not have done it better ourselves.
Which kind of also gets us to the most challenges completed, which is a separate price, and that one also goes to the Reader Penguin because that was an easy choice. There was just so many of them.
Amazing job.
And then we have the most creative entry, Melissa.
The most creative entry will go to the lovely Ace because she has made a fantastic tarot cards.
As
genuinely,
a cross stitch.
It was so good as a cross stitch. The amount of work that takes already, insane. So good job.
Honestly.
Well done.
Very well done, everyone. Thank you so much for playing along. Thank you so much for putting in your team spirit and for all of that. Honestly, just
joining in.
Good
genuinely.
Job.
It just makes, we love doing these Camp Way Cup and just having all the challenges and be able to talk to you guys on Discord. Because even though we're all somewhere else in our home, we're all very much still together.
Yes. And I really love seeing like the different creative answers that people come up with, like
Absolutely.
all the different books people would take to camp with, what they would pack, the playlist people have come up with, the songs they wrote, the chants they wrote. We've had some really good theme chants this
There
year.
really were some good chants. I'm definitely going to be, as long as everyone's okay with that, I'm assuming so because you posted it online, taking a bunch of these and like doing a couple posts with them because I just want to show off how amazing our campers did.
Yeah, and they are the best. But yeah, my brain is starting to be empty. What are the other things we need to do? We need to say thank you. Thank you for money and thank you for donations.
Yes.
Which obviously is a very big thing. We are a maybe one day charity and we do not have money.
We are a book lover run
put...
festival for all the book lovers, from all the book lovers. We do it ourselves. There is we earn nothing with this. We just do it out of the love for books, for artists, for everyone on our market square, for all of the readers, and for all of the authors and publishers that we talk to that you see on the screen. Just because we love this as much as you guys do, and that's why we do it. And this year there were some lovely people who donated to us to make sure that we can essentially just keep the website running, and make sure that this happens for you guys every single time that we do this. So a big thank you and a big round of applause for our donators. We thank you so much and we appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Very much. And then thank you to Pickle Pepper Books, which honestly I love them just for their name. The amount of times I just sit here being like, Pickle Pepper.
Pickle Pepper. We started doing that on our phone calls. Pickle Pepper.
It's not good. But no, they are amazing. Then amazing indie bookshop. If you loved any of the authors you've seen on the stream today, if they were in the workshops or panels, you most likely can find them listed on Pickle Pepper. Some of the Fireside reads should also be there. So just have a look. If you could find them there, we and they would really appreciate if you would buy them through them and you support a small business. And it's honestly, you can feel good while treating yourself. And what else do you want?
Love your indie bookshops.
Yes. Someone else needs to talk about the market square now.
Yes, because we still have, our market square going on.
Yeah.
And I still need to do a big order. How about you, Danny?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I can order, and then have stashed with one of you until someone can bring it over from the UK to South Africa. If anyone has digital goodies that I can buy as well, I need to go check that out. But yeah, I think there's some amazing things.
Yeah, there's some art prints and stickers and whatnot that you could definitely do that way.
Yeah, anything
and there's lots of
easy to ship.
good discounts. So I've just basically been sending it to my husband and friends and been like, my birthday's in November.
And then
that's a good point.
Honestly, I will say this until I'm blue in the face. Christmas is coming. And we all need Christmas presents sooner or later. But also, I will absolutely be buying some bookish candles tonight because it's getting grey outside and I need it.
I saw actually that Literary Emporium already was trying to make boxes for Christmas. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
But yeah, there are some discounts there. Some only run until this evening. BST, guys, for you guys in America. So that is in what are we on? We're now at 7 o'clock.
In 5 hours.
In 5 hours. So you have 5 hours until those giveaways. Sorry, not giveaways. Those discount codes run out. But there's also some that are there until the 4th of October. There's some that are there for the rest, for the rest of the month, next month. So keep an eye on things. Have a look. Order what you would like. And
be careful. Order fast, just because last time I remember some of the shops actually sold out real quick because when I went to look after the end of Cab YA, I saw a bunch of stuff was already out of stock, and I was like, damn. So
yeah, definitely go grab your book as merch. Talking about my Freudian slip of giveaways, we do also have 3 giveaways running until Monday. So we have 2 shops that are giving away amazing prices. One one bundle with like a book sleeve and a wristlet and like everything that you would want, genuinely. Another shop that gives us $30 of a gift card where you can just pick and choose whatever you want. And they have like backpacks and they have amazing like pins and all of that sort of stuff. So go check it out. They're so pretty. And then the last one is a 4th Wing print, which is also very beautiful. So yeah, go have a look. Those are running until Monday. And may the odds be ever in your favor.
You're really mixing up the different references there. It's great.
Honestly, we're done, I think. I think the last thing to say is thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for sticking with us for all of these years, or just for today, depending on how long you've been with us. We will be back. Maybe.
Yeah, I saw weird little messages hidden away in our documents about future plans. Saw those.
Maybe.
I mean, we can definitely tell you that the campfire chats we've been doing on our Instagram and on our blog will continue for a little bit longer on a weekly basis, and may or may not continue on a monthly basis, depending on what we can make work. So
actually, in the chat,
keep an eye on our socials.
Who wants us to have a monthly podcast where we talk about the books that were featured in this Camp YA? Because I've been like talking about this for a while. I think we should do book club.
You've been talking about a podcast for years.
Yeah. We would need a lot of comments to be convinced of that.
Yes.
Because it hasn't quite happened yet. But campfire chat will be going on, so keep an eye on our Instagram. Join the lives. Have a tiny bit of campfire with you, every now and then.
Let us know who you would like to see on our campfire chats in the near future, and then we'll see what we can do for you guys. As we said, we do this because we love it, because you love it. So we would love to have your input in this.
But yeah, I think we're done.
We're done. All we want to say now is absolute round of thank you and a round of applause for everyone being here, for all the authors, for all the publishers, and for us. I'm sorry. Thank you. Well done, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.